And we should be live. We're recording and live chat. Hello, everyone. I set the stream for 2:05, and apparently YouTube fucking ignored that. And that's why we're being called late. I'm sorry, everyone.
Yeah, we're being called late and hetero-flexible. Oh, no.
Oh, God, no.
Oh, no, Jack, get away from me.
Alright, I need to find this fucking MovieBlob video link again, so keep chat busy.
Well, I got some keys here. Hold on.
Oh, so you're taking the easy way out of watching a Bob video, aren't you?
Yes, I'm dangling some keys in front of my own face to keep some kind of investment.
I thought you were just going to key yourself to death because that's more pleasant than listening to Bob.
Oh, God.
I mean, you're not wrong, but...
oh god, where the fuck is this video? Should it be buried this deep? Oh no, is this missing from the fucking suggest? There it is.
Well, okay, because the chat demanded it.
Oh god.
There you go, Tyler. Jiggle them keys for you.
Creetosis, squid love for you. What squid? What? Dude, is there a problem where, like, I'm gonna be sent the Squid Game? I still haven't seen that.
I have soured more and more the more I think about Squid Game.
I've heard it's decent overall, but it has a lot of issues.
It really does.
Let's make fun of MovieBlob. Oh, we will. We will. How far in were we when the stream died last week? We were like 5 minutes in?
No. Are you kidding?
Look, it's healthy to be optimistic.
No, yeah, I think we're at least 2 minutes in, though. Because we were trying to do the whole, like, you know, get through it faster sort of deal.
Yeah.
Let me pull up the bingo card real quick, though. Hold on.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, is perfection on the bingo card?
One of them was, like, you demand perfection or something like that.
Yeah, okay, I was about to say,
good.
that should definitely be on there because that has been a running thing
20
all
seconds.
the way since Oxhorn.
20 seconds. You were 23 seconds. Guys, we were farther in than that. We weren't doing that badly, okay? Has anyone ever responded to these streams besides the one who shall not be named? Not that I'm aware of?
Nah, not really. Okay, so I have... Oh, we're not... There's no way we're gonna get a long man bad in this. I mean, well, actually, maybe with the second video.
Possibly.
Pagan says, go fuck yourself.
What?
Oh, I'm not on here anywhere. Oh.
Rip.
Oh, my bingo card is terrible.
What are you talking about? It's on my bingo card. There's an boot on the bingo card?
Not that I remember. I don't think I put a boot on.
Maybe Proteus made his own bingo card.
Yeah, we made an official bingo card, Proteus.
Alright, I don't remember if that's in the description or not. Anyways, should we get started?
Sure.
So for anyone who wasn't here last time, we were watching MovieBlob's The Last Jedi is a Love Letter to Star Wars video. And my internet died. Then it did the usual thing, you know, it died, it comes on like a minute later. Long enough to fuck up the stream and we have to start a new one.
Yeah.
And we didn't end up restarting the stream, because it was kind of late at that point. The stream had already gone on several hours.
Yeah, and I was still having the issue with mine as well, so...
And then, about 15 minutes later, my internet died again. And then, an hour later, my internet fucking died again. So I would have been fucking turbo pissed if I restarted the stream just to have to restart it again and again. So it's a good thing we ended where we did last time.
Yeah, it was a good thing because me and you, we were trying to watch something and then it just kept dying and we were just like, oh, thank God we did not try to keep going.
Yeah.
Love letter to Star Wars. What movie did he watch? I don't know, but it couldn't have been the fucking Last Jedi, which just shits all over Star Wars constantly.
Well, remember, he lives in a delusional fantasy world where he thinks he's the peak specimen of humanity, and he would win. He would win at eugenics.
Yes, he is disappointed that the Nazis ruined eugenics.
Yeah.
Oh god. We at least made it 5 minutes in before mentioning the Nazis, so not all is lost.
Well, I mean, MovieBlob says some insane things. It's hard to tell the difference between the two.
Alright.
Alright.
You guys ready to return to this then?
Yep, we can get through this one and then get to the next video.
The unfortunate thing is I don't have any knives nearby to end the suffering if this MovieBlob video gets too much.
You know what? I am going to do a reroll on my bingo card.
Hey, that's cheating!
Well, we've only got the free space right now.
Alright, we ready to go?
Yep.
Alright.
Oh, you can't reroll. Damn.
Right.
Term, it frees up a lot of possibilities. It makes sense. But what I feel is happening as well is a lot of people are extrapolating out from this that The Last Jedi wants to erase everything that Star Wars used to be and shit all over the mythos in this specific case, somehow say that Luke was never great and that the Jedi suck in order to hold up the new paradigms and new characters as being superior. And I don't actually see...
Oh.
But it literally does.
Yeah, it does that. And we got I remember we got past this part because we talked about that last time. It 100% does do that exact thing. That is intentional. That is 100% what it does.
So again, you've got the line from Luke about, oh, the Jedi at the height of their power allows Palpatine to take control, and Darth Vader, one of the most evil men in the galaxy, was trained by a Jedi. It's like, you're leaving a lot of details out there.
Oh, I can't scroll my chat for some reason.
And he from what I remember, Luke never gets checked on that. The closest we get to anything is he tries to save the Jedi text, and he shows up at the end because he hasn't completely lost hope. But then he dies because he force projected himself onto another planet, I guess.
Yeah. But then as we established that being a Force ghost is better in every single way than being alive, which is insanity.
Yeah, you can call down the power of lightning and interact with physical objects as a Force ghost. So, you know, it's not a disadvantage, it's a superpower. When Obi-Wan said, "If you strike me down, I shall become more powerful than you could possibly imagine," it wasn't figurative, it was literal. Force Ghost Obi-Wan has the power to destroy fucking worlds now as a ghost.
Yeah. $2 super chat from GG Evan 317. More like a Dear John letter. Yeah, pretty much.
What?
A Dear John letter. Do you not know what that is?
No.
Okay, so the back in the old days, it'd be the same thing as text now, basically. But it was the idea of, Dear John, you know, it's not you, it's me. It's the breakup letter. Where they can't tell it to your face, so they send it in, like, written form instead. So, yeah, and it was definitely a strong concept in the military, the Dear John letter. Yeah, it happened a lot because it's like, you're not here anymore, you're over there fighting, I can't just keep worrying about you, and I need to get some dick. So, you know, basically, it was a really scummy fucking thing to do.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Now, I added that whole, like, and I need some dick thing, but it's basically how it always happened was you would only get a Dear John letter if whoever you was back home while you were in the military was sleeping around already. They'd already found someone else they wanted to get with.
Yeah. Anytime I hear that, I always think of that Jarhead scene.
Yeah, where he gets the video from his wife.
Yeah, he gets the video from his wife, and then she basically shits on him, and it's like, I found a better man, and leaves him.
Yeah, and literally starts banging the other dude on camera in front of the guy, and he's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
$2 for peace was never an option. Thank you. Woman met Jody. Again, I don't know what that reference is.
I'm just gonna cross off psychic damage from stupidity right now.
Fair enough, I suppose.
I mean, it's getting there. We already had stupid, so we're getting there.
All right.
See that at all. In fact, the entire Rey and Luke story is really nothing less than a very deliberate, earnest, and sincere love letter to the idea of fandom and Star Wars fans in particular.
Because your idea of fandom and Star Wars fans in particular is completely psychotic and in your own fucking world.
Well, not just it's. I almost did the thing. I almost said the thing to cross off a thing on the bingo. The problem is, it feels like much of this movie was made in order to try and shoot down fan theories in particular and kind of shit on the fans. So,
yeah.
When Rey comes to the whatever planet Luke is on for to get him back, he says to her something to the effect of, "And what do you expect me to do? Take down the entire First Order with my laser sword?" Like, no one expects Luke to jump in the air and take down Star Destroyers with his lightsaber. That's something...
He's not the fucking Emperor who could just casually wipe out entire, star fleets with lightning.
Yeah, exactly. But that line in particular feels like Rian Johnson trying to respond to the fans. Oh, Luke isn't that powerful. It's like, okay, even if people did say he was, they're obviously crazy people who don't know, like, how to use Luke in that instance. You don't respond to those people, especially in your movie, in the mainline series. Just make a story. And, yeah, it's just really dumb.
Yeah, TLJ in general is just fucking dog shit. It is one of the worst movies ever.
Yeah, oh yeah, easily.
Oof, so bad.
Remember, your Snoke theory sucks. Oh, he's not that important. Who's Snoke? Oh, fucking he's dead.
Yeah, that's probably the greatest evidence that he was just trying to shit on fans and fan theories. Your Snoke theory sucks. And then he did absolutely fucking nothing with them. Like, of course every fan theory sucks if you could read them and decide not to do any of them, or change your story to, like, around the theories so that they're all wrong.
Yeah.
Fucking round-headed idiot.
Yeah, that's such a piece of shit thing to do, too. It's just like, you have an entire fan base who likes this fucking franchise, these sequel movies for some reason. At least the first one that came out. They make their headcanons about what Snoke might be.
And here's the thing, too. You don't even have to go with any of those fan theories. You could still come up with something new. And the whole, oh, your Snoke theory sucks could be teasing that, hey, there is so much more to this character than any of you realize. Not nothing.
Yeah.
Not literally nothing.
Yeah, and that's so fucking stupid because it's like, dude, you had an infinite well of fucking options to choose from. People literally handed you good ideas on a silver platter, and you just said, "No, fuck the fans. It's all bad. It sucks. So Snoke has to suck too. You fucking losers."
Well, yeah, it's literally, you could have done anything and you chose to do nothing.
Yeah, what if it wasn't one of the theories that he was Darth Palladius?
Pelagius, yeah.
Yeah. Like, it was him, and he survived. His apprentice, the Palpatine, didn't realize he survived.
Yeah. At Creetosis...
That would have been interesting.
Huh?
So, God, that would have been interesting.
Yeah, that would have been very interesting. Hell, even the fucking Darth Jar Jar fan theory would have been better than what we actually got.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
Yeah.
At Creetosis, what did you think of Matt Smith as the Doctor? I really liked his portrayal of the Doctor. The unfortunate...
He had good moments and bad moments.
Well, it's not so much that he had bad moments, it's that the writing really dragged down his run.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I guess I should separate more the actor versus the writing. But
And
yeah,
and that's
he did great as the Doctor. He himself, the actor, did great as the Doctor. His
yeah.
mannerisms, everything. You could tell he was genuinely enthusiastic about the role, and he was just a talent at it. But yeah, the writing just fucked him over a lot.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. And that's not to say that his entire run was bad. There were some really good episodes during his run. But, man, there's some issues. I'll probably talk about them at some point. I love Doctor Who, and it's another thing in the massive pile of things I love that have been ruined. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've been
All right.
rewatching again recently. I just finished season 2 of the revived series where Rose gets sucked through the portal to the alternate dimension. That was actually the very first episode I had ever seen. Yeah.
Nice.
It's not so nice. I was fucking confused the first time I saw it. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
That's what I mean.
I'm
Nice. You came in at
curious.
such a great time. Yeah, it would have been more fascinating if you came in the time when they murdered the Emperor. You'd have been like, what the fuck just happened?
Murdered the Emperor. I'm lost.
Yeah, that was the Dalek Emperor when he was
right.
his victory
Yeah.
before his victory. They killed him.
Yeah, at the
And
end
then-
of season 1, Bad Wolf. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I got curious after that. Okay, so it's weird the way they were doing it back then. So I was in high school at the time, and they were playing reruns, but they were playing 2 episodes per day. One at like 4:30 and one at 8:30. Maybe it was 4 and 8. Doesn't matter. Point is, the episode they play at 8:30 is the episode they played yesterday at 4:30. So I ended up seeing the 4:30 then the 8:30 episode. So I saw Doomsday, then Army of Ghosts in fucking reverse order. and then after I saw Army of Ghosts, I watched Doomsday again the next day with full at least obviously not full context for who the characters were and everything, but at least the previous episode. I'm like, okay, there's something here. This could be interesting. So I kept on watching it
Oh my god.
through the weekdays after school, and I was hooked by Blink. Blink is what really hooked me in. That was a really good fucking episode.
At least your first episode wasn't, goodbye, Chloe Wamma. We will miss you.
Oh yeah, fear her.
Oh my god.
Or
That
the
episode
fucking
was so
Absorbaloff episode. Yeah, my girlfriend is a fucking pavement tile, and we still have a sex life.
We still have a
What
love
the
life.
fuck?
It's like, dude! I stick my dick in the paving tile. Stick my dick in the paving tile.
I love Doctor Who, but man, there are some weird episodes. I just got here. Has MovieBlob kill anyone yet? He's trying. We're talking about Doctor Who instead, apparently. That was a $10 super chat from Terra24. Thank you. Oh, scrolling the wrong chat there. Just to see if... Okay. 100 rubles from Colin Archer. Thank you. Ryan, I'm crashing this franchise with no survivors.
Wait, you skipped... Oh yeah, no, you did do the hasn't killed anybody yet. Yeah, well... God damn, I'm already like trying to avoid MovieBlob so much, I'm missing their super chats when you do them. Jesus.
Blink was written by Stephen Moffat. Yes, it was.
Yeah,
See,
it was kind of the stuff that showed that Stephen Moffat was a good Doctor Who writer. Then it turns out he was a terrible showrunner, but he was a great writer for episodes.
And that was the position I held for a long time too, is he wrote some of the best episodes before he took over the show, but after he took over the show it went downhill. So.
Yeah.
Blink and Midnight are the best episodes of Doctor Who. See, I'm still doing my rewatch, and I've forgotten a lot more than I thought I did. I haven't seen Midnight in quite a while. I'm looking forward to getting to it again, though.
God, man, my fucking chat is all kinds of jacked on the thing.
Rip.
It like fights me every time I try to scroll up. Indigo Gaming says, one time I rented a DVD from Netflix and didn't realize it was two-sided. Watched the last disc of the 1980s show V before the second to last. Was confused as fuck.
Yeah, I bet that'd be confusing.
Yeah, Stephen Moffat was way better off as a one-episode writer. Dude,
Well,
and then he could
pull off a two-parter.
Yeah.
He could pull off a good two-parter. It's just showrunner. And I forget where I've heard it, but I think I also heard he was running Sherlock at the time, too.
He was running Sherlock, and Sherlock is a fucking disaster. That show is awful.
So, it was probably a combination of having to run two shows at once.
I don't know what it was, but Sherlock started off terrible, and it continued terribly.
Rip.
Like, even by the second episode, you have major fucking problems, because your first episode... Okay, so in the second episode, his entire premises about how he knew that the guy, the banker, didn't kill himself was because he's left-handed. It's kind of hard to shoot yourself in the right side of the head if you're left-handed. It was very awkward. And he's like, well, how do you know he's left-handed? The pen is on this side of the notepads. He buttered with this side of the knife. It's like, I'm right-handed. I butter with both sides of the fucking knife because it's a fucking knife. That doesn't change anything when you use the backside. When you do a backhand versus forehand, it doesn't change anything. And then, even better, it was this whole thing of like, here's another thing that would ruin you, Sherlock, is the fact that you saw Dr. Watson kill the guy in the first episode shooting with his non-dominant hand. Because he doesn't want to hurt his hand. A lot of people... So, here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. When people shoot guns, a lot of people have an innate built-in fear of hurting their dominant hand, so they'll shoot offhanded. For some fucking reason. It just happens. People naturally do it because they want to keep their dominant hand as far away from the dangerous shooty bang-bang as they can.
Oh.
It is weird. Oh, dude. It is so fucking bad.
The rules of buttering restrictor back in the day. God, come on.
Yeah, back in what, 2006? Or when was it 2012? Hey, it was recent. Yeah, dude, Sherlock's observational skills are complete magic bullshit in that show. It is no basis of logic or reality. Like, dude, in the final episode, the final episode is the one where everyone's like, oh, it's awful, it can't be this bad, and then people are like, no, it was always this bad, you guys were just delusional, it was always shit. You're just now seeing it at its peak autistic shit.
Yeah, I've never actually seen an episode of Sherlock, so I can't really comment on it. I have heard various things about it, though. Most not so good.
Yeah.
$2 from Scoopmeister. Thank you. Hey, Stag. Stag time. Waka waka.
Waka waka.
€5 from Walter B. Gaiman. Thank you. Time to Factorio and Stag. I've never actually played Factorio. I heard it's good.
It is crack. It is crack in video game form, for sure. Yeah, no, it is fucking hilarious. Yeah, dude, it is literally that meme. Neo, it is literally that meme. Wait, it's a terrible show? Always has been.
$10 from Master Chof. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. Here's some nuggy money.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, as Indigo Gaming puts out, the Reichenbach fall is when the show started lying, hiding stuff from the audience. Writing went downhill dramatically from there. Yeah, it wasn't even strong before that, but it was... Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, I think for a show about mysteries, you should have enough evidence that the audience could figure it out themselves. You shouldn't be...
Yeah, it literally became like, there is no physical way you ever could have known you could have discovered this on your own. Like, yeah. The first episode was actually the best at giving you all the evidence you needed to solve... to figure it out. It was a bit convoluted, but the first episode was definitely the one that was, it gave you all the bits and pieces. Then from that on, it just went fucking downhill like crazy.
Anyways, let's get back.
Well, one thing before we do that, Colin Arch says, I think Chuff is a pretty cool guy. He kills aliens and doesn't afraid of anything. All right.
Killer. We all good? Okay then. Let's talk about Rey from Nowhere for a minute. Firstly, just so we're all on the same page, just as the meta-narrative of the new trilogy is very much about Kathleen Kennedy's incarnation of Lucasfilm inheriting and trying to carry forward Star Wars as a preeminent modern pop mythology in the Western consciousness, in terms of character...
What the fuck did he just say? Hold on. What was that word salad?
It's just basically gobbledygook for...
Yeah, it was I'm so smart. That was an I'm so smart moment. Hold on a second. Let's listen to that one more time. Oh, also, we needed to listen to it at the appropriate speed. Oh, we were at the wrong speed for this as well.
I was about to say, too, he isn't talking as fast as he normally does, so we could probably get away without speed or slowing it down.
Too late. Let's. I need to hear that because that was fucking insanity. Hold on, here we go.
God, I hate his fake accent. Yeah, it's kind of bad.
Let's talk about Rey from Nowhere for a minute. Firstly, just so we're all on the same page, just as the meta-narrative of the new trilogy is very much about Kathleen Kennedy's incarnation of Lucasfilm inheriting and trying to carry forward Star Wars as a preeminent modern pop mythology in the Western consciousness.
I heard every word, but I can't understand what the fuck he's actually trying to get at. It's a meta-narrative about Kathleen Kennedy?
Yeah, because I think what he's trying to say is the narrative behind the scenes is that she's trying to keep Star Wars alive in pop culture for the modern era.
Which is, I mean, yeah, you want to keep your cash cow alive, but that is not, like, what the fuck?
Is this another supposed to be bad argument? I have no idea.
It might be. Oh my god, I should add it's supposed to be bad as one of the bingo space. I can't believe I didn't do that.
You fucked up.
Ah, fuck.
$5 from Terror24. Thank you. Homeless Network, what the fuck? I assume that's a Sherlock thing. A lot of stories do the fucking secret underground homeless, like, society.
Well, and they could have done it. They could have done it well. It was done in the original books with the Baker Street Irregulars. Like, you could have easily done that again, but no, it's just he gives the homeless people 100 quid every now and then, and they're like they'll slip them all the information and tail people and pickpocket people for him and shit like that. It's fucking weird.
Homeless hive mind.
Basically.
Yeah, it's funny when they do that idea really badly, like fucking,
apparently
what was that David Cage game? Indigo Prophecy? I'm sorry for bringing up your name in relation to that, Indigo. It's totally unintentional.
Yeah, my favorite take on Indigo Prophecy is that David Cage was being really kind to the homeless because he knew one day he would join them if he kept making shitty video games.
Oh god, laughing makes my head hurt right now. I don't know why.
Okay, yeah, I do have it supposed to be bad on the bingo card already. Good, alright.
Remember when the protagonist of that game fucking jumps into the air and Matrix Kung Fu fights a helicopter?
When he fucking Dragon Ball Z fights the main bad guy, yeah. Holy shit, dude.
It's Fahrenheit, you filthy casual. Why does it have two different names?
Different regions. Because they couldn't get away with calling it Fahrenheit in the US because of copyright.
There's something else. Okay, I don't want to know this deep lore. I'm fine without it.
Yeah. Yeah, oh my god, it is actual insanity.
What's the difference between Kathleen and JF? I'm not sure who JF is.
JFK.
One Kennedy had to be shot to lose. Oh!
Remember, as we watch the Zapruder film, back and to the left. One more time. Back and to the left. Back and to the left.
John Wick 2 had the hobo assassins and the pigeon lord. What the fuck?
Yeah, don't you remember that? The
I've
pigeon
never
lord,
seen
he looks like a... okay, yeah. Sorry. Well, there's some spoilers for you. There's a dude who's literally a homeless. He pretends to be homeless, but he's actually super rich and fancy, and all the homeless people actually work for him.
What?
They're all part of a super crime organization.
What?
What?
What is this insanity?
Dude, well, you've at least seen the most infamous scene of the suppressor fight, right?
No.
Oh God, I have.
Okay, so John Wick and dipshit number 2, because both of them are dipshits in this, are just walking in a public subway. One of them is up on one of them's up on a higher level than the other,
Okay.
and they both see each other, and so they both, using their jackets as cover, start firing off their pistols at each other with silencers on it. And in the movie, it's obviously pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, that's not how. That's not.
In real, somebody actually made an edit of the scene of what it would sound like for real, and it was like, and then like all these people not being able to actually like hear these loud ass gunshots that are only like that are just under 120 decibels. It's like, yeah, guys.
I'll have to check out that re-edit of that scene at some point.
We will watch that after the stream for sure.
I'll be right back.
Because it is god tier. Yeah, that was always the joke with Hollywood and game designers of not understanding that's why gun manufacturers stopped calling them silencers, because of fucking Hollywood and video game companies putting in this public consciousness that they sound like fucking kitten farts. and all these gun manufacturers like, dude, people are constantly wanting people are constantly wanting refunds because it doesn't sound like the way they do in Hollywood movies. So they rebranded the entire thing to suppressor so that people understood, no, it doesn't make them fucking quiet. That sound like little... That doesn't happen. Now, it can happen if you have a suppressor that's built into your weapon system itself and you use subsonic ammunition. That can actually happen. You can actually achieve the Hollywood silencer. But yeah, not in any normal weapon. You can't.
How many people
Alright, I'm back.
have seen movies and misunderstood silencers and tried to use them on other people and got fucked over for it?
Probably a lot, honestly. But most people would just try to get a refund because their silencer wasn't quiet. They said it was defective. It was clearly defective and shit like that. So they're like, okay, we're not calling them silencers anymore. It's fucking suppressors.
Does this count as a gun tangent? Yes.
Yeah, fair. It counts because it is connected to firearms. So there you go. It is a gun tangent. There's your gun tangent for all you bingo card users that actually have me on it, but I'm not on my own. Damn it.
Get fucked. Yeah, I know people have mixed up movie logic for real life logic before. I forget the name of the serial killer, but he's a guy who strangled people. It's actually really tragic. But on his first outing, he strangled a family and they kept waking up after a few minutes because he thought he was using movie logic. Oh, I choked them for 20 seconds, so they're dead.
Yeah.
And yeah, that whole thing is fucking horrible. Holy shit.
Oh man, I legit knew somebody. I don't know if they still think this, but back when I was in high school, keep that in mind. We were in fucking high school.
Uh-oh.
I knew somebody who actually thought that like the whole shooting a gun forever thing was something guns could actually do, where they just didn't run out of ammo. I shit you not. And I was like, I was genuinely curious if he was like,
he had to be
mentally damaged.
No, shockingly, there are people that are that dumb. Okay, so here's another gun tangent for you guys. So you already got it on your bingo card, so it doesn't count again. Anyways, when I was in the Marines and we went to the range, because you have to qualify for range. In the Marine Corps, we actually have a much more stringent and stricter range qualification than the Army does. So the Army will shoot 100 yards, 200 yards, and that's it. Marine Corps shoots 100, 200, and 500 yards. So you have to actually show really good proficiency with your firearm to pass. Well, the guy in front of me, I don't know how brain damaged he was. He was a Mexican kid. This was the Mexican guy in front of me who also bought mouthwash at the PX so he could get drunk, because mouthwash used to have alcohol in it.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
don't do that,
no.
by the way. Yeah, definitely do not do that.
What the fuck?
So this guy, he was on the range, and with his M16 would pull the trigger and then reach up and rack the charging handle. Just and I was just watching this poor, beautiful, innocent, pure piece of ammunition get kicked out into the dirt. This unfired round of ammunition is sitting in the dirt now. I was like, okay, that had to be a fluke. He thought he had a weapons malfunction or something. He fires again. Like, what are you doing? Fires again. I immediately said, range officer, come here. And the range officer came to me. He's like, what the hell you want, recruit? And I just knife-handed right at the guy in front of me. I said, look at this. And he watched him fire it, and the range officer immediately came up to him, slapped him across the face, and grabbed his gun out of his hands. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. It must have been nice to see him get this fucking shit slapped out of him, though.
Oh, it was fucking great. It was a quick corrective action.
There's a couple super chats here I want to grab before we get back. €5 from Walter B. Gaiman. Thank you. Everyone is deaf in the John Wick universe. You just don't understand. That must be it.
It seems like it.
$5 from GG Evan 317. Thank you. Hollywood and TV always misled the public with science and engineering to catch dumb criminals. Well, I don't think it's necessarily that.
It's not intentional.
I think it's just more the fact that a writer in a writer's room isn't going to know, like, the necessary information to do certain things. Like, if you sat a bunch of random writers down to, I don't know, write a war story, those people have never actually been in a war, most of them. So
yeah,
they wouldn't know what it's actually like on the battlefield or military command or anything like that. All they have to work on are like secondhand experiences, assuming they even go that far. So it's understandable that a lot of writers would mix stuff up. However, there is shit that's unforgivable, like two characters hacking on the same keyboard, or
like CSI Cyber. Oh man.
I don't think
if you've never watched that show, it is horrifically painful.
I've seen the episode of CSI New York where they're like tracking a killer on Second Life. Holy shit, that was cringy.
Yeah. Also, okay, I need to address this. $2 super chat for peace was never an option. Oh no, such as a Blue Falcon. Okay, listen. No, that is not a buddy fucker moment, okay? That is this dude is gonna get himself killed on a battlefield moment. This moron thinks his semi-automatic rifle needs to be rechambered every single time he pulls the trigger. No, that's me saving his dumbass and everybody else that's going to be relying on that stupid bastard to keep them safe.
$5 from Terra24. Thank you. Then they caught Alec Baldwin clean then.
Yeah. Dude, CSI Cyber is comedy gold. It is the cringiest, most baffling junk science show you will ever see. They They robbed the jewelry store, but they didn't take any of the jewels. They broke into the safe to take their Bitcoin.
What?
Welcome to the first episode of CSI Cyber. Dude. Oh, God. It is, yes, it is incredibly funny.
I was so unprepared for that. I nearly died coughing. Holy shit.
Oh,
Not literally.
God.
They broke into their safe to steal their Bitcoin.
Steal
Are
their
you fucking
Bitcoin.
kidding me?
Yes. No, I'm not kidding you. Dude, yes, it would be a fantastic show to watch and cringe at. Holy shit, it is hilariously awful. It is blatantly out of touch. Like
Oh my God.
the dude that hacks into roller coasters to make them crash. There was like, roller coasters? Roller coasters aren't connected to the internet, you fuck. What the fuck?
Stealing NFTs? That'd be hilarious. They broke into a safe and stole his ape.
Yes, they stole their not real Bitcoin in their real safe. Yes. Oh, dude. It is safe looted by a Tarkov player. He's not wrong.
$5
€5
for
for
Walter B.
Gaming. He
Thank
is
you.
not wrong. That is actually what you do in Tarkov. You can actually steal Bitcoin.
Yeah, you can. It's so stupid.
Oh my God. $5 from GG Evan 317. Thank you. Alec Baldwin literally pulled an OJ, vowing to find the real killer. But Alec pulled the trigger.
But he found him. He said he vowed he would find him, and then he's gonna look in the mirror and say, "I caught you, you son of a bitch."
What?
I'm good.
How the fuck is he gonna pull that? What?
I'm gonna break into your safe and steal your tabs. You better not fucking do it. That safe is under guard. Alright.
Don't worry, just get in contact with me. I'll put you in touch with the Lizard Underground tab resistance. It's called Looter, okay?
Alright.
LUTR, Looter.
Alright, let's get back to this video.
Alright.
In action, that story has mainly been told through the non-Jedi and/or Force-using characters. Hence the First Order and the Resistance both being relatively new power structures, both trying...
What? Okay.
So they're new power structures because they're representative of Kathleen Kennedy trying to keep Star Wars modern.
Yeah,
or like
why is there a
resistance?
Why is there a resistance movement? Please answer me this. Why is there a resistance movement in the new Star Wars movies? Not after The Force Awakens. Why is there a resistance movement in The Force Awakens? Why is there a recognized general / senator from the Republic who is the leader of the Resistance? What the fuck?
Yeah, and it's an obvious thing everyone's already said before, but the heroes needed to be the underdogs for people to root for them. Which, no, you didn't. You could have done a really interesting story where the Empire, or First Order, I guess, are the underdogs, and it's the Resistance trying to stamp them out. There are so many interesting stories you could have told on that. And, again, Mando sucks, but it's really interesting seeing the Stormtroopers actually celebrating their friends surviving a mission, and it humanizes them a bit more than not at all.
Or 5 minutes.
For 5 minutes before the show turns them into, like...
Yep.
Bodies again.
Yeah, that's the point, Ropar. Because the original movies had a rebellion. Duh. Exactly. That's how awful The Force Awakens is. I'm sorry, guys, if you thought The Force Awakens was good or even decent. No, it's a trash show.
Yeah, Force Awakens was really, really bad.
Yeah, what it could have been, it literally could have been, we are unit such and such of the Republic Army or whatever, and then they turn into a resistance after the Republic literally gets fucking Armageddoned out of existence.
Which it shouldn't, with just like 5 planets being destroyed. The
It
Republic
shouldn't, but you know what I
'cause
mean.
don't they say in the prequels there are thousands of planets that are thousands of systems, which
Yes.
is more than thousands of planets.
More than one planet per system. There can be more than one planet per system. Yes.
Yeah. They're part of the Republic. Now, that isn't necessarily saying all of them joined the New Republic. Some probably stayed out of it. But the point is, they shouldn't be wiped out with 5 planets being destroyed. Only one of them we know was fucking a major city, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, we can't have the bad guy be an underdog. Imagine if the audience started rooting for them and not the emo, evil, hot Ren.
Well, that's the thing, too, is you could have a villain that is an underdog, but still make the audience not root for them, you know?
You know, like Grand Admiral Thrawn.
I've never actually seen that story. Were those in books?
Yes, those are books.
Okay, so I've never read those.
And the only reason I bring them up is because Disney specifically went out of their way to decanonize and say that all of those were not canon and were just shitty fan fiction and everything like that. And it's like, man, when the shitty fan fiction, as you claim, is just 1,000 times better written than your shit. Holy God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Creetosis, can you make that in Bob We Trust frame a permanent overlay for STAG? Fucking never. I do not trust Bob in the slightest.
Yeah, no.
I would not trust Bob as far as I could throw him, and the fact I couldn't even pick his fat ass up should tell you. I don't even trust him. Dark World XL with $5 super chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Force Awakens is the least offensive movie from Disney. I will agree it's the least offensive, but it's still like a 2 out of 10. It's not a good movie at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's all the Disney Star Wars movies are fucking garbage.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay. back to the video.
To maintain the Empire and the Rebellion, respectively. But it's also telling an adjacent meta-narrative about Star Wars fans' experience with receiving and carrying out that same legacy, just as Luke, Vader, Obi-Wan, and the Emperor and Yoda all had their own private Jedi versus Sith story playing out within but very much apart from the bigger scale military conflict that the non-Force users were engaged in the...
I mean... the Jedi vs. Sith thing wasn't really separate. It was directly tied into it. The rebels were the Jedi. They believed in the Jedi ways and teachings and everything. The Empire was the Sith. I mean, that's full stop. The Empire was the Sith. They're not really separate.
Yeah.
Star Wars. Indigo's right. I mean, we've been pronouncing it wrong this whole time. It's Star Wars. Oh boy.
Let's just roll this back just a bit.
The fact that animators added pupils and irises to the chiss pisses me the fuck off. They took away the most unsettling and alien feature from an otherwise recolored human race. Yeah.
I don't know what the chiss are.
The chiss are what Grand Admiral Thrawn is.
Ah. Okay.
So they don't have pupils or irises. It's all one flat color. Kind of like a rat. Rat's eyes are basically one color. It's very disturbing to look at. And it's what makes them so unsettling, the chiss so unsettling to look at.
Yeah,
because not only do they have... They literally look just like normal people, but they have blue skin, and then their eyes have no pupils. It's all one color. And in Grand Admiral Thrawn's case, it was blood red.
Oh.
Yeah, and then they changed it and gave him pupils, and it just makes him look like a fucking... kind of makes him look like a dark elf.
Yeah, it really does.
Oh, so he's fighting the Enwas, then.
Yeah.
I'm starting to like this Grand Admiral Thrawn character. He sounds pretty neat.
The Imperial Remnant, the entire storyline for the Imperial Remnant was fantastic, because it delved more into like why they fought for the Empire and how the Empire wasn't all bad and it was actually a force for peace and stability. It's just that they went about it in horrible ways, but for a lot of systems, it was a huge improvement from the chaos that happened before it. So it was that deep dive look into why do people support fascism? Because to a lot of people, it's a lot of good, but it's still horrible and needs to be fought.
Yeah.
So you can have both of those statements be true. Very, very good book series. Highly recommend the Thrawn trilogy.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about it. I heard, aside from Knights of the Old Republic, it's probably the one expanded universe thing that I've heard people mention the most as being amazing. So, yeah.
Oh, God damn it. Indigo Gaming says, so you're saying the Chiss could never become a Jedi Master because they have no pupils?
Also, commented chat from a few minutes ago. Luke casually fighting the Emperor of the main enemy, not related to the main conflict. Not
Yeah,
at
exactly.
all. It was just a coincidence that Luke happened to be part of the Resistance, and good old Palpy happened to be the leader of the Empire. It was just a coincidence that they went through the fight during a battle trying to destroy the second Death Star and end the Empire. Total coincidence, nothing else.
Tover says, can't show the good side of anything bad. The world of liberals is black and white. There is no gray. Yeah.
Yeah.
And again, like I said, because the whole thing of like, if it's so horrible and evil, why would anybody ever willingly follow it unless you were completely deranged and evil yourself? It's because there are good aspects to everything as well. That's the problem. Is a lot of people get stuck with the good and they don't think deeper than that. They don't see past the pretty architecture and the nice stained glass windows. They don't open the door and see that it's a literal corpse factory or anything.
Yeah, there's definitely an issue with people seeing things too much in black and white.
Yeah, because again, if you see everything in black and white, then you'll never see the warning signs of when actual things are going wrong.
Kind of like the modern world.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, back to the thankfully fictional world of Star Wars.
Own private Jedi versus Sith story playing out within but very much apart from the bigger scale military conflict that the non-Force users were engaged in the original trilogy. Here, the Star Wars fandom metaphors are all contained within the storyline that jointly encapsulates...
Oh God, that scene in particular. I can only... Every time I see this thing on, let me back up to it. Let's get to it.
The Star Wars fandom metaphors are all contained within...
Yeah.
It's the autistic.
Yeah. Oh man, that got memed on so hard when it first was shown in trailers and shit. Oh man.
Oh God. Dude, it's fucking that scene. I just can never see that scene without thinking about how awful it is.
Yeah.
You've got people reading in chat.
Snugan put it perfectly. We put new batteries in your vibrator. It's too strong.
I love the chat just evolved to a bunch of reeing.
Oh God.
My face when I'm at the chiropractors.
Oh, dude, don't go to chiropractor. Okay, that'll be a full other tangent about. Go to physical therapists. There is a difference. One of them is a legally protected term, and one of them is not.
Oh.
It's same thing with dietitian versus nutritionist. Nutritionist is not a legally protected term, but dietitian is. So if you want somebody who actually has a medical degree and has been peer reviewed, dietitian.
I think we need to move off this frame so chat stops reeing. I can understand why they'd be reeing at Rey, though, so, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I mean, that's all the fucking movie did was just one giant ree the whole fucking way through.
Dude, the fucking casino plan. Oh my God. We'll have to talk. Yeah, yes, Bob. Tell me how the casino planet was a love letter to the fandom. I would love to hear that
He's
one.
probably going to work that in because he seems to be going with this whole, oh yeah, the background... non-official narrative of the movie is this is all about the fans of Star Wars and fandom. So he's probably gonna find a way to work in Canto Bite. God, I fucking hate... I'm so bad!
$5 super chat from High Speed Tacos. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm assuming Star Wars blasters are based off World War One, II, what blaster would be a space in $1,000? Honestly, I don't know.
And also Indigo Gaming in chat. $1 billion Disney franchise telling us capitalism bad. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fucking brilliant. Now, capitalism bad. Now buy all of our stuff and consume. It's like, okay.
And these stories Rey and Kylo Ren. To put it bluntly, the two of them are both in-universe metaphorical stand-ins for Star Wars.
No.
Fucking what?
Not at all.
No, not even remotely.
Dude.
I knew we were in for some insanity, but what? Rey
also
and Kylo are stand-ins for the fans. What?
I know that she's just a kid. I know this is just children, but one of these children is the stupidest of them all. Can you figure out which one is the dumb one?
Green? Well, they're just kids. I'm not...
I know. Like I said, it's just children, but I just love the fact that she is deflecting the lightsaber from the wrong side. She's not defending her. She is completely open to just getting. If they literally just go down her blade, whoop, her arms are off.
Oh, yeah.
I guess again, it's just children, but it's just funny. It's funny that this picture is the one that Bob chose to show.
€2 from Enclave Emily. Thank you. Didn't know Acer Thrawn was a Jedi. Oh God. $5 from Terra24. Thank you. Love that they use his children as the main representative for Star Wars fans. Well, there seems to be an effort.
Remember,
there seems to be an effort to write Star Wars off as, oh, it's just a dumb kids thing, and that makes it immune from criticism. Yeah. See, that's the thing.
Was.
That's the thing I think a lot of people mistake. Being okay, so a lot of what people consider to be children's media isn't children's media; it's family media, which means anyone can sit down and watch it. Star Wars isn't a children's property or it's IP or anything or series. It is a series generally meant more for families. That means a fucking 50-year-old man can sit down and enjoy it. What I would consider Huh?
I've got to address this. It's coming up in the chat constantly now. So, she wants the sweet release of a lightsaber will give, just like all of us. The child does not practice the sword arts, loser. Thank you for debunking the sword fighting of children. You are truly smarter than a 5-year-old. Typical such, finding the easiest way to kill the kiddies. Well, you only make that mistake once, at least. While you studied the blade, I studied how to die.
Star Wars 1977 was a proper sci-fi action film, accidentally popular with children. Yeah, that too.
Yes. Yeah, it was the original Star Wars trilogy. The original Star Wars film was not intended for children.
Yeah, you see the fucking burnt corpses of Uncle Owen and Aunt Beru at the start.
You see a guy's severed arm on the ground bleeding.
Yeah.
Like that, it is not a movie for children. Are you Anakin?
Hey, nothing wrong with little extermination of the younglings.
God, yeah.
$5 from High Speed Tacos. Thank you. You know, for kids, Kylo Ren proceeds to place a decapitated head of a rebel in war meeting to commit space genocide. Yeah, fucking Rise of Skywalker.
Yep.
There's a little alien dude that apparently Mark Hamill voices because, you know, we've downgraded you from a real character into a dead ghost that's super powerful and does nothing. So we might as well have you voice this shitty random character too. The alien gives him the info and he's like, hey, win the war. And the next time we see him, Kylo Ren just plops his fucking severed head onto a table.
Win the war, and they give him the longest and thickest data cable ever to tell them something that could have been written on a napkin.
Yeah, we apparently need to fucking plug in this heavy-duty cable to R2 to download. USBs don't exist in this world. You could have put it on a flash drive.
They didn't even need a USB. They literally could have put on the
I know
Palpatine.
that.
Palpatine is alive. He is on Exegol. And then they could have just thrown it across the gap and like, here.
Yeah,
and then fly away.
They could have tied the note to a rock and just thrown it in the fucking hole.
As Indigo Gaming puts it, it had death, dismemberment, burnt parents, murderous heroes. Han shot first. I'll talk about that in a second. World War II style bombing runs, etc. Yeah. Han actually isn't murderous. He is practicing proper self-defense. The guy, Guido, actually has a blaster pointed at him. It's full on. It is a display of a weapon is deadly force. It is implied deadly force and intent to use said weapon. So Han was perfectly within his right to defend himself.
Yep.
Yeah,
a lot
that's
of people
why.
don't know that if somebody pulls a revolver or a pistol out on you and aims it directly at you, and yeah, you are within your right to defend yourself. You can draw your own pistol and fire if you are within your own home and you feel that you are threatened.
Not even within your own home.
It
gets more complicated than that, but it's not even within your own home.
Well, it depends. It depends on what state you're in. Some of them straight up will not let you do it if you are outside of your home. You will go to jail.
Yeah, I was going to say it depends on what state you're in, because some states are more strict on that than others. But that is exactly the reason why a certain individual's bicep got evaporated. It's because you don't have to shoot to be a threat when you're pointing a fucking gun at someone's head.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because it's obvious what your intention is when you're pointing a gun at someone's head. You don't need to shoot to make it any more fucking obvious.
Setch doesn't just kill kids. He's also a great space lawyer. I am not a lawyer, by the way.
Hey, a little bit of child murder builds character.
I just realized something. I denied immediately. I am not a lawyer, but I didn't deny the killing children. Wow. I guess I realized where my priorities were. Yes, I agree. He's not bashing Han, but he did straight up kill a dude. Absolutely, he did.
All right.
I mean, just look at them. Kylo Ren goes around in a Vader-style voice-changing helmet that he doesn't need to wear for any reason. He's not a cyborg. He's not really a Sith.
Okay, so you know that helmet is, like, really good for intimidation? If they don't see your fucking baby face underneath, you're a lot more intimidating to any enemies with it than without it.
Yep. And, you know what's even better about helmets? And why a lot of regimes and really evil people, Antifa, wear masks? It's because the moment you don a mask and people can no longer see your face, it liberates you psychologically to do the most heinous and horrible shit. Because you feel like the consequences will not be directed at you, it's directed at the mask. And that has been a long-standing science within psychology. As much as if people want to argue if psychology is actually a science or not, I'd say there's still value to be taken from it. But that is why the faceless goon is such a common trope, because it makes sense. When you give your minions the ability to have true anonymity, it liberates them to do the most heinous shit possible.
Yeah. Yeah, and Black Bloc has been doing that for years, decades now, of wearing masks to hide the things. Antifa just kind of morphed from Black Bloc into what they are now, but kept all the same things that they did.
Yeah.
A helmet is also a fantastic poker face. Makes you look brutal and cool no matter what you're feeling. Yeah, you can hide emotion whether you're scared or agitated or fucking whatever else.
Yep.
So yeah, a helmet would be very useful in situations like this.
And the Stormtrooper helmet So if we just leave and look at the Stormtrooper helmet, do Stormtroopers actually need the helmet and its full face covering thing? No, they can get away with just a standard flak helmet like we use in the modern military. That is good enough for 99.9% of protection. However, the Stormtrooper helmet has optics built into it, has the breath mask built into it, the ability to filter out gas. They can act as an NBC system directly for each soldier. So while it's ineffective against the lasers will actually just straight up kill them, as we see in the movies. Granted, they try later on with extended media to say that, well, there are light lasers and heavy lasers, a heavy blaster versus light blaster, and blah, 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 you know. It really... Well, if we go by what the movies show, then the most sane people are the Imperial officers that don't wear any of this heavy armor and everything like that, and they're completely free to move and run around.
Well, I think that's less sane than just what they're ordered to wear. Mando especially shows how fucking worthless Stormtrooper armor is.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, by the logic of the fact that the armor does nothing...
Yeah.
In the movies, it literally does nothing for the Stormtroopers. It doesn't even stop them getting literally killed by little teddy bears smacking them with sticks. So if it literally does nothing, why wear it?
Yeah, I love the original trilogy, but Return of the Jedi, it definitely has some tism.
Yeah. $5 super chat from High Speed Tacos. Thank you very much. I love Darth Vader's helmet because it makes him perpetually angry looking. Yep. That's the thing. It is pure intimidation factor. It isn't just the fact that his helmet is giving him his life support and oxygen needs. The way it is shaped is specifically designed to evoke a skull. It is supposed to be intimidating.
Yeah.
How many stormtroopers... Oh, go ahead.
No, I pressed play on the video.
Yeah, how many... I was going to say, just go ahead. This is completely unrelated. How many stormtroopers could an Enclave platoon take? Probably all of them, honestly. If you use actual, tactics and stuff. Because the Enclave power armor is shown to protect against laser blasts. And this would get into the whole thing. We don't know how powerful the lasers in Star Wars are. And we don't know how effective the Enclave lasers would be in return. And the lasers and plasma things would be in return. We don't know. What we've seen in both is that laser fire and plasma fire doesn't affect the Enclave as much as a simple blaster / laser does to stormtroopers. So just off of that, because we don't know an exact... Nobody's ever done none of the people that own... So Bethesda hasn't done a crossover with Star Wars, and they haven't made it canon that this how powerful each thing is in comparison to each other. We don't know. But from everything we've seen, yeah, the stormtroopers wouldn't stand a chance.
Well, here's the thing, too, is we mainly see Enclave troops in game. If they were to do some kind of crossover between Star Wars and Fallout, they'd probably do the typical thing with crossovers where they're fairly evenly matched. So what we'd end up seeing, and what we might end up seeing anyways in the fucking Fallout TV show, depending how that turns out, is that generic Enclave troops and power armor just might go down as fast as stormtroopers, because that's what these writers do with stuff. So, I need to stress to chat and anyone else who ever may watch this, there is a lot to fear from the Fallout TV show if what they're going to do to the lore and stuff, especially if they consider it part of the main canon. Holy shit.
So, as Razmataz says, are the lasers in Fallout actually lasers? I mean, the laser rifles have recoil. That's a common thing from people. They just assume that it should have recoil. It's a weird thing, if you ever see Warhammer 40k, the las pistols, las guns, and everything like that don't have any recoil. In the canon, in the lore, they specify they do not have recoil. But when you see that in action... in short films or in games, it looks wrong. Something doesn't look right. So a lot of media will err on the side of trying to make it look and feel powerful. And part of that is it has recoil. Whereas the las gun in 40k, we can literally blow off concrete bunkers with a single shot and has no recoil and never jams. So they try to emphasize that this is how strong it is by giving it recoil and assumed recoil.
Well, there's a way to explain that away, too. You could always just say, yeah, soldiers were so used to recoil on ballistic weapons that by the time we introduced laser weapons, they were compensating for recoil that wasn't there. So we had to build a recoil into the gun every time they fired to reverse compensate for their compensation, and it just stuck around.
Indigo actually brings up a better option, though. One way to explain recoil could be a burst of steam / coolant after every laser shot.
Yeah?
Mass Effect 2 actually did that with the whole heating coils thing, making the weapons more powerful and adding heating coils to it. And so when you are reloading in Mass Effect 2, you literally are blowing out these spent heating coils that are like bright fucking yellow. They're so fucking hot. They're just spitting those out, and you're sticking in a new heating coil.
Do we know who's working on the TV show? One of the showrunners of Westworld, which I've heard
Which is not a good sign.
I've heard season 1 is really good. I've heard each season after that gets progressively worse.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard it gets pretty bad over time.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure Critical Drinker did a couple videos on Westworld, so I'd recommend checking those out.
He did. As Ropar says, a 40k las gun. Hold on 1 second. A 40k las gun is as powerful as a 50 cal machine gun. No recoil and hundreds of rounds of power to a single power pack. This weapon is so weak in its setting that it's nicknamed a flashlight. Yep. This weapon is literally more powerful than anything on Earth or anything conceived of on Earth, and it is considered to be a flashlight. That's how intense the power scale is in 40k.
Oh.
Dress up like one. Vader had armor, Kylo Ren has a costume. He is literally a Darth Vader cosplayer.
Wait, okay. So you said he's literally a Darth Vader cosplayer, but now you're showing him doing his temper tantrum. Are you just saying, are you going to associate that this is what all these cosplayers are like? Like, where are you going with this now?
I think he's trying to say that Kylo Ren is the dark side of the fandom, the fanboys who hate things.
Is he going to do the fandom menace? Dude, because that is actually a plot point, the fanboy argument. I'm waiting for it. If he's going there.
You mean a bingo card point?
This is a bingo card point.
Your bingo card is not a plot. It's not a story, goddammit.
No, it is.
But I could imagine him doing that. That feels like where he's going. I'm just... Darth Vader had armor, Kylo Ren had a costume. How do you know it's not necessarily armor, too?
Yeah, we don't know that. We've seen Beskar, which is ludicrous, absurd armor that's super lightweight and very thin.
I hate that Beskar exists.
Yeah, Scott, I agree with you. Last gun is definitely not equal to a 50 cal. I'd say it's 1,000 times more powerful. That I would definitely agree. It's way more powerful. But that's just a good real world analogy because people think like big strong weapon. Well, 50 cal sniper rifles, 50 cal machine guns. Like, yeah, this would be way more ludicrous. It'd be more like a 20 millimeter cannon, autocannon.
I love it when movie franchises mock their audience. Yeah, that's the best part.
Yep. What's wrong with Beskar? The fact it exists, it destroys so much.
Yeah, the power scale is fucked because of shit like Beskar. It's just, if you watch Mando, it's just pure immunity to weapons.
Lightsabers, to blasters, to everything. Beskar is literally immune to everything.
Oh,
they try to say it's rare, but that doesn't matter.
And by the way, they never shoot for the gaps in his armor. They always shoot directly for the Beskar. So it's literally being used as plot armor.
Yeah.
Dude runs down a fucking hallway being shot at by like 10 stormtroopers and they all hit his Beskar. And then it looks so pathetic. He trips and drops the grenades and that blows up all the stormtroopers.
Yeah.
Yeah, which
It
makes no
is.
sense. Like, there was no need for him to do this, like, weird run and die. Like, he's getting hit. Just fucking walk forward and throw the fucking thing then at that point.
Yeah.
80% of his body is not protected by this armor, guys. 80%. It is insanity that these stormtroopers are rapid firing and managing to hit only the armor.
Yeah, it makes no sense. It looks so bad.
Already ruined armor with Phasma. Oof. Yeah, that wasn't good either.
Yeah. Yeah, that was not very good either.
Yeah. Well, okay, let's see again. Let's see where he goes with this, because, oh boy.
Yeah, I have a feeling we already know where he's going with it, but let's just confirm it.
Co-leading an entire movement that's basically made up of bad fanboys.
Yeah.
Made up of bad
of course.
fanboys.
Of course.
Well, I'm checking out the fanboy argument now.
You're going to start really derailing these streams if every time we do one, you're like, oh, that's a bingo slot. Oh, that's a bingo slot.
No, I'm just doing it for Bob. Bob is a special case. He deserves to know he is so pitiful that I can only think of him in terms of bingo slots.
So, the Empire, the First Order, I guess, are the terrible fanboys who... God, I really hate the fucking fanboy argument. It's so dismissive.
It is.
It's like, people can't have a legitimate reason for feeling the way they do. They can't have legitimate complaints about the movies. It's all just angry, toxic fanboys who didn't get their fucking perfect wish or whatever.
Yeah. New bingo slot should be derailed by getting bingo.
Oh god.
Co-leading an entire movement that's basically made up of bad fanboys. That's why the
I have to pause this here. So if the First Order are bad fanboys, what represents MovieBlob's Starkiller Base? Oh my god. Because you're a fat boy. Alright, here we go.
Made up of bad fanboys. That's why the First Order's accoutrement all look like Imperial gear reimagined by the world's most obnoxious 10-year-old fan artist.
I'm so glad you showed your face for that.
Yes.
This was perfect.
What the fuck is even this expression? What am I supposed to get from this image besides...
So Bob, here's something to keep in mind. The First Order, by the movie's lore and logic, was a special forces detachment of the Empire. They're gonna have gear that's very similar to the fucking Empire. Our special forces in the real world have gear that's very similar to our mainline forces. They get new stuff and exciting, cool new gadgets and things. That's why there are differences. But it's not surprising.
Boogie plus mundane Matt. Fucking hell.
Oh, dude. Indigo, even more savage. Pictured when she replies on Twitter saying she soft blocked you 6 times. God.
Oh my god. I almost forgot about that. Jesus Christ. What a pathetic piece of shit.
Yeah. Entitled shouldn't be censored. I mean, I don't know about YouTube. YouTube might censor entitled now. I don't know. Yeah. Alright.
Accoutrement all look like Imperial gear reimagined by the world's most obnoxious 10-year-old fan artist. From the hunched-over, more monster-looking walkers to Ren's...
Okay, hunched over, more monstrous-looking walkers? They're almost identical. The head is different. Dude, did you not realize how much like a camel that the original AT-ATs looked like? Hold on.
Yeah, I will give them that they did make it look a little bit more like a gorilla.
Yeah, the
It
front
went from
legs
like
kind
a
of look
camel
like
to a
fists.
gorilla.
Yeah. But here's the thing is, but his whole thing was talking about how much more of his hunched over. And it's like...
The heads were always low on the AT-ATs.
Yeah, I don't know about hunched over.
There he's talking about the hunched over. There's a picture of an AT-AT. That's the actual picture of the model and everything that is used.
Yeah, I'm getting it up on screen now.
And look, it has a big old hunch. That's just how they've always been, Bob.
Also, it's not a fucking thing about like, oh, it's imitating the fans. It's like, no, they wanted to make them look more badass because they like, well, we have to be better. We have to be more badass than the originals. It has nothing to do with the fans.
And merchandise.
That's the Yeah, that's...
I agree with Indigo as well. Bird vs. Camel is a great song by John Tropes.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, no, that is 100% the creators thing. That is not like, oh, that's not a love letter to the fans. That's not something the fans asked for. That's not some weird allegory towards the fans. It's literally just creator thinks, my thing needs to be bigger and scarier and better than the original, so because I'm better. That's all it is. There's nothing more to it than that.
The fuck? I just read that comment that just came in. Well, it's nice to see that STAG, they lie to cover up their tracks and acting like critics, which they're not. But there are bunch of cowards hiding behind pictures and not manning up, you punks. I can't even decipher that. The English is awful.
Yeah, say that again in English, please.
Yeah.
Anyways, scale up your spaceships, instantly win all wars. That was the problem with Germany, was the whole idea of, well, just make it bigger. Well, there are things as like, battleships. We just make the battleship bigger. Well, do you have an engine that can actually propel this thing anymore? Well, just make the tank bigger. Do you have an engine that can make the tank move? Because that's stuff like the Ferdinand, which is also nicknamed the Elephant, or the Jagdtiger, which these are tanks that are so big and so heavy with so much armor, they can barely move. They're like crippled. Or the famous example, the Mouse, where it could only move like 5 miles per hour and would break down constantly from the sheer weight of itself. It's like it just happens so often, where it's like, well, we can just win by just making it bigger. Well, the Death Star lost because it was too small. What if we make it an entire planet? It's like, no. What? Yeah, and then you need to actually siphon an entire star to get it to fire? It's like, good God.
The Germans could have won if they built the Land Cruiser.
Yeah, so the Land Cruiser was the X-1000 series of tanks, and the Land Cruiser itself was called the Ratte, the R-A-T-T-E, and it was a huge double 190 millimeter gun. It was 190 millimeters? It was something ridiculous. Double gun turreted monstrosity that would have like an entire division that would also ride along inside of it. It was ridiculous. Let me see if I can get a picture of this so you can see the absurdity of this tank that was genuinely designed. Thank God somebody was like, we can't build.
I think I know what you're talking about. I feel like I've seen it before, and yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
$2 from Indigo the Tricky. Thank you. Insert Italian tanks can't go up here. Uphill joke here.
So I want to get a picture. Oh, here we go. There's a picture for a person to scale of this tank. This was an actual, genuinely designed tank.
All right, let's see it.
Hang on a second. We'll do it to a tiger tank. People can kind of know what a tiger tank. Kind of know that the tiger tank is massive. Or I won't, because all of these are fucking open image. How about that? There you go.
Nazi vehicles make
There.
nice Metal Slug boss What the fuck?
Yeah, look how fucking big that vehicle was.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Yep, that thing is fucking insane.
Yeah. Yes, those are full-on anti-aircraft batteries on the top of it, by the way.
Oh,
Hold on.
God, that thing was so stupid.
It'll be nice to get Bob's face off the screen, too, with this image. That's not a tank, that's a mobile fucking building.
It really is. It is literally like a land battleship is the joking nickname that people came up for it.
You wouldn't even need to fire at the enemy tanks. You could just roll over them in that.
Dude, you criticize my English because I bad, huh? Come message my so we can have talk. No, it's because we can't understand what you're trying to say.
Yeah, it's legitimately difficult. I'm not even sure how to respond to your comments because it's hard to understand what you're saying.
Based on some of the language in it, it sounds like they're being critical of us and they think, I don't know, we're cowards for not showing our faces, which is like a typical thing on the internet. Oh, you hide behind a cartoon avatar. It's like, motherfucker. I'm coming to have the fucking discussion. It doesn't matter if you see my real face or not. That's just dumb.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid. And there's always that whole thing of, I'm from the era of do not reveal your real name or face on the internet.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know that has changed for a lot of people, but
where they tie in their entire self-worth and their name, their identity, their location to it. It's like, yeah, no, don't do that. Those are those people that turn on geolocation tracking on their phones for their friends on like Facebook and stuff like that. It's like, don't do that.
Yeah, I don't.
Your friend on Facebook that lives in England doesn't need to know what street you're on at all hours of the day. That's fucking weird.
Well, not just that. You're better off not having your face and name on the internet because, oh hey, I think this new Star Wars movie is pretty garbage. Well, I'm gonna dox you and get you fired from your job.
It's or like, swatted, cool. Or
Yeah, I was just about to bring up the fact that it's dangerous, and we literally just had an instance of somebody being swatted for political reasons recently because of their opinions, and because they had a certain senator on. It's like, no, you should not say your real name and show your real face on the internet. It is dangerous. It tends to have bad consequences. Obviously, there are some people who can, where it won't really affect them because they can keep themselves, anonymous enough that it won't matter if they show their face. But still, it's a risk. It's still not something that a lot of people should do.
Yeah. I like the Captain Sierra said weeb abbies get out. They have a weeb abby. It's great.
What?
$2 from Peace is Never an Option. Thank you very much.
Thank
Bomber
you.
Target Practice, basically. $2 super chat from another Texan Bull. Thank you very much. Take your shekels, you bunch of furry EFAP rejects.
And then an emote of a wolf and milk. Wolf milk.
Wolf milk.
Why?
Yeah.
I'm Gemmas or Gemmas, and my English is not good. Well, we saw that part already. But I meant to say message on my Twitter for a decided.
No.
Yeah. No. Twitter.
So as Indigo Gaming just said above you, with all due respect, YouTubers don't owe a random critical comment or anything. They can choose to engage with their audience or not. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're trying to have a conversation with you here. It's just very difficult with your English. It's difficult to respond to people when you don't really know fully what they're saying, and you have to interpret most of it. It makes it very hard, because we don't want to say something that's like, we actually don't want to insult people wrongfully.
There's times where it's necessary, but
yes, I mean, with MovieBlob 100% deserves.
Yeah, we will definitely insult people when they deserve it, but we try not to just randomly insult people for what could potentially just be a misunderstanding, We're
Yeah.
genuinely just trying to understand what you're saying exactly.
Sorry, I mean German. Okay, that's fair. And
Okay, that's
yeah,
fair.
see, the thing is, because of this obvious language barrier, um, it there's parts of your original comment that seem, how do I put this? It seems very much like you're mad at us or trying to insult us or something, I guess, but I don't know if that's the actual intention or not. So it wouldn't
Yeah.
be good for us to immediately assume the worst and I guess respond as if it is like an attack or something, you know?
Yep.
Yeah. And we're not even sure why you're saying this stuff, like coward, lying. What is that about? We don't know. What did we lie about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
you'd have to say what we lied about.
Yeah, we have no clue what you're talking about.
and keep in mind, we get comments a lot from people who are completely uncharitable to our positions. Like I was talking with Pagan and such about this the other day. I've gotten a couple comments on the Half-Life streams we did recently where people are like, "Oh, you're just obsessive Half-Life 2 fanboys who are angry that this guy didn't say that the game is perfect in his video." It's like, motherfucker. For me, Half-Life is something that's just kind of there. They're decent games, but I'm in no way like worshipping them. They're not. If I'm gonna be honest,
Half-Life wasn't a formative thing for Creetosis.
yeah.
Okay.
The first
I haven't
time
even
I
played the second game. I haven't even played it. I played the first game because Dem convinced me to play it, but I have not played the second one. I know about it. I've seen playthroughs of it, but I have not played it myself. I do not have any personal attachment to it. I don't care enough about it.
First time
hang on.
Oh.
We are super in the weeds now, by the way.
No, I know. But
I'm saying we're like on tangent X10 at this point.
So mark off your bingo slot. Anyways.
I mean, sure, do that too, but geez, we are way off.
Yeah, I know. But for me, the first time I played Half-Life 2, which was the first Half-Life game I played, that was in like 2008, 2009. And when I played it, I was like, yeah, this is a decent first-person shooter. I had fun with it. But I've never actually completed Half-Life 2 after that first time. Actually, the only one I've played more than once to completion was Half-Life 1. I'll go back and play segments of each of them. But like, I like the games, but for me, they've always just been kind of something they've just been there. They've just been existing, you know? It's not something I'm super passionate about.
Yeah. Like, I couldn't care less if somebody likes or dislikes it. I care about, are they telling the truth?
Yeah, and that's
usually the answer is no, and it's easily provable.
Yeah, and that's why those videos were interesting to cover. It's not that, oh, you insulted something that I like. It was like, okay, let's see what this video has to say about the games. Oh, wait, they're saying crazy, insane shit, like you can't expand on the characters of the original game, because the original game used generic models for all their characters.
Yeah, or when they would say the enemy types are now like super limited and there's just not very many, and then
they even list off like all the variations and everything.
Yeah, and then they don't even mention like the hunters and like the striders and the airship things and all that. It doesn't mention any of those. And it's like, dude, you can't fucking sit here and say, "Oh, there's hardly any enemy types anymore," and then literally not even mention
or
like half 3 of the big ones in your fucking list.
Or there's no sci-fi weapons in the sci-fi game, and then completely ignore the gravity gun.
Yeah. Or the fact that the pulse rifle has a secondary fire that shoots a fucking orb that disintegrates people.
Or the fact that it makes sense within the lore that humans wouldn't have high-tech sci-fi weaponry.
Yeah, it's so insane. Yeah, we don't, especially me, I don't care if you like the game or not. I literally have zero attachment to it. I've never even played it. I just know things about it. And when I hear people obviously lying about something, I'm just like, well, that's bullshit.
Yeah.
And I'm going to call it out. It's as simple as that. It's not me being like, how dare you not like this thing that I also don't really know, I haven't played and have no attachment to. How dare you?
Just to put things into perspective, if we were to watch a video and someone lied saying negative things about The Last Jedi or Fallout 4, we would still fucking check them on that. Just because they agree with us that The Last Jedi and Fallout 4 are terrible doesn't mean we're going to let a lie stand.
Yes, there have been times where I have been forced to defend Fallout 4 because somebody said something that wasn't true about it.
Yeah.
Where I could then, well, you know, yeah, there's things wrong with it for sure. It's not a good game, but what you're saying, like, you're kind of derailing the whole. You're making us look bad by saying that this thing didn't have, because I can point to right here where that is in fact the thing in the game. You know, I don't care if I like it or not. If you lie about something, I'm gonna call it out. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. So let's get back to the video, because yeah,
I think we got it across enough now.
Old fans, from the hunched over, more monster looking walkers to Ren's stupid handguard lightsaber, which looks exactly like a cheesy mod someone would patch into a lesser Star Wars game.
Yeah, and that was called out in the fucking Force Awakens for how stupid it was.
Yeah.
And they said it's the exhaust for his lightsaber. I kid you not, that was the canon explanation, that it's the exhaust for his lightsaber. It's like, are you...
Why does the lightsaber need exhaust?
Because he built it wrong.
Yeah, I remember there being some fan theories that, oh yeah, the blade on Kylo's lightsaber looks super fucked up, so what's going on with his lightsaber? And they just never went into it.
Yeah.
It's literally as simple as he didn't know how to do it properly, fucked up, and had to compensate.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's stupid.
It's really lame.
It is incredibly, incredibly stupid. It would have been more interesting if lightsaber tech had been lost and he would have had like a vibro blade instead. Bring some of the extended canon in. That would have been interesting.
Yeah.
I need to read this comment. At Creetosis, why does MovieBlob look like the chicken mascot guy from Toy Story 2?
Oh my god, he does.
He really does. He really fucking does.
I didn't even think about that until somebody called it out.
Alright.
Saber, which looks exactly like a cheesy mod someone would patch into a lesser Star Wars game. Seriously, that's our new villains. The First Order are basically the Sith War reenactors from Futurama.
Darth Sploder.
Darth Erderer. Darth Ithead.
Now, meanwhile, Rey is...
So it bugs me that Futurama would color their lightsabers like green and blue. That seems to be messing some stuff up. So what's weird about him making the fan argument here is he isn't even going, oh, they're the toxic, hateful fanboys. He's just going, oh, look, the Empire is edgy and some of the fans are edgy. That's how they're a stand-in for them.
Roplar says, okay, one good thing born of the sequels, the SNL skits of Kylo Ren Undercover Boss. Yeah, those are actually pretty funny, I'll admit.
I haven't seen those.
Basically, do you know the show Undercover Boss?
No.
So the premise of the show Undercover Boss is that the boss will get a makeover. They'll usually maybe add him in like a little bit of a fat suit and stuff like that. They'll tell them to work on their accents and stuff like that and things like that. And then they go back into their own place of work to see how the employees actually think of them and how the employees actually act and everything.
All right.
And so Kylo Ren, they do the same thing with Kylo Ren in the SNL skits, that he goes back in as an undercover one to do that, and he keeps constantly whinging about, well, Kylo's not so bad. And they're like, really, dude? Really? He had a freak out yesterday and almost killed Bob over there. Yeah, man, he started cutting up the console, and then he grabbed me and he threw me against the ceiling. I just came in the room to give him his tea. And they just do stuff like that. No joke, George Lucas once suggested the name Darth Icky during a video game development meeting. It wouldn't surprise me.
Oh, there's a comment. There's another comment here. I believe Shad defended the idea of hilt guard on lightsaber forgot his exact argument.
He did, and it's not the hilt guard on the lightsaber itself is not a bad thing. It's the way that it's represented by Kylo Ren is stupid.
Yeah.
Just because of the fact that if you accidentally slip your fingers up there, you're cutting your own fingers off. But a hilt guard that stops them from literally sliding down your lightsaber blade. Because what friction do lightsabers have when they touch against each other? Oops. Oh, I'll work this back anyway. This is a great thing to be on. But what friction do two lightsabers hitting each other actually have? Could you easily just slide your way down the blade and take off your opponent's fingers?
Yeah.
So in and of itself, it's not a bad idea to have a lightsaber that would have a cross guard or something to protect your hand, so that somebody couldn't literally just slide down your own blade to get to whack your fingers off.
Something that's... Why does he... Okay, so I know he has his overlay with "In Bob We Trust," and like, oh, it's "In God We Trust." It looks like a dollar bill. Why does he have it here?
Probably copytisms.
Yeah, but that doesn't... That's not big enough to interfere with the copyright detection.
It's Bob who still does the talking heads thing, the single frame talking heads thing. Not of his own creation, but of, random ones he's taken before, and now he's done ones of his own face. It's perpetually dated.
I will say about his Dune video, I'm glad he didn't use his own face for that. That's genuinely an improvement, Bob. Don't show your face.
Agreed.
Still, though, it just seems weird that it's just there.
So they don't steal his stolen footage?
I mean, I can imagine that, but, like, it just looks awkward sitting there for, like, no reason.
Yeah. Yeah, this gets into the whole thing of, too, like, needing extended, like, outside materials to explain shit that's not explained in the actual fucking media. That shit sucks.
$5 from Scootmeister, thank you. Welcome to Bob's Toy Barn. We have the lowest prices in town. Everything for a buck.
He accidentally used Baron Harkonnen's face instead. He couldn't tell the difference. Oh, God.
I can't believe I have to drive all the way to work every day. All the way to work. It's just across the street.
Yeah, it's literally across the street. Yeah. Dude, and then, of course, tangentially related, the cleaning scene. The cleaning scene is... I genuinely think the cleaning scene is the scene that first got everybody to realize that ASMR existed. Because that is one of the most famous ASMR scenes now that has been recognized as an ASMR scene. I think that is the thing that started people like, why was that scene so fascinating, and trying to dissect what made it so interesting to watch and listen to and everything.
Watch out, Creetosis. Diabeto won't stand for you insulting his editing. Oh, God. We've invoked the wrath of Film Robert.
Probably.
Creetosis, on a Saturday, not every day. Okay. I didn't remember the exact line.
Yes, the Toy Story 2 cleaning scene with the Pixar chess short guy. Yes.
Darth Erderer. Darth Ithead.
Now, meanwhile, Rey is cut from some of the same cloth. She knows all about the Force powers and lightsabers and the Falcon.
Which she shouldn't, by the way.
Which she absolutely shouldn't. Her being a scavenger and taking apart Imperial engines does not mean she should understand the inner workings of a completely different make and model of starship.
Yeah.
It is fucking insanity.
That'd be like saying, you're a mechanic for a car, so you could just switch over to being a mechanic for a jumbo jet with literally no issue, no
Yeah.
training.
Well,
and
you
she's
work in
certain-
you work in a junkyard and you take apart cars all the time. And so you should obviously know how to repair the 747 Superliner engine, right?
Yeah, and she certainly shouldn't know how to do it better than like Han on his own ship. That just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just
and
another
as
instance
people
of
as
like
people
we have to
pointed
make it
out,
better.
she thinks that the Jedi and everything are a myth. I've heard the stories and everything. And it's only Han Solo says it's all true, all of it. When she's like, oh, all of the stories were true. She doesn't know this shit. So it makes it even more absurd that she can just do these things on a whim.
I know it was the line for the trailer. It's true. All of it. But, like,
Yeah.
what if there were genuinely stories out there that weren't true? You just
Yeah.
confirm stuff that's not true.
That's the whole thing of, like, you gotta be careful when you say it's true, all of it. Wow, the moon is made of cheese. What? No, not that bit.
Oh, it's all true, all of it. Wait, so the Jedi really did massacre all those people on that planet like the Empire told us? Oh my god.
They're horrible. No, not that one. That's fake.
Yeah, knowing what valuable parts are in a vehicle doesn't mean you know how to operate the vehicle. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, she definitely is a Mary Sue. 100% she's a Mary Sue. Like, she is the textbook definition of a Mary Sue. She's super
so
talented, smart, everybody just likes her for no reason whatsoever, just for out of nowhere.
She's so much of a Mary Sue that she practically redefined what it is to be a Mary Sue.
Yeah.
Yeah, she is like the perfect example everyone points to now. Whenever someone says Mary Sue, they point to, oh, you mean like that chick from the Star Wars film? Yeah, that's what a Mary Sue is.
Yeah, like, this character shouldn't exist. It is sad that we're in a timeline where this character does exist in an official piece of media. A character this much of a Mary Sue should only exist within fanfiction, and even then, most Mary Sue fanfiction writers have the good sense to not make their Mary Sues this much of a goddamn Mary Sue. Holy shit.
Yeah, they try. The other thing about the Mary Sue is that they have flaws that are actually strengths, which is the most annoying aspect of a Mary Sue.
Yeah.
But
it's
Indigo Gaming says, it's true, all of it. You mean a nerf herder illegitimately fathered Ben Solo? It's all wrong.
But, like, one of the traits of the Mary Sue is that they don't make mistakes, or if they do make mistakes, it's always in the positive. And that's pretty much what always happens with her. Like, oh, I accidentally released the creatures on Han's ship, but wait, that actually saved everyone.
No, my favorite
it
is,
saved the people
I
she
accidentally
wanted saved.
blew up the Imperial transport. Oh, but Chewie was fine. He was on another one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I guess it doesn't
turns out,
matter.
like,
I guess it doesn't matter that she killed potentially dozens of other people.
Yeah.
People who are mind-fucked into working for the Empire, and we know this because I'm pretty sure they said it in all three movies, if not at least the first and last one. And the last one even went out of its way to show, like, an entire ship of stormtroopers that had broken the conditioning. So it's like, man, you're really showing us how much you care for these people who are fighting against their will.
We have fucking Finn, for God's sakes. Finn being Finn actually destroys so much.
It's actually extremely disappointing they didn't do more with him. Like,
imagine if he had been the one that was arguing. It's like, why are you trying to kill everyone here? They're stormtroopers. I was a stormtrooper.
Yeah.
There are good people in there who didn't have a choice or who were promised a better future. But no, they can't have that.
Well, not just that.
All the stormtroopers are inherently evil. Finn is inherently... Wait, no, Finn's a good guy. All the stormtroopers are inherently evil.
And it could have been a genuinely interesting story. Hey, this is someone who did break the conditioning and left the First Order. Let's see what we could do with him as a character. Oh, wait, now he's a clown now. He's a pathetic clown. Oh.
Clown boy.
So Captain Sierra actually brings up they would have done more with Finn if he was white, and that's not just a hot take. That's actually a probably true because China. Because remember, they actually had to censor out Finn as much as possible because of China.
I just remember that video I posted the other day of the world leaders sitting down, and Gadget's like, man, imagine sitting down to such a monster. It's like, yeah, Trudeau sucks. And he was like, oh, I meant Xi Jinping. I was like, oh, yeah, him too.
Xi Jinping, yeah. Oh, yeah, him too.
Finn was the saving grace of Force Awakens, but he got either put aside or ruined in the next movies. See, there's a lot of issues with Finn in the Force Awakens too. I will say, he probably is one of the best parts of the Force Awakens, but that's not saying a lot. I mean, it's just disappointing seeing the potential these movies had, and then they just didn't do it. It seems like they picked all the worst options. It's like the Mass Effect choice menu. You can do the good choice or the bad choice, so they pick the bad choice every single fucking time.
What sucked is some of the Renegade options in Mass Effect are actually genuinely, like, interesting and good ideas and make logical sense.
Oh.
Like, there are some Renegade interrupts that I will do every time on my Paragon playthrough of Mass Effect, no matter what, because they just make sense. Like punching that fucking reporter, it just makes sense. That reporter fucking deserves it. My beautiful goody two shoes Shepherd, yeah, absolutely deck that fucking reporter because she had it coming.
I'm imagining it's a male shepherd punching at the female reporter too.
It is.
Now.
It is. I always play male shepherd.
Yeah, same. I always punch her too.
Though female shepherd is way better acted. I'm not gonna lie. Like, but that's just because. Yeah, no. Let's just say female shepherd is just a way better actress than male shepherd is. So yeah.
Punishing Jessica Chobot makes a lot of sense. I assume that's the reporter.
80 Krauser says, I play femship, so it's not sexism.
No, not sexism, sextism.
Sextism. Well, there you
There's
go.
an important distinction there.
Yeah.
Just cast.
Yeah, Jennifer Hale is great. I mean, that's the problem. It's Jennifer Hale versus. Jennifer Hale's gonna win because she's been a talented voice actress for a long fucking time. She knows what she's doing.
Just cast John Cena as Finn. Problem solved. Oh god. Yeah. That edit of John Cena to have Mao's fucking hairline is hilarious.
It really is.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to the video.
Alright.
Because she's a Star Wars, or for her, actual wars that happened 30 or so years ago that she's heard stories.
But she's not a fan of them. She doesn't think they're true. She says they're just stories. Like, Bob, your entire thing explodes if you even watch The Force Awakens. She doesn't think it's true until Han says, no, it is true.
Yeah.
Oh,
and how would she even know about these stories? Like, I assume travelers coming through town, but even then, how...
Yeah, but again, a lot of this just doesn't make any sense. Why are travelers telling stories about the Jedi here on this shitty rundown plan of a thing where your survival is literally dictated on what salvage you can bring to a snooty shop owner who will give you like a quarter portion for something that's valuable?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. People will tell stories to pass the time and to make light of a situation, but she's off on her own. She's not in like a community or a group of people. She's off way in the desert in some abandoned like ship that she converted into a house.
Yeah, they make a point of showing how isolated she is.
Yeah, so she doesn't have anybody she's talking to. Where is she getting these stories from? And if it was she was in a community, if they had actually shown she was in like a small community, a small village, their stuff would have been more about local legends and myths, not like the intergalactic political scene.
Yeah.
Stuff that, hey, the things that we'll never ever see, but I heard such and such talk about he found a good like haul over here on the thing, but there were maybe some sand people or whatever that are attacking the area, and it's like, well, I wonder why the sand people hate us. Maybe they gotta have a discussion on that. But it's just weird that they would talk about the Jedi and the Sith and everything. That's weird. $5 super chat from Peace is never an option. Thank you very much. Shepard knows how to properly deal with journalists. Yeah, he does.
Journalists.
I'm about to get Mass Effect Definitive Edition for PC. Worth it if you can get it on sale. I would say it's not worth it at full price, but if you can get it on sale, sure. It does have some great moments. If you forget Mass Effect 3 exists, because Mass Effect 3 shits the bed. And it's not just the endings, but the endings. You'll get way better endings now. But the original endings, which is what I played on launch, were... To say they were shit would be doing a disservice to Feces. They were absolutely horrible. But it also completely shat the bed on like, yeah, this was always about organics versus synthetics. It's like, no, it wasn't. What the fuck? Mass Effect 2 even showed that it wasn't an organic versus synthetic issue. It was a life versus unlife issue. And the Geth were alive. They were a living being.
Yeah.
No, we've already tangented like crazy this stream.
Yeah.
Is about.
The Jedi were real.
It's true. The Force, the Jedi. All of it.
So the Jedi portraying the Republic, that's true too?
Oops, yeah.
Yeah.
But again, you're showing the scene that she didn't believe these before. This is her realizing that, wait a minute, those stories I heard about, they were true? Now she's fascinated. Because she just thought, oh, they're meaningless fairy tales. They're literally the superstitious, like, fairy tales that you're told as a child to go to sleep at night.
Yeah.
Which, again, doesn't make any sense because she's a fucking hermit.
Yeah, did Unkar Plutt tell her these stories?
Yeah.
Between giving her quarter portions.
Wait, Palpatine actually loved democracy?
I love democracy.
I love democracy. Yeah, it's just... Ooh. It's true, all of it, including Fallout 76 being canon. I take back what I said. Creamy sheave, baby.
It's all true.
She has a non-functional but sentimental nostalgia helmet of her own. She has...
Yeah, wait, why does she have the helmet and stuff like that? It's just salvage. What? So what? She puts the helmet on? She's not like... She's not nostalgic or sentimental about fucking...
Something she was never
she's
part
never
of.
experienced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like saying I'm sentimental or nostalgic for the 80s. Like, motherfucker, I wasn't alive in the 80s.
Yeah.
I can't be nostalgic for something that I didn't exist during, or...
I don't know about you, but I'm nostalgic for the Jurassic period.
I'm nostalgic for the medieval period where most people couldn't read or write and lived in shacks and...
That's not true, by the way.
Well, whatever. You know what I mean.
Well, okay. It's not true to the extent that gets presented in media. We'll put it that way.
Yeah,
There's truth to it, but it's not as extreme as...
I assume it's a silencer that turns gunshots into pew pew pew.
Yeah, it's the same basic thing. It's that there was no standardized form of reading and writing. That's why the whole spell it as it sounds happens. That's why documentation for the medieval era will have like 20 different spellings for the word Monday or stuff like that. It's because there was no standardization. There was no like you could be taught your letters and your numbers. You weren't taught your words. You're taught the letters and numbers, and you would infer the words based off of the meaning that people would assign to it in your day-to-day life. It's why you get a lot of confusing texts in medieval documentation about different topics and things. That's why you have to have people that go through and be like, well, okay, here is him saying this, that there are dragons here, and he describes this, and then you realize, no, he's actually describing just a lizard. And you see this other thing, which is somebody who is native to the region, they describe it as this and blah, 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 the same thing, and it's how a lot of that happens. $2 super chat from Scoopmeister, thank you very much. Free Palpatine. $5 super chat from GG Evan317, thank you very much. How long of a dry spell do you guys think Dr. Diabito has had?
Uh,
I don't want to know. I don't even want to fathom a guess, because that makes me think of things I do not want to think of.
Yeah, that's a bit cursed.
As a little Star Wars, now something of a repeating motif in the new trilogy, and we first meet her living in the remains of a downed AT-AT, our new heroine, who is herself either the Last Jedi or the first of whatever the new permutation of good Force users that's going to grow out of all this will be called, is an adult woman who essentially still sleeps in a Star Wars.
No, that
Those
does...
things are
No!
nowhere near comparable.
She did not go to the store and purchase her local AT-AT to set up as her own house, you fucking idiot. She found a destroyed war relic and decided to claim it as shelter. That is not even remotely close to the same thing.
And they're probably limited on the types of machines that are downed like that she could take shelter in.
Yeah, if you
like,
notice, it's an imperial graveyard planet. It looks like we see nothing but imperial ships besides the Millennium Falcon, but we see all imperial stuff.
Yeah, and the other point I was going to make is, it's more likely that you, in this universe at least, that if you're going to find anything that's fucking downed like that, it's probably going to be war machines that were destroyed during the war.
Yep.
If no one gave...
back 1 second.
Alright. If no one gave a shit to clean them up, it makes sense they would still be there. Especially in a place that people in the universe refer to as being fucking worthless. Where are you from, Ray? Nowhere. No one's from nowhere. Jakku. Okay, that pretty much is nowhere. Even people in the universe don't respect this planet. So yeah, it makes sense that these machines would still be there, just sitting there doing nothing. But did she have the necessary materials for making comfortable shelter in the place anyways? Probably not. Jakku, aka Discount Tatooine. Yeah, we see no plant life grow. That's kind of an issue that bugs me, but we don't even see like cactus or anything. Cacti. It's just sand. You could probably live in one of the destroyers. You probably could, but you also have to consider how convenient would that be to live in. Number one, you probably have other scavengers in there all the time. It's probably a far more valuable target than a walker. The other thing is, that place is fucking massive. Getting in and out would be a chore. And you probably wouldn't want getting in and out of your home to be that much of a chore. If, let's say you got injured, then you have to do all that, like, rappelling or walking and all that shit just to get in and out. Yeah, that would be a massive pain in the ass to live in. Could have been a salvage planet that trades for all its food, but that's just ghostwriting for the film. Yeah, there's so many what ifs that could explain it, and they just didn't do it. So,
I'm back.
welcome back.
Yep. Oh boy. But yeah. So again, I guess going back to this because I don't know how far in the weeds we've gotten while I was gone, but yeah, this is a consumer purchased this, Bob, for their house because they are a fan of it. Versus, I'm a hermit that needs a place to live on this desert planet. I'll just take over this spacious scrap of a war machine instead.
Yeah.
You hopefully normal people can look at that and realize why they are not even remotely comparable to one another.
Yeah, we didn't get too far off into the weeds while you were gone either. Someone mentioned the idea that she could live in a Star Destroyer. I just explained that's probably too inconvenient to consider.
Also, I Am Robot says, have you guys actually slowed the video down? Like, legitimately actually slowed it down? Not just with tangents? Yes, because MovieBlob has a problem where he speeds up his vocal lines. We assume he speeds it up because some of his lines are insanity. But yeah, we're just doing it so we can make sure we hear what MovieBlob says and don't need to go back constantly to listen to it over and over again, like that we had to do at the beginning of the stream.
I can't believe he thinks she chose to live in the corpse of a war vehicle because of nostalgia. A war vehicle from a period before she was born, too, by the way.
Yep.
So.
Because she is the granddaughter of Creamy Sheev. Granted, we didn't know that at the time, but yeah. Your parents were nobody. They're nothing. Well, your one of your parents was the fucking child of the Emperor, for God's sakes. That's not nothing.
That's actually a very big deal.
Yeah.
It's the furthest thing from nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's always... Okay, I've never actually seen anyone bring this up, but it's always bugged me, the delivery of that line, too. You came from nothing. You're nothing. The way he says it seems like... Almost like they're treating it like a joke, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe it's just bad delivery on Adam Driver's part, but... It just always came across as really weird to me.
Yeah.
This is a big part of why the whole Rey is a Mary Sue thing pisses me off, because it's such a deliberately shitty misreading.
No, it's not!
It is not a deliberately shitty misreading. She fits it to a T. It is insanity how many boxes for are you a Mary Sue character that she actually checkmarks hardcore. It is insanity.
Yeah, it's not even... Yeah, that's insane. That's a completely insane take. It's just a bad take for people who don't understand what Mary Sue is. No, she is...
Not just a bad take. You have to take in the full disingenuousness of what he just said. He said it sounds like a deliberate misunderstanding or misreading of what she is.
Yeah, it's even worse.
It is way worse. It is so uncharitable to the people making these criticisms. Rather than actually considering, hey, maybe they have a valid point. Maybe there's a reason for making these criticisms. No, it's this vile, horrible attempt to put her down or fucking whatever.
Yeah. No, not at all. This is good God.
And keep in mind, too, he said that pisses him off because he thinks of her as, like, a proper fan of the series. Someone who goes out and buys merchandise and genuinely loves it, as if... Like, that's a bit of a weird, I guess, line to draw in the sand, too. So, like, why are the fans you're representing as the dark side, why are they not genuine fans either? Is it because they're critical of it?
They don't consume product like good ones do. Which he
almost,
literally just said.
Yeah, he literally said that good fans consume product. It's just like I literally said Mary Sue for her name because that's what she is. That's why Rey Palpatine buys product like she bought the AT-AT, right, Bob?
For nostalgia for a period she never lived in.
Yep.
There's so many things we could tick off for the Mary Sue thing. She knows multiple alien languages that she probably shouldn't. How does she know how to speak droid? How does she know how to speak Wookiee? Why is she translating Wookiee for Luke fucking Skywalker?
Yeah. How does she know how to pilot all of these different forms of vehicle just innately and inherently? How is she the best pilot they have out of the gate? How does she know more about a craft she has never seen, experienced, or taken apart than the person that owned it previously, who had experience taking it apart, repairing it, and everything, as seen in the previous movies?
She has no experience with sword fighting, yet she beats a fucking Sith in its prime.
She has no experience using the Force, yet she masters it instantaneously.
The first thing she does with the fucking Force is the Jedi mind trick. Something that Luke never does until the third movie in his trilogy.
Yeah, because he doesn't know how to.
She shoots three fucking TIE fighters out of the sky with one shot.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, I don't think she's ever manned that turret before. So,
as Indigo Gaming puts it, how does she swim? She's from a desert planet.
Yes, that too. The Last Jedi goes out of the way to show her being fascinated by rain. It's a good little moment because she's from a desert planet and she wouldn't have seen rain before. So it's like very neat new experience for her. But she's also, she could just swim. She's fine. And fucking...
Yeah, that's the one that pisses me off, Meme Night. Meme Night says she has no experience in using guns, yet shoots people one-handed perfectly. Yeah, that pisses me off.
Fucking Rise of Skywalker, there's... that wasn't out at the time when Bob made this video. But I'm still going to use it as evidence of her Mary Sue-ness. There's the whole, the waters are too dangerous to get the boat over to the Death Star fragment. And then Rey just does it. No problem. None at all.
Or even, and another aspect of the Mary Sue, as I said, people just inherently like them for no reason whatsoever. How many people are just like, immediately see Rey and they're like, huh, yeah, you're okay. How about you come with me? Han Solo offering her a job. Chewbacca loving her like family. Fucking weirdo bartender lady who is like, you're such a good person and great and awesome. And Finn is in love with her immediately. She literally is the Mary Sue. She is the actual textbook definition of a Mary Sue.
Yeah, she ticks every box.
Yeah, and that's actually one of the points about Rise of Skywalker that I like, is that her and Poe aren't instantly on friendly terms. The first interaction they have is fighting with each other, which, like, man, Rise of Skywalker is fucking garbage. But I'm glad that Poe wasn't just immediately like, oh yeah, Rey's the best ever. You know?
Oh, and she teaches Luke fucking Skywalker about the Force.
And she also beats him in a fight, by the way.
Yeah. While her training was not in actual fights and using this lightsaber, but her training was, she beat fucking... She beat an actual Force user who has been training in combat with lightsabers longer than she has been alive. Okay? And her training was she menaced a rock. That is her training with a lightsaber. Oh my god.
And keep in mind, too, they show her fuck up and accidentally cut the rock and nearly kill one of those lizard people.
Yeah, but it's treated as, again, it's the Mary Sue fuck up. Oh, but it was funny. Ha, nothing actually bad happened.
Yeah, they treat it as a joke. The rock falls down and smashes their cart, and the frog lady or whatever still holds it, or holds the handles for it, all that's left. And they both slowly turn and look up. It's played off as a joke.
Yep.
Dude suspended a blaster bolt with the Force and she beat him. Yep.
Yeah, she was capable and able to force lift literal tons of weight where Yoda and others struggle with such a task, and she can fucking fly.
Oh
Holy
yeah,
crap,
that
dude.
line at the end of the movie has always bugged me, and it's also bugged me that no one else has called it out for what it is. They say most people criticize it as she says lifting rocks as if it's no big deal. It's actually a callback to earlier when Luke asked her what the Force is, and she's like, "Oh, lifting rocks," which of course is fucking stupid. But then she
Yeah.
kind of scoffs at the end, "Huh, lifting rocks." Like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what she ended up using it for. So that means that's what the Force is about, I guess. It is really dumb and annoying.
Oh, God.
Foxes said it best when he called her a toothy bint. $5 from Johnny Off 14. Thank you. I got a new card now, so get ready for more donations. LOL. Oh, well, thank you. Also, I'll be sending more lizard assassins for Setch. They specialize in tab demolition. No! You
Yes!
don't fuck with the tabs.
Yes.
Do not.
They
Do
need
not.
to join Looter.
No.
They need to join Looter immediately.
No. Do not fuck with the tabs. They're my tabs. Don't fuck with them. They're important to me.
Yeah.
A trilogy about Dexter Jetster would be 1,000 times better. That would genuinely be way more interesting than Rey Palpatine.
Yeah.
I can't believe they fucking gave her Skywalker at the end.
Yeah, Palpatine won.
Rey Skywalker.
Yeah, Palpatine won. He
That's-
has now fully infiltrated. A Palpatine is now called the Skywalker.
And the Skywalkers are all dead, every single one of them.
Yep. So Palpatine, Creamy Sheev wins in the end. 100 rubles from Colin Archer. Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
fellas, I gotta go. Clear out a foot of goddamn snow from my driveway. See you later. I hate snow. It's coarse and rough and it gets everywhere. Dude, that was... Okay. This is a minor tangent. There was another group of people that I've been watching, and one of them said, so I don't know what snow is, but it's like sand, right? But it's more like sticky, cold, wet sand. And everyone else was looking at me like, "The fuck are you smoking?" It's like, yeah, that's Jesus Christ. I can't even imagine what people think snow is like that have never experienced snow. It's like sand. It's like, no. Tab Wars, the lizard strike back. Yeah, yeah. Imagine if he used to work in Republic intelligence or something. That would be interesting. Yeah, because I ain't gonna use the force. I ain't gonna use the force or anything. I'm sick of these bullshit.
Why the whole
I just say a Song of Ice and Fire fans makes Aegon is a Blackfire theory. Palpatine pathetic. Yeah, Aegon definitely is a Blackfire, by the way, in the Song of Ice and Fire books.
Apparently I was muted, sorry. I hit the button to unmute, but apparently I didn't unmute.
Oh well, there you go. Fantastic. Well, all right.
You didn't miss anything important.
whole Rey as a mare pisses me off, because it's such a deliberately shitty misreading. Back when Mary Sue meant anything as genre criticism, it described obvious self-insert characters who were omnicompetent with no explanation apparently necessary. Rey has an explanation.
No, she doesn't.
Okay. Being a Force user doesn't explain away people doing everything perfectly. Luke had
Did you
flaws.
see
Luke
that-
was not
yeah.
perfect. Luke had struggles.
Luke, did you notice how when Luke first got a lightsaber, even though he was a Force user, he didn't instantaneously beat the drone that zapped him with little lasers? Wow.
Here's one for you. Who killed the Emperor?
Yeah, it wasn't fucking Luke Skywalker.
he showed the ability to resist the Emperor's influence, and even then, he did fall. He lost his shit, and he was like wailing on Vader with his lightsaber. And when he realized what he was becoming, he stopped himself. And that's when he said no. And that's when the Emperor started fucking him up with lightning. If Vader didn't intervene, Luke would have fucking died there.
Yep. And he was even begging his father. He's like, "Father, please!"
Like, it is a really good moment in the movie. That everything with Luke and Vader and Emperor at the end is really good. Let's see what his fucking defense for this is.
Yep.
All this stuff like second nature because she's grown up being into it. And
Oh my god.
Yes.
Of course.
He can do all of this because she had an interest in all of it.
So
lightsaber duels, Jedi, ship piloting, all of it while she was scavenging for scraps on a desert planet.
I'm going to get the super chat that I'm going to respond. $5 from McDingus. Thank you. If I were a Jedi, I wouldn't use a glorified blowtorch. Just stick to my magic powers and maybe a blaster. Maybe. But
yeah, exactly. Why do Jedi use the lightsaber? Other than as a defensive measure. If the lightsaber was purely defensive because you could deflect blasters back, I would understand. But why not just use blasters? You would be better at it than anyone else.
I like this comment from Meme Night. I grew into being perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
$5 from Scootmeister. Thank you. The longer the tabs remain open, the stronger Creetosis will become. Yes.
Nope.
Soon I will be unstoppable. Anyways, let's get back to this.
Until your RAM explodes from literally overuse.
Anyways, so she grew up being into all this stuff. So, I saw Star Wars when I was a kid. Let me tell you how much I know about sword fighting. Fucking nothing.
No.
You know how many, like, I generally prefer fantasy to science fiction. And the main the science fiction property I've been into for the longest has been Star Wars. But I am also very into Star Trek and Doctor Who and stuff. I've played countless hours of Morrowind and Oblivion and other games that use melee weapons. You know how skilled I am in fighting with a sword? Or a battle axe or a warhammer? Fucking not at all. Put a sword in my hand and put me up against someone who's trained and they'll fucking slaughter me. Holy shit. Being into something doesn't make you be, like, skilled at something. Number one. Number two, Rey fights with a staff on Jakku. Fighting with a staff and fighting with a sword are two very different things.
Yep.
Like, there's... You can't...
It's why you have to get specialization from arming swords to long swords to great swords. They're all different. They require different stances and combat maneuvers and muscle memory.
And that's just between swords. That's not counting a quarterstaff like what Rey has, or a warhammer, or a battle axe, or a spear. Like, fighting styles do not translate over that easily.
As Indigo Gaming puts it, most Call of Duty players don't even know how to load/charge a gun. Absolutely.
Yeah, I played plenty of FPS games. Give me a gun and I wouldn't know how to fucking load it. So that's for the combat aspect. For the Force, she's known about the Force apparently, but didn't believe it's real. She's had no practice in it, and again, the very first thing she does with the Force is the fucking Jedi mind trick. She mind fucked someone into obeying her. Release me. Drop your gun.
Meme Night says, I have 565 hours on CSGO. Doesn't mean I'm a SWAT agent.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, SWAT operator would be more accurate, but yes.
I actually trained in sword fighting. It's not just swinging wildly. Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't even know that.
Yeah, most people think that you swing as if you're swinging a baseball bat. It's like, No, if you're doing that,
Yeah.
you are leaving yourself open far too much.
That's another thing. You would handle a baseball bat differently than you would handle any of the other weapons we've mentioned already too.
Yep.
You would handle a crowbar differently than any of the weapons we've mentioned. You would handle pretty much every type of melee weapon differently than each other.
Rage versus a Mill with $5. Thank you very much, sir. Last time I talked about tabs, I had 84. Now I have 124. My computer is screaming at me.
Yes,
There you go.
good.
No,
Good.
don't destroy your RAM in the name of tabs.
Open more tabs. Do it. Anyways, so yeah.
No, Katana isn't more about poking than clashing. Katana is much more a slashing weapon. It's because the point on the katana isn't lined up perfectly with your handle, with your grip. So it's not as good of a thrusting weapon. You can thrust with it absolutely, but yeah, it's not a poking weapon. It is definitely a slashing weapon. And again, that gets into the whole differences of just that. Hey, your katana and longsword, they're both similar weight, they're both similar length, but you use them differently because the longsword has more versatility, because it is a great thrusting weapon as well as being a slashing weapon.
So yeah, we don't even know how skilled she is with the quarterstaff, but even if she was, that doesn't translate over to the sword. She didn't know about the Force until, well, she had heard stories about the Force apparently, and didn't try to use it ever until Han Solo said, "Yeah, it's all true." And then the first thing she does is a significant power, a very significant power.
Yeah, one of the most broken Force abilities there is.
We've been over the scavenging thing already. Scavenging parts from a machine doesn't mean you know how to use the machine.
And all variants of said machine. Because she scavenged some engine parts doesn't mean she knows how every single engine in the universe operates.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then we also mentioned the language thing again. Why does a scavenger on this fucking nowhere planet that people in the universe say is nowhere and is pretty much worthless, how does she know how to speak droid and Wookiee? Of all things out there, how does she know how to speak those two languages?
No.
In fact, how does she know any language other than the base language she learns? Why are we $2 from another Texan Bull? Thank you. Why are we talking about swords? Shotguns exist. Yeah, the way you handle guns would be different from gun to gun too. Probably not as extreme as the difference in melee weapons, but you don't hold a you don't use a shotgun the same way you would operate a handgun.
Yep.
It reminds me of that one image from, I think it was Stalker, one of those slapjank games where a guy's holding a handgun like a rifle. It's easy, Sergey.
That's in so many.
You never miss your target if you're too afraid of shooting your fingers.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking when you, like, as soon as you started this topic, the first thing that popped into my head was the people holding pistols in games like a rifle with their finger, like with their hand out in front of the gun.
Yeah. Indigo Gaming says, I remember the time someone told me that dragons were real and I was able to breathe fire that afternoon. Yeah. It's the same basic concept of this. It is literally absurd. Like, Bob, I know you're a crazy person, but come on, dude. This is literal insane clown logic.
Well, it's the same thing all these people do with these fucking Last Jedi videos. It's, oh yeah, Rey's totally not Mary Sue. She definitely earned everything, but I can't back that up because she didn't actually earn everything, and she is a Mary Sue.
Yeah. And as Indigo Gaming just points out, honestly, it'd be more likely that she was a mute than a multilingual. Did she go to Desert Scavenger Planet School? Yeah. Well, it didn't even matter that. She's a hermit, so she should be soft-spoken and never really talk because she is so used to living by herself so often.
Yeah.
Oh, God. I watched an NFL game. I'm now a pro football player. Yeah, basically. All right, here we go.
And also, the amazing skill set is way overstated. She's basically so far done the most obvious version of the Jedi mind trick once, implicitly by reputation.
But no. How many times did she use the Jedi mind trick in that one scene, Bob? If you say once, no. Every single time she gives a command, she's doing the Jedi mind trick again and again. Like, good God, dude.
So she uses it at least 3 times. You will undo my bindings. You will leave this room. Oh, and you'll drop your weapon.
And she says drop your weapon, like as he's leaving in a rushed state.
Now, someone did a breakdown of that. I forget who, but it was a good breakdown of. See, even they're not being consistent because she tries it the first time and it doesn't work. And then she calms herself down and she tries it again and it does work. And then realizing that she made it work, that's when her mind is racing like, oh my god, this actually worked. There's so much I could do with this. And she's less calm. And that's when she gives the command, drop the gun. Where that's probably where it shouldn't have worked at all because she hasn't had training. But that's the point where it's like, okay, she calmed herself to make it work, and then she was no longer calm, so why did it still work?
Yeah. Yeah. By reputation, I'm not even convinced she would even know of realistic Jedi powers. Exactly. How does she know the Jedi mind trick exists?
Yeah, what stories have she been told about this specific power that exists?
And how do you spin that? In an Empire-dominated era, how do you spin that as a good thing? The Jedi could speak words and force you to do things against your will. How do you spin that to be positive?
Also remember, the only time we saw Luke use the Jedi mind trick, at least that I can remember, is entering Jabba's palace. So, who is sharing that story around? Who is like, let's tell Rey about the time Luke went to Jabba's palace and got Bib Fortuna to let him in. And tried it on Jabba and it didn't work. Because Bib was a weak-minded fool and Jabba wasn't.
Yeah.
Who told her that story?
Mind tricks don't work on me, only money.
You guys don't understand. She watched all the Star Wars movies on repeat on the AT-AT.
Yeah, God.
Luke was a lot more worldly, wanted to go off-world, and had a family. He knew nothing about Jedi stuff until Obi told him. Yeah?
He had heard at most rumors and myth about it. And even then, like, and what did he do? It's not that I like the Empire, I don't, but what can I do?
Well, not just that. We know Luke has heard stories because you fought in the Clone Wars?
Yeah.
There's nothing in Force Awakens to establish that Rey knows anything besides her just knowing.
Yep.
It makes sense that Luke would know. He, again, like Indigo said, he was part of a family and he was interested in other things in the world. Rey didn't care about any of that. She wanted her parents back, so she stayed and waited for them. To the point where, once she was off planet, the first thing she wanted was to go back.
Yep.
He won a lightsaber once, and it was against a wounded guy who's kind of a wiener. And let's...
Okay, so it doesn't matter if you think he's a wiener. The other thing is, the Sith draw strength from pain.
Yeah, he should be stronger. His whole thing is he will be wounded and angry and now in full rage.
What's even worse is they have a fucking shot of him pounding on his own wound.
Yeah, because it is invigorating him. The pain is invigorating him, making him stronger and faster and more aggressive. It's like, my God, Bob, you're a fucking idiot. Can you at least pay attention, even remotely, to the things that we are shown and told.
By the way, I know you've already said Twitter is garbage, and it is, but one of the most pathetic things is every so often The Last Jedi will trend, like every couple months, and it'll be Last Jedi fans still coping trying to defend this movie as being amazing. They'll do the thing where they take, like, 4 random screenshots and be like, oh, this movie is so great. It's so fucking pathetic.
Oh, don't make me jealous, Ray. So Rage vs. the Mill says, I'm building a new PC, so I want to see how many tabs it takes to kill my current one. We'll send an update next stream.
Don't kill your current one.
Don't kill your current one. Send me money instead. I need to build a new PC too. Send me money. Dude, absolutely.
In Bob's defense, I'm glad to see he's doing at least some form of stretching.
Yeah. But absolutely, she should have lost that fight.
Yeah.
She should have lost that fight handily and then been saved by the planet, like, cracking apart and him trying to go for her and then realizing that it's not worth it. He needs to get the fuck off this planet.
Remember what happened to Luke in his first lightsaber fight against
Yeah, when
Vader?
he got his fucking his hand cut off? Yeah. Oh, Nuva. Bob claimed that she's not a Bob just said the reason that Rey Palpatine is not a Mary Sue is because she was interested in these things. Therefore, it explains why she's perfect at all of them.
Setch, look at the image on screen right now. Do you notice anything weird?
I mean, besides the thumbs up and everything like that, and the fact he's...
Look under his chins. Like on his shirt.
What? It's smeared. Why is it smeared?
Yeah! I just noticed
what
that.
What happened?
Like,
what did he like smear out? What was on his chest on his shirt that he had to cover up?
Mustard stains? But you would only need to do that for like one section where the stain is, unless it's just across the entire thing.
Yeah, so she can lightsaber duel and use force powers and pilot and do everything because she was interested in lightsaber dueling, using force powers and piloting beforehand. That was his argument. As you might imagine, it's a fucking insane argument.
But anyways, back to the thing. The fact that she beats Kylo Ren over and over and over again makes him look fucking weak as a villain. That's part of why Vader had so much fucking intimidation. It wasn't just that he was a guy in this, like, intimidating suit. He was tall. He could grab people by the neck and lift them up and fucking throw them across the room, or use the Force to choke people. He fought Luke. He cut his fucking hand off. Luke fucking lost horribly in that fight. So going up against Vader again was a big deal. And they made a big deal of it in the movie from other characters' perspectives. With the whole Rey versus Kylo thing, it was just... She fucking curb stomped him. So, like, that's the villain. Someone who lost to a girl who had never held a lightsaber before. You know how pathetic that makes your villain look?
Indigo Gaming puts it. She scavenged from ships so she knows how to fly is crazy. Most aerospace engineers don't have pilot's license. Yeah. Dude, it is actual fucking insanity.
Yeah.
Well, okay, as Gabo Jones points out, well, he is a eugenicist, so yeah. He does believe in eugenics, hardcore. No risk of failure equals no tension, absolutely. It's the same reason why I hate lore that's inconsistent, why I hate Bethesda, Fallout, and Elder Scrolls. Because when nothing is consistent, you have no consistent stakes to hang your hat on. So the stakes are just made up on a whim. I fucking hate that shit.
Yeah, well, not just that. You don't... If there are consistent in-universe rules for how things work, then you as the audience can see how a character might get out of a situation, or see how things might play out in advance. If the rules change on a fucking whim, then you have no idea what's going to happen, and not in a good way. So
that is my favorite thing, when you know how the rules work, and then you see a character in the story being entirely consistent with those rules, finding a new way to utilize those rules.
yeah.
I love that shit so much because it shows how clever they are. $5 super chat from Johnny Aw 14. Thank you very much. This reminds me of the Matrix, where only Neo and Trinity went to save Morpheus. In Resurrections, everyone was going to save Trinity. No stakes at all. Yeah,
I haven't seen the new one yet.
I haven't seen it either, and I have no desire to. But I love the fact that everybody says that shit. Everybody.
What I find fascinating most about all the reviews I've seen and heard and people talk about it so far is just, apparently they play clips of the original movie just like as nostalgia bait, like in the movie, which seems really weird. Anyways,
Let's face staff, meaning you know how to use a sword, is only at least almost as shaky logic-wise as knowing how to fly the equivalent of a bush plane, meaning you're all set to fly the equivalent of a fighter.
Okay, so Luke didn't claim he was an expert pilot or anything. He said he knew some piloting. Obviously, he's going to get some extra fucking training from the Resistance pilots. What he did say was that he was able to hit small targets while piloting an aircraft. So he'd be a valuable asset on this mission.
yeah.
All right. Bob, do you genuinely think in Star Wars that the Rebels, when they got to the Rebel base, and it is shown that Han is getting his money and he's repairing his ship and getting ready to leave, that the other characters are just completely static? They don't do anything. Or is Luke probably talking with people and people are like, well, we can get you in an X-Wing here and stuff like that. They're trying to explain things through to him? And the fact that he has a droid helping him on the way?
Yeah, it's literally in the picture on screen right now. You can see R2. Just because some skills don't translate doesn't mean all para skills are pointless. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, so at your point, the staff fighting, you said it's less ridiculous that her knowing how to fight with the staff and then switching to a sword is less ridiculous than Luke having piloting experience switching to a different plane. It is way more ridiculous. Again, the vehicle is doing most of the work. If you are a pilot, while you are not an expert, it's the same thing with why, like, should it happen on a plane, on an aircraft, if the pilots get sick or whatever, and the people come back and say, hey, is there anybody on this airplane who is a pilot or has piloting experience? They don't ask, do you have piloting experience on the 747? They don't care. Because you're going to know the terms. You're going to understand when somebody says, hey, move the ailerons this way, or hey, put your flaps down like this. They're not going to need to explain to you in detail what that means. They're going to be like, here, put the flaps down on this. Okay, where are they at? They're over here. Got it. Because you know what they want from you. You know what the flaps are, the ailerons are. You know what pitch and yaw is. You know these terms because you are experienced with it already.
Yeah, that's actually the example I was going to use, too, is if you're a commercial pilot, most of the planes you're probably flying probably have similar controls to one another. It might actually even be... I've never been in the cockpit of a plane. I know nothing about flying, but I imagine the skill...
It is very complicated.
Oh, I've heard it's complicated. Not a career path I'm ever going to pursue. Let's just say that.
Yeah, I'm too afraid of heights to do that.
But I assume that there's a lot of translation from machine to machine.
Yeah. Cruvau, I think is how you say that. Hello, sorry I'm late. Do you guys stream at a set date or just whenever? We try to stream every Sunday.
Well, hold on. I work every other Sunday. So we alternate between doing it on Sundays and Mondays. So this week we're doing it Monday. Next week we'll be doing it Sunday. The week after we'll be doing Monday, back and forth, back and forth.
Okay.
And also, don't be sorry for being late. There is no being late. If you show up 5 hours into the stream, that's when you show up. There's, like... I've just found it... This is obviously nothing against you or anyone else. I've just always found it strange when people say, hey, sorry I'm late. It's like, why is that something you need to be sorry for? You have a life to live. You have things to do. There's nothing obligating you to be here. We're running a stream, and if you miss any of it, you can rewatch it later.
My personal feeling is it's the same thing, at least here in the States, where people say, what's up? Or sup, or anything like that. They're not actually asking you, or when you say, how's it going? You're not actually asking the person how it's going. It's just a general greeting of saying hello. It's just the way the Americans say hello.
Yeah.
How's it going? Yeah. It's like, good, you? There's like a natural response. You're not actually saying that it's good. You're not going into your details about it. It's just your response of, hey, back to the person. I think the sorry I'm late is just sort of shorthand like that. It's like, hey, I'm here now.
Oh.
That's the way I personally take it. You can just say, yeah, don't need to apologize. And then that's just kind of it. That's just kind of your natural response to
it. Yeah, that's how I always took it. It's just a form of saying hello.
Maybe I'm just taking it a little too literally.
Yeah. Snoogan11 says, there's nothing obligating you to be here. Pagan holding a gun to my head.
Pagan, you fucked up. You let him get the message out.
Yeah, well,
I'm sorry. He's slippery.
Yeah.
Jet. Either way, and in universe, she's super good at Star Wars stuff because she's a Star Wars fan.
Which, again, makes no fucking sense.
Do you realize how fucking retarded that is, Bob?
No, he doesn't, because he made this argument.
He's saying she's not a Mary Sue because she knows a ton of things because she's a fan of them. What? That makes her... Would that not make her more of a Mary Sue? Would that not strengthen the argument that she's a Mary Sue? Being a fan of something does not make you good at it.
So, I am an obvious fan of firearms. That does not mean I am an accredited gunsmith. Okay? That doesn't mean I can do the same job. I couldn't out-design John Moses Browning because I'm a fan of guns, okay? That's not how that works. Yes, I am looking into taking lessons from Sonoran Desert Institute. Hey, they should sponsor us, by the way. Sonoran Desert Institute, I am looking into actually taking lessons to become an accredited gunsmith. But for now, that is not a thing that's happening. But in Bob's world, because I am a fan of firearms, I should be able to inherently build a firearm. Perfectly, by the way.
True. I dodge bullets now after being a Matrix fan.
Yeah. I learned how to curve bullets after watching the movie Wanted.
Oh, God. I'm not a gun person, and even when I saw the commercials for that movie, it pissed me off. Oh, you've got to curve the bullet. I can't curve the bullet. I'm going to stand in front of the target and make you curve the bullet so you don't shoot me. Well, you're going to get shot in the fucking head then, you dumb bitch.
Yeah. If you just swing the gun, the bullet creates a natural curve. Fucking what?
$5 super chat from Peace is never an option. Thank you very much. What do you mean I'm not obligated? Every time you or such go live, I see a scope glint on the hillside.
At Creetosis, I'm a big fan of justice. Oh, God. We don't talk about that.
Yeah. The Gabo Jones. My interest in Ace Attorney has made me a lawyer. Dude, I have a spicy hot take on that. I do not like the Ace Attorney games. because I hate the magic and the fucking mysticism crap in it. I really can't stand that they are part of it.
I remember you
that just
mentioning
takes
that before. I've never
Yeah.
played an Ace Attorney game, so I don't know what they're about aside from what you see in the memes, which is just lawyers doing lawyer things in a video game format. So,
Which is what I wanted. That's why I like the Miles Edgeworth games more, because you're the prosecutor and your whole thing is putting together the evidence and getting the clues. And there's no, so far, from what I played of the Miles Edgeworth spin-off games, there's no mysticism or anything like that in it so far.
But that's the point I was trying to make is, from what I've seen, just from like images and memes and references and stuff, I always assumed there's just lawyers doing lawyer things. When I first heard about the fucking magic and mysticism, I was like, what the fuck? I did not expect that from the series.
There are truth rocks and contacting the spirit world and shit like that. I'm just like, no!
What?
No, wait, did I say rocks? Oh my god, that's incredibly racist. I meant locks. Oh, that's horribly racist. I meant truth locks, not rocks. Oops.
Breaking news. Marvel fans everywhere gaining superpowers inexplicably. Bob! Oh god. That'd be horrifying.
Not a Mary, that's Gwenpool. So from that perspective, the entirety of Rey's interactions with Luke in The Last Jedi
I need to go back. That's not something. That's Gwenpool. It's like, what? Hold on. Back up.
The fuck is Gwenpool?
Scramming Q Banshee says, how is that racist? Because there is no lock. There's no L in Japanese, so they have a hard time, and they usually put R in its place. So I said there are spirit rocks when I meant to say spirit locks.
Oh,
Welcome
god.
to Shitty Walk. Welcome to Shitty Rock.
MovieBlob fixing that he reads bad comics again. Uh-oh, people are referring to the Gwenpool stuff now. Gwenpool's cringe. Ugh, Gwenpool. Is Gwenpool's the female version of Deadpool? Does that have anything to do with Yeah, it is. Gwen Stacy is a female Deadpool, I believe. Why? I thought
What?
Gwen Stacy's thing was dying. And Spider-Man being sad about it. Why isn't there like Spider-Gwen and Gwenpool now? What?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
Because Marvel's all of the comic book industry and woke Hollywood's collapsing. So
I'm gonna put something in the Discord. I'm not gonna say it out loud, but I'm gonna put it in the Discord.
okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god! Hang on. There's something I'm gonna put in the Discord as well.
Gwenpool's Deadpool, but worse in every way. Gwenpool never. Fuck you all. Gwenpool is amazing.
There we go. I put that in as well.
I thought Gwen Stacy's thing was dying. Well, that's reduction, but well, yeah. I thought Gwen Stacy's thing was dying. Based?
Yeah. Oh god, Pagan!
It's what popped into my head.
No, even better.
Yeah, we can't say that one out loud. We'd get in
Yeah,
trouble.
no, that's why I didn't say it out loud.
Oh my god. Anyways.
That's even. I just made it. Chat, you need to understand. We were invading China, and I just committed the Nanking incident.
Hey, just joined. How's it going? We're talking about whatever the fuck Gwenpool is, apparently.
Yeah, but we're definitely we gotta watch that video. By the way, I posted afterwards because it's fucking great.
All right.
That Star Wars stuff.
Oh wait, you want to wind back and hear what he said about the Gwenpool thing?
board is only at least almost as shaky logic-wise as knowing how to fly the equivalent of a bush plane, meaning you're all set to fly the equivalent of a fighter jet. Either way, on a meta level...
But okay, I guess that's another thing. The X-Wing isn't really... It's not an up-to-snuff fighter jet. There's a lot of problems with it. The TIE Fighter is a lot better platform of system. There's a reason you have the TIE Bombers and everything like that. It's just a better platform. But yeah, woo. Wait, Seth, you went to Nanking? Interesting. Yeah, it's like that time I went to the cathedral and all those priests suddenly went missing.
Batman vs. Elmer Fudd and Lex Luthor / Porky Pig are real comics. They gave up a long time ago.
Yep.
Indigo, what the fuck are you talking? Batman for... What? Okay, so first of all, Elmer Fudd isn't actually a bad guy. He's a hunter out doing his thing. He just happens to live in a world where rabbits can apparently talk and, like, shove things in the barrel of his gun so he blows up his own face.
Yeah.
Why would Batman be fighting like a random hunter?
And don't forget even more of the insane cartoon logic where you can spin the barrels around and then the gun will fire backwards by spinning the barrel around.
Google it. I don't want to. I don't want to learn about this cursed shit you've introduced me to.
By the way, I'll get a bingo if we get the "you just didn't understand it" anywhere in here.
Oh god, I feel like we're getting close to one of those from Bob.
Yep.
And in universe, super good at Star Wars stuff because she's a Star Wars fan.
God,
that's
so
not
retarded.
a Mary Sue, that's Gwenpool. So from that perspective, the entirety of Rey's interactions with Luke in The Last Jedi are nothing less than a literal and figurative encounter wherein a Star Wars fangirl approaches the veteran hero of the original Star Wars and essentially says, "Hey, we need Luke Skywalker to come back and be awesome in Star Wars one more time."
Okay.
No.
That is not... Yeah, she's not fangirling over Luke. She doesn't really care about Luke, but she has been told by Leia that they need Luke, that the Resistance needs Luke, and she got a front row seat of watching Starkiller Base literally whisk 5 planets out of existence, okay? And so if the Resistance, who now says those are our enemies, this is what we're up against, says we need this person, well, by God, she's gonna go find him.
Yeah.
$5 super chat for peace was never an option. Thank you very much. The best Disney villain is the Hunt who shot Bambi's parents.
Get fucked, Bambi.
Oh, God.
It reminds me of that Spike and Farley video I watched with you, Pagan. Get the fuck back here, Bambi. There ain't gonna be no sequel to your bullshit. Guys, chat, watch Spike and Barley. They're fucking great.
Basically gives her the real-life version of Shatner telling that guy to get a life in that SNL skit because he's done with Star Wars and disillusioned and just decided the whole thing is kind of bullshit. And then...
Well, you want to know the funny thing about that? Mark Hamill wasn't done with Star Wars or tired of the bullshit.
Yeah,
he was
loved
fucking
Star Wars, and he
heartbroken
loved Luke.
at what they did to Luke.
Yep.
There's interviews of Luke, of Mark going on. Luke was always the positive, optimistic one. The Jedi should end. He would never say that. A Jedi might be, like, depressed for a little while or put off, but they would eventually man up and do what they have to.
Yep. As Indigo Gaming puts it, Bambi, more like Bam Bam Bambi. 2 words, Jake Skywalker. He really is. He really fucking is.
God, it reminds me of that shitty fucking Guide to the Last Jedi video where this dumb motherfucker tried to counter the criticism that, oh, Luke was always a positive character and they turned him into a miserable loser in this movie. And this guy plays a bunch of clips of Luke being sad, including after Obi-Wan dies and he doesn't know what he's gonna fucking do.
Yeah. It's like, oh, God,
that's why
dude.
I hate these fucking Last Jedi defense videos so much. They're always so fucking disingenuous.
Basically giving her the in-universe version of every deconstructionist cultural critique lecture about how Star Wars and the whole concept of Jedi are bad. It's arrogant.
Again, which doesn't make any fucking sense coming from Luke.
Yeah.
Okay? None of this makes any sense coming from Luke Skywalker. Yeah, sure, he probably left after he fucked up something and he feels like he needs to train and be better or something. But him throwing it all away and burning the sacred Jedi texts and everything like that is just... Oh, God. Jesus Christ, it's just... Oh, geez. Alright, yeah, it hurt.
And also, Luke's failures isn't the Jedi's as a whole failure, so the whole thing about, oh, the Jedi need to end is so stupid in this movie. God, I hate it so much.
Luke became a deconstructionist Star Wars video essayist. It makes sense, / sarcasm.
Alright,
Well, here we go.
It's elitist, dried up myths that aren't compatible anymore, stuff that's been leveled against this particular franchise forever. Basically, you've heard it all before. All capped off with the idea that all the bad stuff about the Jedi, aka the Star Wars franchise, and his failure to recognize it is responsible for the existence of Kylo Ren in the First Order,
no, the reason for Luke's failure is because he tried to murder his nephew in his sleep rather than trying to provide him any kind of help or guidance for someone who is clearly fucking disturbed.
Yeah. Remember that Luke had Yoda after he went into the fucking tree and saw himself as Darth Vader. When he went into the concentration of the dark side, which, again, as the original trilogy puts it, the dark side and the light side are both yin and yang. They both exist at once. They are a part of nature. But yeah, so Luke is also not responsible for the First Order fucking existing. My God, man.
Yeah, that's something that was happening on its own without Luke doing anything. Like, God.
Yes.
See, that's one of those claims you need to do a lot of work to prove to, and they never do. They just expect you to accept it as truth.
Yeah. Saving the galaxy? I sleep. Murdering my nephew because of bad dreams? Real shit.
Yeah.
Fructose Corny Syrup says Kreia and KOTOR 2 did a better job at deconstructing Star Wars 15 years ago. Absolutely. Because Kreia's whole point behind, like, being a goody two-shoes has unintended consequences. It's that whole giving a man a fish versus teaching a man to fish. You being like, oh, excuse me, I'm just begging in the streets, stuff like that. You giving that beggar money instead of helping them along to find, like, work or something stable. Yeah, you fed them for a night. But what the game even shows is Kreia says, did you really help him? And then it gives you a fourth wall break where it follows that beggar and he gets beat to death for his money that you gave him. It's like, yeah, did you really make a difference? Did you help him? Did you feel better just because you gave him a little bit of cash and sent him on his way?
I'll be right back.
Alright.
And yeah, by the way, guys, I highly recommend KOTOR 2. It got rushed because Obsidian is literally the studio that gets fucked over by every publisher they've ever worked for. But highly recommend KOTOR 2. It is a great deconstruction of why the Jedi Order really needed to understand and have some wiggle room. like being so stringent. There is such a thing as discipline, and discipline is a good thing. But when you force them to bottle up all emotions, all concepts of love and everything, all the good and the bad, instead of having them face the good and the bad and finding ways to channel it and deal with it, causes problems. Why did Luke want to kill his nephew in his sleep, other than the usual reason you want to kill your nephew? It's because he had a bad dream. Oh shit.
The whole... Huh?
Yeah, I accidentally clicked on the video. Whoops.
Oh. The whole explanation is, oh, Snoke got to him and was corrupting him. So you fucking work against it. You turned one of the most evil men in the galaxy back to the light before his death. Yep. And you don't do that for your fucking nephew? The child of your sister and best friend?
Yeah.
Like, it's so insane that people think that that's totally reasonable, that Luke would do that. And they try to excuse this too, because Luke says in the movie, it was a fleeting feeling that passed me by. You understand the steps you have to take to stand over someone's bed with a weapon ready to fucking kill them before you back down? You have to go there. You have to double check on the bad dreams. You have to pull your weapon out. You have to ignite your lightsaber.
You have to sneak in stealthily
while he's sleeping.
That requires intention on that whole thing.
And why would the first thing Luke thinks be murder? I'm going to murder a child.
Seven Maple Leaves from the real Medell. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Freddie Prinze Jr. thinks equal amount of Jedi and Sith is the balance of the Force.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who seem to think balance means
50-50.
Yeah, 50-50. What they're not considering is, what if the Sith themselves are a corruption of the Force? Not so much that the dark side is bad, because dark and light still will exist regardless, because that's the whole thing with the Force. But what if the Sith abusing the dark side are what leads to imbalance?
Yeah.
Not that the dark needs to be eliminated entirely for balance, but that, you know... Why does, like, hardly anyone ever consider that aspect to it when they do the whole balance discussion? Because it's always just, oh, so either balance means no darkness at all, or 50-50 split.
Child murder is a common thing in the Skywalker family. Well, I mean, you're not wrong.
It is a tradition we pass down from father to son.
Prince Jr. is an idiot. Remember, he's the same one that thinks it's just for kids. Clone Wars, let's decapitate soldiers. For kids! Yeah, basically.
You're telling me decapitation is a normal thing in children's entertainment?
Yep.
We need to step up our children's entertainment.
Luke just randomly woke up one day and chose child murder. Yeah. The best word I'd use for Sith is corrosive. They destroy everything they touch and kill each other constantly.
Yeah.
Responsible for the existence of Kylo Ren.
What?
Nope, stop. Remember, Peggy's not here.
Oh, I didn't realize he left.
Yeah, that's why I said oops when I started the video again.
Oh.
I was clicking around, I was dicking around, just scroll highlighting, and accidentally scrolled over the video and it started. I was like, fuck.
Oh. Alright. Sorry, Pagan, even though you're not here to know that even happened.
Luke, I will not kill anyone. Hey, here's a youngling. A what?
Oh,
you're talking about the Jedi Temple in Episode 3 was for kids. Yeah, basically. What about Dragon Shouts? Oh my god, I don't even want to start talking about Dragon Shouts and their fucking insanity.
Sorry about that.
Welcome back. I definitely didn't accidentally play the video a little bit while you were gone.
That's fine. I had to deal with some.
Well,
bullshit.
it wasn't. He's actually being truthful. He didn't accidentally do it. He intentionally did it.
Hey, fuck you.
He just didn't know you were gone.
A certain somebody is being an asshole, and I had to go put them in their place. So, yeah.
Alright.
Also, I just checked the fucking Discord. There's a video recommendation. BioShock Infinite is still a masterpiece in 2021, 8 years later. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to cover BioShock Infinite videos at some point. I don't want to play that game again. I hate it.
Alright. Let us begin.
All capped off with the idea that all the bad stuff about the Jedi, aka the Star Wars franchise, and his failure to recognize it is responsible for the existence of Kylo Ren and the First Order, aka shitty Star Wars fanboys.
Tell Pagan that killing his nephew is bad, no matter how much his nephew is a jerk.
Oh, it wasn't my nephew. I wish it was my nephew. No, it was not my nephew.
The fuck is this argument he's making here? So, Luke failing to see the flaws of the Jedi are what led to the First Order rising, and what led to shitty Star Wars fans. What?
Yep, and fucking sanity. Here we go.
Responsible for the existence of Kylo Ren and the First Order, aka shitty Star Wars fanboys.
You want to take your shirt off?
What is clearly a fucking comedy sketch in his show.
Yeah. But again, MovieBlob's desperate, man. He is in insanity land here. So he's literally on Clown Planet. So he needs anything he can get his fat grubby little fingers on.
Like, why
Well, he
not
is
show
reaching
an
so
actual
hard.
example of a shitty Star Wars fan instead of, here's a clip from a show that, I don't know, represents how shitty fan... You know what would happen if some guy tried to do the Jedi mind trick in real life to get a woman to take her shirt off in public? It wouldn't
It'd be
fucking
fucking-
work, I can tell you that much.
Yeah.
Because the Force
Hey.
isn't real. Like,
He'd likely be shamed unless he was saying, dude, guys, it was a fucking joke. You know what I mean? Unless he was playing it up for an obvious comedic effect. Dude would be shamed. Okay?
yeah.
And you know what? I gotta agree with Nick Rekieta. We need shame in society again. We need people to
Yes.
actually experience shame and be shamed.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what that means, right?
No?
No.
Coming to shame all you fucking furries in chat.
No, well, it's too late.
I'll have my vengeance!
I have embraced the shame.
I will have my vengeance upon them. But anyways, yeah. This is just fucking dumb, which I'm not surprised from Bob. Yeah, definitely check off fucking psychic damage from stupidity here. Holy shit.
You want to take your shirt off?
You're still going.
You want to take that shirt off?
Asshole.
But here's the key.
Oh, look, a fucking realistic reaction to what would actually happen.
Yeah.
Holy shit, it's almost like people know that that's fucking stupid, you fat dumb cunt.
Alright, come on, let's go. I don't want to see his face on screen for any more time than I need.
Key. The Last Jedi is on Rey's side of this argument. The
What?
movie thinks Luke is wrong about this. That's why it commits so hard to old man Luke being an obnoxious, disappointing asshole about the whole thing.
Which doesn't fit at all with his characterization anywhere else.
Not just that,
This
the
is
movie...
This is an invention of this movie and this movie alone.
And again, the movie never actually shows him learning that he's wrong.
Yeah.
He tries
no.
to save the books from being burned, which aren't actually in there because Rey already stole them.
Yeah,
and then
and
he
Yoda
shows up
actually
at-
laughed at him.
And, yeah, and Yoda laughed at him. And he shows up at the end as a hologram to fight Kylo Ren as a distraction so the resistance, or rebels as they're calling them at that point, can escape. That doesn't mean he learned he was wrong. It could have just meant he was trying to save these people because that's what he does. Like
Luke spares Space Hitler because he senses 1% good in him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you said, it never confirms that what he's saying is wrong. It literally could just be, well, I know these people, I need to save them, but the Jedi are still wrong.
Yeah, because again, there's nothing in this movie that shows that Luke is wrong. In fact, when Luke comes around to thinking the way Rey does, those are the sacred Jedi texts! Oh, read them, have you? Well, no, but...
You know what the best
fuck
part
off,
is?
Yoda.
It was the following movie, Rise of Skywalker, the one that fucking JJ did, that had Luke say, oh yeah, I was wrong about all that shit.
Yep.
Like,
Because that was not presented at all in The Last Jedi.
Rise of Skywalker is absolutely garbage, but it is infinitely fucking amusing how much damage control they had to do for the series afterwards. Oh, the Holdo maneuver is 1 in a million. Oh, so she was a coward trying to run then.
Yeah. Also, when the hell could Yoda use a Sith ability like Force Lightning? Like, what? Yeah. Dude, Force Ghosts are more powerful. Like, there is literally no reason. If you're a Force user, you should literally just kill yourself so you can become a Force Ghost. You don't get tired, you don't get sick, you don't have to eat or worry about drinking or anything. You can interact with the real world and everything.
You know what I'm imagining? Better. The Jedi training is just that one Filthy Frank video. Kill yourself! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Kill yourself! Oh yeah!
And I'm just thinking of that fucking new one of the guy going, "You should kill yourself right now." Like, why is that becoming so?
Oh, you know what?
Have you seen that video clip of the guys playing like a Gary's Mod like horror map? And they're like, and the one guy who's playing as a skeleton avatar runs up to a guy in front of the door, and he's like, "No, you should go kill yourself right now." And the dude explodes with lightning.
Yeah, I posted that earlier in the.
I watched a stream the other day where Mr. Medicare and Flamenco played fucking Guilty Gear, and every time a round started, Flamenco had a mod for Guilty Gear, which started with, "You should kill yourself right now." It was so fucking funny. That was a good stream, by the way, if anyone's interested. Medicare versus Flamenco playing Guilty Gear Strive, I believe it is. That was a fun stream.
Also, of the differences, who is worse, The Last Jedi Yoda or Baby Yoda? Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda commits fucking genocide.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's or infanticide at least. Let's be honest. He didn't eat all of them. He was likely going to, so we can say he planned to commit genocide, but he committed infanticide at least.
And this is a creature we know to be intelligent because it shows him being extremely intelligent. He knows what danger is. He knows what someone being wounded is. So.
Yeah. Please make a prediction for the video. Such calls, it gives me a great chance at a bingo. I'll probably do that better for the next video we're going to do.
Well, what was the bingo space you said you wanted like 20 minutes ago?
God, I don't fucking remember. There's been so many because there was one that was already in there that was You Expected Perfection, and that we got that already. Thank God. But there was another one, and I wish I'd put it in.
Oh, you just didn't understand it. We'll probably get one of those in the next video.
No, that's the one I want for my bingo. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is we'll probably get that in the next video.
Probably. We might get it in this video, because again, Bob is insane clown logic. So you have no idea. That's why I can't predict anything with Bob, because you have no idea where he's going to go, because he's fucking insane. He doesn't live in the real world. He doesn't see, like, you can look up in the sky and see the sun and everything like that, and it'd be a bright, sunshiny day, and he's literally the Deep Space Nine thing, where he's like, "Can you see the storm?" It's a lovely, cloudless day. What? And then fucking Cisco looks over at Dax like, you crazy bitch? What the fuck? Dude, that should be a reaction image, too. Cisco looking at Dax like, crazy white bitch? What the fuck?
You know, a reaction gif I would like to see from Deep Space Nine? The one where Bashir's trying to talk with someone, I think flirting with them, and Dax comes up. So he writes on a tablet, "Go away."
Yes! That would be great. Go away.
So we understand in no uncertain terms that when she argues back at him that despite his disillusionment with his reputation, the legacy of Star Wars, the legend of Luke Skywalker, is an important thing that matters to people, is still needed, and can still do good in the universe, she, metaphorically representing Star Wars fans, is right and he's wrong.
She doesn't represent Star Wars fans. This is your crazy delusion.
Yeah.
Okay? She does not represent Star Wars fans. In fact, she is a self-insert fucking original character, Donut Steel, fucking Mary Sue.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, the quote, I can live with it, is definitely the best Captain Sisko quote. Like, holy shit.
I love that episode. That
Two of my favorite characters other than Cisco, Gul Dukat and Garrick. Yes, Gul Dukat and Garrick are by far two of the best fleshed out characters in that. Julian Bashir gets a lot better. Season 1 of Deep Space Nine is kind of rough because they were still trying to get their footing, but you could tell they already had the story with the Delta Quadrant, or sorry, the Gamma Quadrant and everything like that. They already knew where they were going with it. But yeah, it is great. When you get deeper into Deep Space Nine, all the pieces start coming together because they start reworking everything that comes in. When originally they were coming off of Deep Space Nine, they had to bring fans over from TNG, so they kind of did some TNG-like stuff instead of doing their own thing, and it doesn't really work a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Like, Julian Bashir is an insufferable little piece of shit, but then when it actually goes through and explains, like, why he's that way, dude, he is a tragic fucking character. And him and O'Brien, like, having the greatest bromance of all time is so fucking good. Especially because they both start out, well, at least O'Brien starts out hating Julian Bashir because he's an insufferable little cunt.
Also, yeah, Gul Dukat is absolutely one of the best antagonists ever, I think.
Yes.
He maybe not at the very top, but he is definitely fucking up there on the list. He is really good.
Yeah. I think Garrick is definitely the way that spies should be written, just in general. He is a masterclass in how to write someone where they are very unassuming, but you can tell there's more to them, and that everything he does fits within his characterization. Like, his mastery and understanding of things because of the way he handles situations is great. Sun Eater Grum with 279 Maple Leaves. Bob the Fifth Chaos God, but was stripped of power. Wait, but we don't talk about him. He's in the Retconian. By the way, there is a Fifth Chaos God. If anyone doesn't know, in Warhammer 40k, there was a Fifth Chaos God called Malice. He had another name as well. But they retconned him out because he didn't really fit in the themes of all of it, because the Chaos Gods were supposed to be all of the aspects of it, both good and bad. So yeah, it just didn't work.
Not again.
There's some necessary gray area to it, of course. The new trilogy does, at least thus far, seem to agree that the Jedi need to evolve in order to endure, even as it maintains that Rey is right about it needing to endure in the first place.
Which again, gets completely shat on in the third movie, because lol.
Well, we can't really blame Bob for not knowing what was coming in the third movie. He had no way of knowing that.
I mean, he did say thus far. He didn't realize that the third movie... Yeah, Malal. There you go. Malal and his creators left with his rights. I didn't realize it was for copyright fighting. I knew that part of it was they couldn't work malice into the concepts of good as well. But that's funny. That's even funnier to me. That GW got fucked by copyright. That's great. Oh, God. But yeah, poor Bob. He has no idea what he's in for. The next movie that's going to shit all over The Last Jedi while being awful itself. Okay.
There's some necessary gray area to it, of course. The new trilogy does, at least thus far, seem to agree that the Jedi need to evolve in order to endure, even as it maintains that Rey is right about it needing to endure in the first place. Hence why Luke doesn't fully get that he's in the wrong about any of this until he gets a talking to from Yoda, and while we're at it, why it makes...
He doesn't learn anything there, though.
But, yeah, Yoda literally agrees with him, though. What the fuck? God, okay, well, alright, well.
Makes it to destroy the altar, but only symbolically, because Rey already took the sacred Jedi text with her, because of course she did. She's a Star Wars fan. If people supposedly in charge...
No, it's because she's a fucking Mary Sue.
Because she's a fucking thief.
Yeah. She literally stole from him, okay? Her flaw... She's literally being a thief, and she steals from an old man, and it's treated as a good thing, okay? This is what I'm talking about with this Mary Sue nonsense.
Literally.
He steals his fucking name.
Literally, sacred ancient religious texts that, as far as you know, these are the only copies, and she just fucking runs off with them.
Dude, I gotta agree with Indigo Gaming, though. I have a 1% love for The Rise of Skywalker due to it thoroughly embarrassing and thrashing the poor ideas in The Last Jedi. Absolutely.
Yes. Rise of Skywalker's fucking garbage. I love all the shots they take at The Last Jedi and Rian Johnson.
Yes. It's 1 in a million chance.
You should... A Jedi's weapon should be treated with more respect. As she throws it into the fucking fire... Luke pulls it out as the Force goes. Now, him physically grabbing it is absolutely an issue, but you know what? The entire thing is already in shambles. You might as well just fucking burn the rest at that point. Yep. There is no saving it. What were some of the other lines? Just Luke in general saying, yeah, he was...
Like I said, the hold-up maneuver, that's 1 in a million chance. It's like, so fucking good. Because JJ realized how fucked that makes everything if that was the thing that everyone could do. Like, if you did that with an X-Wing, you could have done that to the fucking Death Star, or at least done significant damage.
The best part is, that confirms that she was a fucking crazy person who was a coward. and the fucking dude was in the right the entire time.
Yeah, Poe was in the right to try to fucking... To mutiny. Like, holy shit. Yeah, the Snoke's in a jar. I have been every voice inside your head. I am all the Sith, and I am all the Jedi.
God, that was so fucking lame.
Oh, God.
The franchise say when she disagrees, she'll take it up.
Hey. New DT. Hey, I'm a big fan of NASCAR, and I'd like to get in as a competitor. Okay, nice. Do you have a driving license? Driving license? What? Hey, I'm backing up a bit. There we go.
Done now, and she disagrees, she'll take it up on her own. And then, like any fanfic writer worth her salt, her first alternate approach involves trying to find the good in a sensitive bad boy.
Which is... Oh my god. Okay, so... What did Luke do? You fucking fat slob. What did Luke do in the original trilogy? Constantly tried to find the good in Darth Vader. Tried to get him to stop fighting and listen, and even more so once he found out that Darth Vader was his father. Oh, dude. Come on, man. Come on.
But it's different now because, oh no, Rey and Kylo are hot, I guess, and that means
Yeah.
it's something different than what they did in the original trilogy.
That just
Dude,
reminded me.
what really sucks for me right now, Kree, is that I'm paused on Bob's fucking dumbass face, and you're
me
paused on something
too.
infinitely better.
But I just
Suffer.
realized something.
What?
So, the whole, like, trying to... Because you know how he didn't show any, like, actually bad, like, Star Wars fans or anything?
Yeah.
Because if he did, he'd have to show, like, Reylo shit, which would make his arguments look even worse. Yeah, he'd have to show, like, the fans who went after the fucking, like, actual actors and was saying, like, what's-his-face needs to divorce his wife and she needs to be cut out of the picture so that he can get with Rey's actor and shit, and they were sent death threats and all that. No, I can't show that.
Oh yeah,
that might actually make me look bad.
What am I? The Last Jedi? Big Will Skywalker. Yeah, and as Gabo Jones puts out, Luke shamed Han into giving a shit about the war. Yep.
Yeah. But now he's the one running away and hiding from it and acting like a little bitch. Yeah. Again, Jake Skywalker. That really sums it up so well.
Alright, well, I want to continue this so you can actually get to this fucking insanity of seeing this picture. Here you go, Kree, just for you.
Start somewhere.
He's not like anybody I've ever met. He's like a riddle wrapped in an enigma wrapped in a vest. Sure is ugly, though. So why can't I stop staring at him?
You're really going on this for a while, Bob.
But the guy in charge eventually does come around to her view of things anyway. Specifically that he and the Jedi and Star Wars are valuable for the good they can inspire in fans like her.
So his solution is to kill himself. You know what, right?
Which as has been established in the sequel trilogy, is a good decision because a Force Ghost is literally better at everything than anything else.
Except they don't use it to any utility or effect. Like, you have to understand this logic. You know what, Rey? You're right. The Jedi don't need to end. We actually need to keep them alive. Fucking kill myself.
Dude, yeah.
You
so
taught
me,
me
the person
that I was wrong. I'm going to immediately kill myself and do nothing of value.
Yeah. That has all the training and expertise and can try to bring the Jedi back and knows the teachings, or allegedly was supposed to know the teachings, but read them, have you? Well, no. Oh my god,
but
dude.
Worse than that. Oh, so I'm dead now. And
hey, there you go, everybody. Kree said it. There you go, everybody. There's
what?
Your big...
Oh, it gets worse. Fuck.
Worse than that.
But it is worse than that because, oh hey, you know, I changed my mind, then I killed myself, which doesn't really help with my plans or goals. But wait, it actually does because I'm a Force Ghost. But you know, I'm not going to contact Leia in the fucking year between the fucking two movies. I'm not going to tell them any way to train or reform the Jedi or fucking anything like that. I'm just gonna sit here on the planet I had run away to as a ghost and not do anything. I'm not gonna reach out. I'm not gonna fucking cause Kylo to have a fucking heart attack or anything. Because I may be a Force Ghost, but I still have my powers like Yoda does.
Yeah.
Pain.
You ever just think about the fact that the Force Ghost Obi-Wan and Yoda didn't go fight the Emperor, or at the very least tell Luke about Force lightning? Shit's fucked, yo. Yeah, no. The Force Ghost thing is beyond fucked in the sequels. It destroys so much. There are so many things in the sequels that literally ruin everything.
And that's why you have to put certain limitations on certain powers, or else you break the entire fucking universe.
Yep.
This is why this is why I refuse to put teleportation in any story I make, because something like teleportation gets broken extremely easily without restrictions. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, you need some heavy restrictions on teleportation.
That final battle is such a genius gag. Yes, also because Kylo Ren getting humiliated will never stop being fun to watch, but mainly because it allows Luke to...
Well, that's subjective as all shit. Because that was so... Dude, Luke looking like he's getting dragged around by fucking wires. Need we remember that weird dodge he does where he
The Matrix dodge?
Yeah, bends it like a 90-degree angle and then spins. Like, it's like, what the fuck was that?
Also, watching
Kylo
Kylo get humiliated is hilarious. You realize what that does for the intimidation of your faction of your villain, right? Kind of makes him look a little bit fucking pathetic.
Yeah, well, he was useless anyway. Fucking Luke didn't need to kill him. The fucking Emperor did it for us. He did it for him in the next film. Just falls into a pit and is gone forever.
No, it's worse than that, Pagan. It is so much worse than that. The Emperor throws him down a hole. So Kylo shouldn't survive that in the first place. It's a giant hole made out of rock. You're either hitting shit on the way down, or you're hitting nothing on the way down. Neither option is good. You're getting super fucked up either way. He climbs out and helps Rey defeat Palpatine, but then Rey dies, so he gives up his life force to bring her back to life, and then he dies and he fades away. He just blips out of fucking existence.
Oh yeah, that's right, he did, didn't he? I completely forgot about that somehow.
The bitch was dead and he brought her back. He's the greatest villain the series has ever seen.
Yeah, he really is.
Dude, force healing, man. Force healing. God, there's so much. Alright, let's go on. Let's do it.
To not simply last rescue, but to actually make the legendary version of himself, the invincible, all-powerful, unstoppable Luke Skywalker Jedi Master, who he may never actually have been himself, real enough, if only for a moment, that it can inspire the good side of the galaxy all over again.
Who's going to tell this fucking inspiring quote-unquote story? Like, Luke projected himself to the planet. He wasn't actually invincible. Who's going to tell his story? Are the Stormtroopers going to be spreading the story? There was like 20 people alive at the end on the fucking Falcon.
Yeah.
And none of them saw it. They all fucking left. Because that was the point of being a fucking distraction for the First Order. So who's telling the story for anyone to be fucking inspired by? Or are we just supposed to accept it as truth that fucking Broom Boy heard it from someone who probably didn't see it?
Yeah, who fucking knows?
God, fucking Broom Boy.
Yeah. Oh.
Fighting. That's the payoff for making this the central theme of Luke and Rey's story. It's not just Luke Skywalker, the man, who saves the day. It's the bigger and more powerful idea of Luke Skywalker as he existed for Rey and in the wider cultural imagination, both in the Star Wars universe and in our own. From where I'm sitting, that is the main thematic takeaway from the philosophical side of the story in The Last Jedi.
Themes, and that is incredibly stupid, Bob. That you're an idiot. Theme.
A meta-narrative that says to Star Wars fans, your devotion to this is a good thing, you are right about it being meaningful and important, you are the reason it came back, and you are the reason it's going to continue.
You're the reason it came back so we can milk you of all your money, you fucking shallow pieces of shit. That's exactly what Disney said to your face.
I'm genuinely curious as to when this picture was taken and how each of these people feel about the series now?
Yes.
How many
Given
of these...
the fact that people were genuinely upset and angry, even the actors, that is my favorite thing of, without words, describe how you felt with the ending of the, and they're just like doing like the shocked horror expressions on a lot of them,
Or
and
just
some
confusion?
of them are like their hands in their, their hand in their head in their hand, and they're just like, oh god.
He's not a Jedi. He's an idea.
Creetosis, I use big words, so I must be right. They're adding you, by the way. They're not saying you said that.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is how MovieBlob does things, though.
No, you do see a sequel character in that picture. I think that's Rey on the right of the screen.
On the right.
It's the metrosexual dude, air quotes, next to the Mandalorian. The red Mandalorian that's above the...
I'm not sure that's Rey, though.
I tell you, I can't fucking tell. It looks like Rey's shabby garb. Oh god.
I'm not seeing any sequel characters in here, though.
I'm seeing prequel, though. We got a couple Mauls.
Yeah?
Boba Fett. Fucking dead mouse. What the fuck? It's like, what are you doing in there? Get out of there.
Oh no, I see the bad robot in the background, though. That's a little fucking terrifying. Logo of fucking death.
Do you see dead mouse in there?
Yeah,
What, the
I do.
two blue circles?
Yeah, then it goes down. It's the dead mouse head right there.
Oh yeah, it is.
Like, what are you doing in here? Get out of here. Yeah, I fucking love that crackhead C-3PO at the bottom.
Crackhead C-3PO, that's amazing.
Dude! Oh my god, okay.
There's Han and Carbonite.
Left side. Yeah, Han and Carbonite. Keep staying on that side. Go slightly down and to the left. That's the fucking main bad guy in KOTOR 2. Holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Awesome.
The thing I'm most disappointed about is we don't see a dark helmet in there. Oh,
dude,
hey.
if Dark Helmet was there, that'd be even better.
Setch, you know the villain from KOTOR 2, the mask, the skull mask?
Yeah?
Look on the other side, right beside the bad robot. There's another one. See where my mouse cursor is on screen?
There is another one. Oh my god, yeah, I just see him. Oh, that's awesome.
But yeah, I don't see a single fucking sequel character in there.
Well, I see a red stormtrooper helmet. Is that supposed to be one of those throne guards?
Well, no.
No, the throne guards existed in the original trilogy. I know that as well, but still, it's it's just funny seeing the red helmet. I can only think of that god-awful throne fight. Whenever I see the red helmets, like, oh, that throne fight.
Yeah, but the Praetorian Guard had different helmets from Stormtrooper helmets. That is straight up a red Stormtrooper helmet.
Yeah. I think there is actually a Praetorian Guard from that red Stormtrooper helmet goes slightly to the left. You can see the top of it. That looks like the top of the Praetorian helmet.
I see a couple, like, red helmets in there that look more Praetorian. There's one there, there's another over there.
Yeah.
People really like the Scout Troopers.
I see the race known as Gamorrean Guard. Dude, your race is called Gamorrean Guard? What the fuck? Yeah, that's...
Show us the Mario Bob.
This is a great picture. No, we're not going to show the Mario Bob.
Nah, let's not do that today.
What's your favorite Star Wars species? Praetorian Guard or Gamorrean Guard?
Rey's next to a Scout Trooper on the bottom left, pointing at the camera.
Yep.
We don't know if that's a Rey, though. It's not that clear. She's wearing a hood. Doesn't mean she's necessarily Rey.
Yeah. I don't know. I can't say that that's right or not.
Yeah, that doesn't. Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
All right. Anyways, let us continue. Enough like going over this and fangasming a bit. Let us continue. Great cosplays though, everybody.
Especially Crackhead C-3PO.
Crackhead C-3PO is clearly the best of them.
Yeah.
It's the fact that it's so misshapen. It's what makes it great. Like, the eyes aren't even lined up properly. That's what makes it.
With the mouth there, he looks sad. It's amazing. I love it.
Oh, fuck. Alright, there we go.
The guy who says I is a total hypocrite who stays on the shitty path he was already on and firmly establishes himself as irredeemably evil.
Oh boy, poor Bob.
Irredeemably evil. So irredeemably evil that they redeem him in the final film and make him totally a good guy for some reason because he saw a hallucination and forgave himself.
Yep. Forgave himself. Let's keep in mind that is not his father. Oh, dude. All right. Anyway.
Disillusioned grump who the Jedi sees his error and is redeemed. The fangirl who argued him out of his funk and then led by his example is thus his redeemer and by proxy the co-savior of the resistance.
No!
Oh, God, no.
She didn't change his mind when she left. Like,
yeah, that was Yoda, and Yoda agreeing with him in a weird way made him be like, okay, you know what? I can't just sit here and do nothing, so I'm gonna sit here and do nothing but project myself over there.
They should not have redeemed Kylo. Probably not.
No, they shouldn't have. Kylo should have been. If they actually wanted to say that the Jedi needed to change and Luke needed to change, what should have happened is Luke should have been killed by Kylo. That would have been brutal. And then it would have, like, the fans would have been on the side of Rey putting Kylo down. Because he killed Luke. He killed Luke Skywalker. But that should have been a point of, like, Luke tried to see the good in everything, and there are just some people that are just too far gone. And Kylo should have been one of those people that was too far gone, damn it.
There's a meme of him awarding a medal to himself. Yeah, we just need an edit of that fucking image of Obama placing a medal on another Obama to be Kylo Ren instead, and the medal is forgiving himself for killing his father.
Yeah.
And being a piece of shit.
Yeah. Okay. Alright, here we go.
The Star Wars universe is thus preserved and reaffirmed by the faith of a Star Wars fan.
No.
No. No, it isn't.
The fuck does this have to do with anything?
Also, I hate that fucking commercial.
I'm
Yeah.
not really sure how that could be more the opposite of trashing or diminishing classic Star Wars. Our main
Well, maybe it's the point where it tore down all the characters from the originals, said
To
that the
build up
Jedi were
these new
fucking
ones.
worthless. We don't get to see Luke more in hand. We don't... We see Luke drink fucking milk straight from the titty of an alien creature, but we don't get to see him mourn the loss of Han. We see him become this pathetic old man who hates the
Just keep
Jedi,
screaming,
hates himself.
Go away. Go away.
Yeah.
Go away. Dude, it's... Yeah, or... And notice how he's not talking about... So far he hasn't talked about the Holdo maneuver, or the really shitty plan, or the mutinies, and the fucking blue hair. Oh, dude. Holy cow, man. Holy cow. Scepter Caleb, we have already offered Indigo Gaming basically has a free pass to come on STAG whenever he feels like it.
Yeah.
So but he is currently busy with work. Actually, he should be off work here soon. But other than that, no, he is at work. So we just appreciate him being here and chat and hanging out with us a bit too.
You don't understand. The titty milk drinking was essential to the plot.
Yeah, dude.
It was more important than seeing Luke mourn the loss of his dear friend Han.
Yeah.
Fucking goddamn, I hate this movie so much.
All right.
Heroine is our because she's driven by reverence for, essentially, classic Star Wars. The guy whose opinion on everything Star Wars that came before is, it sucks, just get rid of it, gets his ass handed to him not just by Luke Skywalker, but by, from a certain perspective, a motion picture about Luke Skywalker.
God, you are desperate to make this fucking connection. Holy shit.
God, Bob, I don't know why you're so fat when you stretch this much.
Yeah, this is just pure insanity at this point. Kylo is the bad fan who is destroying what the originals were, even though... Shouldn't the logic be that the bad fan is so obsessed with the past that they can't let it go? Rather than trying to destroy it?
Yes, that's
like you're
usually,
fucking up your own narrative
usually,
against the so-called toxic fans, Bob.
Exactly. That's usually how toxic fanboy arguments go. We're actually getting the flip side argument of the fanboy argument. It's just as bad because it's a fallacy. The fanboy argument is a fallacy, but we're getting it from the opposite angle now, where the fanboys are the good ones.
Yeah.
It's so weird. It's a deep thematic analogy. Disney squirts the blue teat milk of nostalgia down the eager mouths of fans. Wasn't it green? I remember it being green.
It was blue or green. It doesn't matter.
It was like a bluish
green.
Fucking...
No, but I remember it being green, like, made it worse because it was like, it was as if it was like mucusy snot and stuff like that. Because it gets all over his beard and everything. It's just like,
yeah.
The reason Luke's milk is green is because it's a mix of nostalgia, blue milk, and piss, yellow. Oh god. That is nasty.
Yeah,
Jesus
it is
Christ.
green, and it gets in his beard. There we go. Yeah, and
it
it's
drips
like,
down his beard.
Yeah, and I'm like, that's what made it so much worse. The fact that it was green was because it looks like it's snot, mucusy stuff running down his fucking mouth.
Oh, yeah, he's like sucking the snot right out of its tits.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, you posted it in chat. Why the fuck would you do that? Why would you curse us with this goddamn image?
So you can curse the chat now.
Chat doesn't deserve that.
Oh, absolutely they do.
They do.
Look, chat trolls me a lot. They say mean things to me. They call me a furry. They bitch about my tabs. They don't deserve to see that image.
Yes, they do.
No, they support your tabs. That's the problem. They absolutely deserve it.
They absolutely deserve it.
Hey, some of them support the tabs. Others make an issue of it. Let us see the pain.
See, they're even asking for it. That's how they know. Since you have that image saved, you got that fast. No, you know how I got it? I typed in Luke tit milk in Google.
Ah!
Hey, what's this? I used to be a somebody. I was Luke Skywalker, a hero and Jedi. Sure, buddy, and I'm Jabba the Hutt. The green milk's getting to you. Oh, that's horrible.
Willed by the needs of fandom to see one more motion picture about Luke Skywalker.
Don't fuck with the Jedi Master, son.
Now, Whether or not this particular story was the one they should have been telling on its own merits, that's a whole other discussion, i.e. do we really want it to be okay for a feature film and a multimedia branded intellectual property franchise to make sanctifying the existential righteousness of said branded intellectual property as a life philosophy and acceptable theme? I mean, there's definitely...
What?
What?
What
Hold
the
on.
fuck did he even just say?
Yeah,
I
that
don't
was
even
word
fuck-
salad.
Was
That
he
was hardcore word salad.
Yeah, was he trying to say it's unacceptable that a $1 billion IP owned by a $1 billion company can't make meaningful messages for people to learn from?
Yeah. That's fucking insanity.
Are we rolling that back to hear it again?
Yeah, go for it.
handed to him not just by Luke Skywalker, but by, from a certain perspective,
might
a
have been a little
motion
too far.
picture about Luke
But,
Skywalker,
man, that was
willed
just
into action
complete
by
word
the
salad.
needs of fandom
Yeah.
to see
There we go.
one more motion picture about Luke Skywalker.
Alright.
Don't fuck with the Jedi Master, son.
Now, whether or not this particular story was the one they should have been telling on its own merits, that's a whole other discussion, i.e. do we really want it to be okay for a feature film and a multimedia branded intellectual property franchise to make sanctifying the existential righteousness of said branded intellectual property as a life philosophy and acceptable theme? I mean, there's definitely a
Okay,
lot...
so I think I get it. I think I deciphered the insanity. Is it okay for this $1 billion IP to justify itself as being a philosophy? I mean, if it had a good message, maybe? Like, that's the thing. Just because something is a $1 billion IP, that doesn't necessarily mean any message it has is going to be bad.
Yeah, not at all. But it just so happens that this particular $1 billion IP is an absolute clusterfuck mess of writing, and its message is so contradictory from scene to scene that you have no idea what the hell they were even thinking of. This is why, the sequel trilogy is a literal script your videos, assholes.
Yeah.
That's why you needed to plan this stuff out.
Bob looks like a Fallout 1 character.
Yeah, he's one of the Fallout 1 talking heads. Wow, yeah.
Another thing that bugs me, and I noticed it on that last clip, is, you know how he has the pictures of himself and he's in, like, this artsy kind of background for a dollar bill or whatever? He's not lining them up so they don't move at all. When he changed from the question mark to the image of his face, both with the background shifted a bit. That is really fucking annoying when you're trying to watch a video. Fix your shit, Bob.
$2 super chat from Scootmeister. Thank you very much. Wow, and I thought his Halo video was bad. Oh god, I don't even want to imagine his Halo video.
Wasn't that the Spartan
things.
thing? Yeah, where he's
Yeah.
like, Spartan, it's... I don't even want to get into it.
Spartans
It's
are
just...
fascist or something, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I remember hearing that argument. Yeah. Oh, God.
In Bob we trust.
Okay.
A lot of not terrible arguments to be had on that front, hashtag late capitalism. But for our purposes,
God.
What?
Fuck off.
Okay, yeah, well, there you go.
Had to fucking weasel that in.
Of course he had to. He's part of the
these-
cult.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
Oh.
these people always do this dumb fucking shit.
But my communism, it's so much better than everything else, even though it hasn't worked ever.
Yeah.
I need it.
I need it so I can be lazy. Oh, it's like, Bob, no, you be one of the people working in the fucking coal mines. You
Yeah,
dumbass.
exactly. I need to suffer.
No, he wouldn't make it to the coal mine. If he got the fucking communist utopia he wanted, he'd be one of the first ones up against the wall.
Truthfully, he would.
Yeah.
So, Bob,
yeah.
you believe in eugenics. We do too. Please face the wall.
Yep.
That
How
would be
compelling.
what would
Please face
happen
the
to
wall.
him.
Especially because some of the first people. Okay, Bob, you think of yourself as an intellectual. I'm pretty sure you would say you are an intellectual person. I don't agree with you, but you would say you are. What do communists do with intellectuals? Oh, they're the first ones that are lined up against the wall and shot?
Because they're a threat.
Yeah, they're a threat to the new established order. It's the same reason why, when Stalin took over, he fucking killed all of his generals. His experienced, hardened generals that could actually fight, because they were a threat. It's why Mao started the Cultural Revolution. They killed off all the teachers and scientists and everything, because they were a threat. God, Bob, I don't know how you, an intellectual, your words, massive air quote, fat, lazy piece of shit, think that you would survive.
Well, that's the thing with these people who are fucking romantic over communism or whatever. They always seem to think that it's a perfect utopic world, and they would be the ones that wouldn't have the bad shit happen to them. They think, oh, in the communist utopia, I'll be able to do nothing but stream all day and stuff.
Yeah,
and I'll get whatever I want for free and shit like that. It's like, no.
Yeah,
Like,
that's not how it works.
Can we find that image quickly? The, oh, but I was supposed to be a part of the elite class. Dig the fucking hole!
Yeah, I love that one. And then there's also the one of, like, how compelling. Please face the wall now.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find it quickly.
Yeah, these people, and they're always the fat, like, unhealthy ones that, you know, really fawn over it the most. And it's like, you do realize they don't want useless fat people who can't do anything. You will be executed.
Yeah.
Also, you won't get to be a streamer. They issue government mandated jobs that you have to do. You won't get to decide what you do.
This fucking image is goddamn glorious. Holy shit.
Is amazing. Holy shit.
There seems to be a mistake. I planned on being a neuroqueer video game streamer for the cause. Dig the fucking hole!
Oh god, it's so great. Alright. Back to the video.
Yes.
Intellectual property as a life philosophy and acceptable theme. I mean, there's definitely a lot of not terribly comfortable arguments to be had on that front, hashtag late capitalism. But for our purposes at the moment, it is the story that The Last Jedi chose to tell, and I think they do a pretty profound job of it, considering how difficult of a juggling act a lot of this material is. And while I get where wires are getting crossed for some people, it kind of still blows my mind that so many are reading an anti-fan message from what seemed to me to be the biggest thumbs up a modern franchise has given its fans without full-on breaking the fourth wall to do so. And
Let's consider something for just a second. Let me break open the old Google again.
Yeah. So, Bob, we are somebody that says you don't need outside sources. You should never have to have outside sources to explain away things or to fix things, or especially don't take the word of the author as gospel. Because, yeah, you're not supposed to care about that person. I wrote them to be evil. It's like, yeah, but if you look at this way, you understand why he's evil and why he's doing these things. He's doing it for his family. Yeah, there's a reason Death of the Author exists. But, Bob, you are somebody that we know for a fact believes the author as gospel. You will constantly use it in service to your things. So, unfortunately for you, yeah, we know that Rian Johnson hates the fans and has said multiple times that fandom is stupid and they're terrible people. And there's a reason Disney was like, "Oh no, don't tell our hardcore shills that."
Yeah. As much as Rian Johnson sucks, I do appreciate that he's so open about how much he fucking sucks that he's way more than proven how he feels.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a shithead. And he absolutely was fucking with the fans on this one. He still believes, as far as I know, that there's no issue at all with his movie. There aren't any flaws.
Probably. I mean, I haven't heard him say that there's any flaws or heard him even listen to any criticism at all.
The criticism can't be true if I don't listen to it.
Yeah. Well, that was the Mill philosophy, right?
Yeah.
You just ignore it and just rake in your money.
They'll just make paper airplanes out of your fucking masterpiece.
Yeah. Wires are getting crossed equals you didn't get it. Ah, he has a point there.
Oh, you just didn't understand it. Well, okay, well, fantastic. Bingo.
Hassan Hitchhiker is a perfect example of a new commie freakazoid. Yeah, he's another one that they would put up against the wall immediately.
Oh, congratulations. I got a bingo. Fantastic. All right. Okay, if you really want to leave this page and get a new card. Yep, because, well, I guess I'll take a picture of this bingo.
In terms of whether or not it affects the Star Wars legacy in itself in order to get there, well, consider the now famous final sequence of the film. The kids playing with the makeshift action figures at the end, symbolizing the meta-narrative of Star Wars as an...
Stop saying meta-narrative.
Yeah, please
Holy
stop
shit,
using
stop
the fucking
saying it.
buzzwords. So annoying.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking insufferable.
During modern legend in the earnest sense, and one imagines Disney is hoping in the business sense as well, they aren't acting out Rey moving the rock so everyone can escape. They're acting out Luke facing down Ren and the Walkers. The Last Jedi literally signs off with a final acknowledgement that yes, the new heroes are carrying this forward now, but only because the original heroes made it possible. And that these kids who will themselves inherit the Star Wars mantle from Rey, Finn, Poe, Rose, and all our other current main players.
He included Rose.
That's hilarious.
Man, if only you knew.
Yeah, if only you fucking knew. Oh, man.
Oh, you want to come along? No, I'm kind of busy.
I find it fucking hilarious that they found a new love interest for Finn, too, in the last movie.
Mm.
Get fucked!
Yeah.
We've
Players
got it
someday.
at 0.75 speed striker, so we've actually got to slow down.
Yeah, we'll have to put it back to normal speed for the next video.
Yes, absolutely. We'll do that at the end of this video.
Yeah. We're almost done.
Absolutely still be holding Luke, Leia, Han, and the rest in admiration just like they did. Thank you to the fans for
Yeah, remember how much respect they showed Leia? Open eyes in the vacuum of space.
Mm.
It's like, how did you do what the fuck?
If there's one thing to appreciate about this video, he showed that picture again and we got an even closer look at Crackhead C-3PO.
Yes, Crackhead C-3PO with his pie crust. I didn't realize it's a pie tin around his head.
Crackhead C-3PO, you are a fucking legend, and I mean that unironically. You are the best part about this video. You bring me joy. Super jazz you with 250 Lodi. Thank you.
Yeah, Polish is Lodi.
Saw this at work pop up, now home. Why am I not surprised you didn't get through MovieBlob's politically charged free corporate rimming? He only likes this because SJW's defended it. Also, it's payday, can you tell? Is meta-narrative the new ludo-narrative?
No, because there is such a thing as a meta-narrative in story things. It's the ludo-narrative harmony was the thing that people were like, the fuck? Ludo-narrative dissonance was a new thing that a lot of people realized existed because of Bioshock shipping it, though.
Well, not just that. There's... You saw my response to Miniature Nerds Fallout 4 video, right? Because that had its own ludonarrative thing. He tries to defend Fallout 4 as having ludonarrative harmony. Because quests for factions would give rewards appropriate to what the factions are. So, a shooty faction gave shooty rewards, and a stealthy faction gave stealthy rewards. It's like, no fucking shit. I don't expect the Mages Guild and fucking Oblivion to give me a broadsword as a fucking reward. And I don't expect the Fighters Guild to give me a fucking spell tome as a reward.
No. You know how great that would be? You do a quest for the Mages Guild, and they give you a fucking sword, and you just look at it like, what's this for? Well, we wanted to show you your self-worth to the Mages Guild. But it's a sword. It's not useful for mages at all. I know. Please leave my office. How great of a thing would that be to show you like an arrogant piece of shit? They give you something that's useless for you as a mage.
That would actually be very amusing. I would love to see that in a game.
Look at the ways we didn't fuck up. Yeah, basically.
Carrying on veterans for making it worth being carried on.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they
Oh,
rhyme...
shut the fuck up.
Oh, God. There's such an awful quote from George, and I hate the fact that Bob is using it as well.
Yeah, especially since he's using it wrong.
Yeah. Alright.
Stanza kind of rhymes with the last one.
Yeah, at least that's what I got out of it.
Because you're delusional.
Trust the Bob, never. Everyone who ever watches this, don't trust MovieBlob. Never trust MovieBlob. He is fucking... Don't do it. He thinks...
He lives on Clown Planet, okay?
He thinks
when he
4
offers
full
you
McDonald's
candy,
meals is a small
run.
amount of food.
Yeah. For the average-sized person.
Yes. Not even for someone of his size. For the average-sized person.
Yeah, when he offers you candy, you run. You don't trust him.
Any candy Bob offers you is probably a fucking deadly SCP bullshit.
Probably. Alright.
Resist the blob.
Let's see if we're at the final, just it's the credits thing and stuff like that, you know?
There's a minute left, but yeah, this should be
that's what I
Patreon
mean.
plugging and stuff.
Yeah.
I still find it fucking hilarious that it's MovieBlob 1.
Hey gang, here's a question that keeps coming up. If your handle is MovieBlob, where are your movie reviews? Well, my old reviews are in a lot of places.
Okay, that's just channel update shit. We don't need it.
Yeah.
25?
So 25 Polish zloty from Super Jazzu. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know it'd be a dick move, but the only response this deserves is a 2-hour clip of Mark Hamill being sad at interviews for these movies.
Yeah. So yeah, we covered MovieBlob's shitty Dune video last week, and we covered a shitty TLJ video this week. They were both supposed to be the same stream last week, but my internet died last week, so
and mine went out too, but for wildly different reasons, and a reason I tracked back to an outlet. Which is weird.
MovieBlob reminds me of the Oni Plays joke. He looks like an indie game dev. Oh god.
All right. While you get the new video up, I already changed this back to 1. I already changed back to normal move speed. I will go to the bathroom real quick.
That allows me to show the meme I posted last night.
Yes.
All right. Let's go over to image. Post that. Size it up a bit. What's going on in there? The fucking Sardaukar chanting. The Sardaukar, Jerry. The Emperor's blades. Those who stand against us will fall. Fucking, this is amazing. I love it. Alright, let's get this other fucking video up, though.
Oh, yeah, I saw that earlier. It was so good. Oh, man, it killed me.
I'm glad it did. Oh, and since we're still waiting for Setch, let's put up this other image that he posted earlier. I didn't see it in chat until just now, but he did read it out earlier. Let's see here. I used to be somebody. I was Luke Skywalker, a hero and Jedi. Sure, buddy, and I'm Jabba the Hutt. The green milk's getting to you. Do building a better gamer next time, you hoot. We are not covering MovieBlob 3 times in a row. We are not. Movie chat sits on a skull of e-girl skulls. A throne of e-girl skulls. That.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back. I showed that Dune meme from last night. I don't know if you saw it.
No.
Oh, you didn't see it. Oh. Copy link. Paste.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, there. The starter card, Jerry. The Emperor's Blades. Those who stand against us will fall.
Alright, so this next video is a response to Indigo Gaming. So,
Yep.
For everyone not aware, Indigo made a video a few years ago called Fallout Isn't Fallout. And it's been a while since I've seen it, but I believe it quickly goes over the years of like, here's what Fallout 1 and 2 was, then Bethesda bought it with Fallout 3, and then came New Vegas. And he makes some pretty good points about Fallout 3, how it takes away choice, and how there seems to be like a misunderstanding on Bethesda's part on what Fallout is. I'm not doing the video any justice. Like I said, it's been a while since I've read it, or since I've watched it, so I don't remember that much about it off the top of my head. This video is a response to that, because I suppose this person believes Indigo might be wrong. I don't believe he is, but maybe this guy has a point to make. Probably not based on previous experiences.
Oh, no. Okay, well, we'll have to see how this goes.
Now, I have opened the video in a new tab. Don't worry, the tab will be closed. Just so I could check out the description quickly.
Okay.
A comparison of Interplay and Bethesda on the way they go about Fallout. While some criticize the new games for misusing and deviating from the original developer's vision, I take a jab at it to try and see how Bethesda actually made a series worthy of the title.
Whoa! Oh boy!
So
they weren't worthy of the title before. Okay.
So already we've got the typical problem we have when people have these lofty goals. This video is 9 minutes and 32 seconds long. It isn't even 10 minutes long. And he's going to try to prove how Bethesda Fallout have absolutely earned the title of Fallout.
Yeah.
So, I hate to be cynical, but that is not something you can prove in 10 minutes. I don't believe you can. With all the people that have been over this over the years, you've got a lot of shit to prove, and you just do not have the time. I suppose we'll see how it goes, though.
Okay, so, yeah, I'm gonna do 25 Polish zloty from Super Jazzu. Thank you very much. Pardon, Kree was dying. I trust you guys on games. I am debating Kenshi. Would you suggest it as a single character? I don't want to build a city or an army sandbox. I love grind. I'd say yeah. I'd say it's good for that. It's obviously more more interesting if you do either join a city or make your own city and make multiple characters like that. But you can absolutely do it by yourself if you don't mind grinding. I mean, its whole point is to be like a city builder, army maker, religion founder sort of deal. But hey, if you want to try doing it solo, you absolutely can. Hey Setch, you here? Next time, send Kree to that secret lake through the jungle gym and best town for the OP great source. No.
I assume that's some advice that would
okay.
get me killed to Dark Souls.
Well, I don't want to give you a bunch of advice. Remember, I want you to experience it. I even in my analysis video, I'm arguing the fact that if you knew where item placements and enemy placements were and everything like that, you've already destroyed your experience because now you know, oh, I don't need to worry here because there's nobody here, so I can just run and stuff like that. There should be that tension and everything. That's part of the atmosphere.
Yeah. Did Pagan say he was going away, or is he still here?
I'm still here.
Oh, so we are ready to start up the next video then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, so, why Fallout is Fallout, which, again, it doesn't say it in the description, but I'm pretty sure this is a response to Indigo Gaming. It plays off his title in the same way I played off Miniature Nerd's title with my video responses, so...
Yeah.
Let's see where it goes.
In 2010, my brother came to me about the lore.
Whoa, did that... Hang on. Did that do the same thing where it, like, started mid-sentence? Like, I missed the very start of that.
I caught in 2010, and that's when you paused it, pretty much.
Oh, I thought he said when I was 10. Okay, hold on. Alright, let's see if... Alright, here we go.
In 2010, my brother came back with a new game. He briefed me about the lore of Fallout and the theme of this new Vegas one, and once I began playing, I was hooked. It was one of the first times I've ever played a game that completely immersed me into a virtual world in a way no other game has before. At the time, New Vegas was pretty much the only knowledge I had of Fallout ever. Other than the box art for Fallout 3, New Vegas was the first experience and exposure I had to the series. So a bit of Wild West, vintage tunes, and a post-nuclear sci-fi shooter was all that was in my head for the concept of Fallout. In 2016, I had an Xbox One, and I was aware I was already a year late to the Fallout 4 party. I knew about it and was extremely hyped for it because of my experience with New Vegas, so I was holding it to a high standard. When I played it, I found it a bit lackluster and some of the best features from New Vegas weren't in Fallout 4. But I still remember playing the main quest for the first time, siding with the Brotherhood, and feeling pretty accomplished taking down the Institute. Gameplay felt a lot better, but overall I enjoyed it and sometimes...
So... felt accomplished taking down the Institute. When I finished the game, I just felt empty.
Yeah.
Because it was so garbage.
I couldn't even be bothered to finish the game, honestly, so, yeah.
Neither did I. The only reason I came back to it was to do the videos, because I kind of reached that point where I got frustrated with the game and I dropped, and I was like, okay, yeah, fuck this. I can't stand this fucking game. And I kind of thought about it for a while. As I said before in other streams, I'd been considering for quite a while making videos on YouTube. I didn't expect it to turn into what it is now. My plan was, man, fuck Starbound, fuck Fallout 4, fuck Bioshock Shipfinite. I'm gonna make videos on these shitty games explaining why they're shitty in extreme detail. Then I'll leave YouTube because I probably won't get anywhere. I probably won't even get 500 subscribers. Obviously, things turned out differently than I anticipated in many ways, but yeah, the only reason I returned to finish Fallout 4 is because making videos on it.
Fallout 4. It wasn't until recently I had discovered it by Bethesda. I had always assumed that they were the creators of the series, and Obsidian was just a partner of Bethesda's. To my surprise, Obsidian turned out to be some of the people from Interplay, the original creators and developers for one of my favorite game series. So,
wait. Well, okay, it's not... Yeah. So it wasn't so much that Interplay did it. It's just that they were the publisher. They did help, but it's not like God. Okay, so this is just a bit of a thing of it was Black Isle Studios with Interplay in tandem. Interplay eventually went on to be the publisher of it and everything. And then the whole falling out between Interplay and Black Isle happened. Interplay tried to carry on, kind of fucked things up. But yeah, so he's saying he came in with not a lot of knowledge and everything like that. So it's an understandable mistake. But yeah, whatever. It's just, I don't know. I feel weird about this because he's literally coming from a personal perspective that doesn't know these things. But I kind of feel like if you're doing a response video, if this is a response video, granted, we'll have to see if he actually brings up Indigo Gaming at all. But if it is a response video, I feel like you should have looked these things up and made sure. But yeah, okay.
Yeah, because if this is a response video, that's going to be very strange to be like, oh yeah, I know, I'm going to prove how this thing I don't know much about and prove people who do know about the franchise wrong. And it's like, what the fuck? How are you going to do that if you don't know anything?
Yeah. So that's what I mean. It's like you're starting off on very shaky grounds that you've already got this wrong. But yeah, 25 Polish Zloty from Super Jazzy. Thank you very much. Speaking of Fallout-like games, either of you tried Encased? Grabbed it on sale and man, made me realize how weird 70s sci-fi is underused. I have not. I have
Never heard of it.
Yeah. I picked up a bunch of games though. Like I picked up Dead Cells, and Dead Cells is a fantastic game, by the way. Fantastic roguelike.
Yeah, I haven't played it nearly as much as I should have, but it is good. Hey, this is random, but how far are you into Terraria? Okay, so I've made it up to Moonlord, but I've never beaten him. On my current playthrough, I've got 2 of the 3 mechanical bosses down, and I've been trying to get all the parts for the Ox Shield, which I'm actually pretty close to. I think I need 3 more items for it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never done any of the Moonlord stuff. I go into hardcore mode, and I think I've done a couple things like the bee. I think it's the bee boss and everything, so like that. But I don't ever really go much further.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll mention
when you beat Wall of Flesh and everything like that, and then do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he mentions Indigo in this specifically or not. He didn't in the description, but I'm pretty sure when this was posted to the server, or when it was suggested to us, can't remember where it was suggested to us. I'm pretty sure it mentioned it was a response to Indigo, so...
Okay.
If I end up being wrong about that, then I'm sorry. I'll have to change the title if that is the case.
Yeah, well, I mean, you did put a question mark. So, but yeah, we can make it more accurate later.
Yeah.
The B-Boss is a pre-hardboard boss? No, I thought B-Boss only showed up after you killed the Wall of Flesh.
Nope.
Because it's whatever was in the jungle biome after the Wall of Flesh was killed.
Nope, B is before Wall of Flesh.
Huh.
Yep.
Well, I know I did some bosses after the Wall of Flesh. I know that. I guess I just got the wrong one, because I got the...
Plantira.
The weird laser eye?
Plantira is after Wall of Flesh. It's after the mechanical bosses.
Okay, yeah. Plantira is then the one that did it. Yep. That's the one then.
Some research into what the heck even were Fallout 1 and 2. I had very little knowledge of them. All I knew was that it had that dreadful top-down view and turn-based combat. 2 things I absolutely hate in a video game. There was only ever 2 games I got it right. But doing my research and watching...
Whoa! I need to back up and see what those were. Hold on. Yeah, I'll let you pause it, but I need to see what those 2 titles were.
There's Final Fantasy, and it looked like a Mario game, probably Mario
RPG.
RPG.
Was that it had that dreadful top-down.
I hope so.
Turn-based combat. 2 things I absolutely hate in a video game. There was only ever 2 games I got.
What? Superstar Saga? That's the one you picked?
Hmm.
Okay, this is definitely a younger person. really, really hardcore younger person. Holy shit!
All right, so
this is.
only 2 games that ever got it right. So you've played every game that's done top-down and turn-based.
Yeah, these are those
I
definitive
got it.
statements you have to be very careful of, by the way.
Yeah. Ooh, this is not looking good so far.
Just because you don't like the style doesn't mean they didn't get it right. That's worth mentioning.
Yeah, I was gonna say Legend of the Seven Stars is definitely the fucking that is the best Mario RPG. And Booster is a great villain, like holy shit, and he has the best theme ever. Booster's theme is amazing.
Of all Final Fantasies, he picks Final Fantasy X for Christ's sake. I don't know much about the Final Fantasy series. I know 7
I know
is
which
the
one
one
Final Fantasy
everyone
X
knows.
is.
I know
Yeah,
9 is
10
probably the best.
Oh.
10 is really, really bad. And
Yeah,
it has the laugh. The
Yeah, I was
laugh
about
that
to
gets
say-
memed on hardcore.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Cree, you probably know it. Yeah, it has the laugh.
Now, I've been told that laugh is intentionally bad.
Yeah,
like
but
it's meant to
still
be
bad.
Like it's meant to be like mocking, or like it's not a legitimate, genuine laugh.
Yeah, he's trying to say, like, you just gotta laugh at life and stuff like that. That's his whole thing. And then he stands there on the bridge and then does the laugh. And it's just like,
I think,
oof.
if I remember correctly, basically his entire home and everybody who lived in, like, that city or whatever got killed. And they're just like, okay, well, you need to laugh it off. You need to laugh. And he just does this really god-awful laugh.
10 is considered the last good one. Oh, boy.
Ooh.
The laugh is bad. With the context, it makes perfect sense. I wouldn't say perfect sense. It does make sense. However, it's still bad.
Yeah, it's still pretty bad.
Research and watching gameplay videos and reviews for the first, grown a liking to the vibe, aesthetic, tone, and direction that Interplay was taking the series. Some fans
It's not Interplay. Again, it's not Interplay. So, emphasis on that. It's Black Isle Studios, not Interplay. There you go. Again, Black Isle Studios was a department of Interplay. So, again, some people from Interplay helped work on it, but Black Isle Studios is the one that created it.
Well, if we're going to be fully honest, it was Tim Kaine who created it.
Fair. But he worked with the division of Interplay known as Black Isle Studios, which was originally Dragonplay, I think. I think it was originally Dragonplay. Let me check on that. Yep, previously known as Dragonplay. There we go. Okay.
Huh.
All right.
Criticized the newer games for their lack of RPG and a tone change from dark, brooding, and somber to lighthearted, funny, and happier. Interplay's Fallout had their vision of a world after total destruction, a barbaric, unforgiving wasteland. They had a stronger focus
shit!
on
I got
world
the.
building.
Hang on, we gotta go back. I got the thing of doom.
Oh.
I am literally load deathing here like crazy.
Oh. All right.
Yeah, like it skipped like 6 times and is giving me the circle of doom.
All
Hold
right.
on.
Kree, Skyrim Vid Part 2 when? Eventually.
Let me exit out of Steam and everything just to make sure. Just make sure there's no bandwidth usage or some silly shenanigans happen. Well, this video has misinformation in it already. Not a bad thing, and it's not intentional misinformation. It's just things that needed just needed to check your facts, man. Script your video.
Yeah.
And it's just unfortunate because, again, why Fallout is Fallout? You are trying to claim a stance here that the Fallout games are Fallout, but you're already getting information wrong. So it's kind of hard. And again, we don't know if this is a response video or not. We're not sure. If it is, it was said in the comments that it was, but we don't know for sure if it is. If they don't mention Indigo at all, then it'd be like, well, that's not really a response video.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is definitely a script your video out. And you know what? Actually, I will say no research on this one as well. Because if he'd done the research in it, he would have seen it was Black Isle Studios.
Are we good to continue?
Yep.
Dark and somber to lighthearted, funny, and happier. Interplay's Fallout had their vision of a world after total destruction, a barbaric, unforgiving wasteland. They had a stronger focus on world building, which is also an evident feeling in New Vegas because Obsidian were the developers for that one.
You actually know what? I wonder if his reason he's going to say Fallout is still Fallout is because it's still a nuclear apocalypse, and they emphasize the nuclear aspects and everything in Bethesda's Fallouts.
Oh
I
my
wonder
God.
if that's what's going to be the thing.
Please don't make an argument that bad.
Yeah,
so
that's
therefore
ridiculous.
Fallout 76 is still Fallout because it has nukes and stuff in it, which is an
Because
argument we have heard before.
Yeah, but the setting is still technically the same, so therefore it's still the same game. No.
So, The Last Jedi takes place in the same universe as A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back. It is fucking not Star Wars anymore. It is fucking garbage. Can you up the video sound a little bit? Yes, I can.
A hopeful and challenging enough wasteland that focuses on. From what I gather, old Fallout fans argue that the series isn't dark and the option of choice is stripped from you, and new Fallout fans argue that the dark tones and too much freedom hurts developers from reaching a wider audience.
So, don't make these overly expensive games then.
Yeah.
You could still make Fallout games that are dark and have choice without them being... We didn't...
Dude, you can literally play to a niche. Playing to a niche is not a bad thing. The problem is Bethesda wants the Call of Duty monies. Yeah. They want literally more money than God.
This is also...
That's what they want.
This is all also why I hate why graphic snobbery is such a big part of the industry right now and has been for years. We don't need Fallout 4 to look as good as it does. I do think it looks pretty good for the most part. Some of the weapon designs are fucking stupid, but just graphically, it looks pretty good. We didn't need it to be that high quality textures or models. We could have taken something that was less expensive to develop, so you can appeal to that niche more. But no, we have to have the top of the line graphics and be the biggest thing ever because reasons.
Yeah, again, it's the whole we don't need hyper realism or anything like that. What you do need, you want frame rates because frame rate is game feel. Frame rate is 100% game feel. The higher the frame rate, the smoother everything experiences, the less your brain has to interpret things, the better. And the graphics just need to be stylized enough. Stylized graphics will always hold up better than realistic graphics will. That's why World of Warcraft aged so gracefully. Say what you will about the game. I think the game is shit. But it aged gracefully because of its stylized graphics.
I fucking love the style of World of Warcraft's graphics of, like, not so much the character models, but, like, the world, the buildings and everything. The painted-looking textures. It looks really fucking nice.
Yeah.
Especially in older Warcraft. The past couple expansions have kind of lost that charm, but Vanilla, Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, visually, stylistically, they're fucking beautiful, I think.
Yeah.
Off a bit. Pagan.
Yeah.
What the motherfuck did you just post in our chat?
So that's the Hunter Batman thing you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Elmer Fudd versus Batman. Why would you curse us with this fucking... Why?
Someone shared it in the server and I was like, I might as well post it.
Why does his double barrel shotgun have 3 shots at least?
Because comics.
Yeah, because comics, because Hollywood.
Yeah, alright.
Not understanding how guns work. Also, hello, Gadget.
Hello.
Yeah. New person joined. Hello.
Alright.
Are you in the watch together?
No, he's not in the watch together at the moment.
Okay, well, you should get in here.
Alright, I'll scroll up and click the link.
What's even weirder is that it's clearly Elmer Fudd with, like, the design, but it's not the short, weird guy that Elmer Fudd is. It's like a dude, like a normal dude, who just kind of looks like Elmer Fudd.
Yeah, with the silly hat still.
Why?
So, also, he doesn't look like he's got that annoying speech.
Well,
It's sort of talking, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no speech in the thing, so he very well could.
Why
I know,
is
I couldn't
Elmer
imagine
Fudd...
that voice coming out of it.
Why is he fighting Batman, though?
Who fucking knows, man?
Guy dressed up as a bat breaking into my house. Kill him.
Or guy dressed up as a bat trying to jump me from behind. Yeah, I think I'd be like, okay, no, that's not happening.
I like how in the, like, second panel, he still has his gun over his shoulder and he just shoots fucking backwards.
No,
Yeah.
that's the third panel. The second panel is right next to the first one, and it shows the zooming in, and it focuses specifically on the fact that he puts his finger into the trigger. So he knows he's behind him.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, good point.
Oh god.
So,
Bat season.
is this an official comic, or is it a shitpost?
It's an official comic, apparently.
Gosh.
It's bat season.
Yep. It's bat season. Get your facts together. Yeah. All right. Are we ready?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right.
Did he just... 10 Polish Lodi from Super Jazzu. Thank you. Did he just fire 3 shots from a double barrel? Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Because
All right.
Hollywood.
Option of choice is from you, and new Fallout fans argue that the dark tones and too much freedom hurts developers from reaching a wider audience. Ultimately, to some, Fallout just isn't Fallout. While I find myself agreeing with both sides of this coin, I'm throwing my hat into the ring and making the case that Fallout actually is Fallout. I'm going to be responding to certain points made by Indigo Gaming and Seamus Young's video.
Oh, so he did say it's specifically to Indigo Gaming and Seamus Young. Okay.
Oh yeah, this video is good too. Bethesda never understood Fallout. They're the ones who do that comparison, or not comparison, but explanation that it's people in 1997 imagining what people in 1950 imagined what things would look like in 2010, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Which, yeah, that both these videos are good. Indigo's Why Fallout Isn't Fallout, and the other guy's Bethesda Never Understood Fallout. Both very good videos.
Okay.
Of the new and old Fallout games, which I highly recommend watching before this one. I'll link the videos in the description. I'll be responding to those points that were made by them in defense of creative liberty Bethesda took. Everyone is entitled to their opinion, but keep in mind New Vegas was my first exposure to the series, so I don't want to seem like I favor one developer over the other.
Okay, so it doesn't matter if New Vegas was the first one you played or not, it matters what your arguments are.
Yeah. This is 100% going to be, what is your argumentation going to be? What are you going to say? Because you have already said you're coming on the side of the Bethesda Fallouts are still Fallout. Whereas I think it's safe to say we all come from it that Bethesda Fallouts aren't Fallout. They don't understand what the hell they're doing.
Well, you, me, and Pagan come from that point. Gadget comes from the point of being an Australian shit poster, so he's just going to throw a wrench into the works there.
He's going to be a contrarian.
Something I have often been told is that near the end of Interplay, it seemed like as if they lost sight of what Fallout was about too, especially when they started producing the games. I think there was Fallout Tactics, there was some PS2 game that nobody liked as well. I think it was called Brotherhood of Steel, if I remember correctly. So it seemed like they seemed to lose sight of what the original vision for the game was as well.
No, it's because Black Isle had already left by that point. They had a falling out with Black Isle. Black Isle were the ones that created Fallout 1 and 2. They then left, and Interplay kept the rights to the license, so they started trying to do it, but they didn't understand what Fallout was anyways either.
So it's only like these select few people that actually seem to understand what the you know, what the series themes are
And
about, and
a lot of those
other
people
people fucked it
went
up.
to work at Obsidian.
Mm,
Or I should
I
say,
see.
didn't go to work, they helped form Obsidian.
Yeah.
I see. So did all the original talent leave in that case? When those games
A
came
vast
out?
majority.
I see.
But again, this was back when the teams were like, you know, a 20-man team was a big team sort of deal.
Yeah.
Also, I want to read a comment in chat here. 2070, you hoot. Okay, I know the bombs dropped in 2077. I didn't miss that detail. But
again, there's future, it's called future retro, or retro future sci-fi. And it's that imagining of like what the 50s thought the future was going to be. The Jetsons. They thought the future was going to be like the Jetsons, and people were literally going to wear like hula hoops that floated around your waist to be slimming and everything.
Yeah, I believe the art style is called atomic punk. Well, these days it's called atomic punk.
Yeah, but the idea wasn't literally what people in 1950 imagined what things in 2070 would look like. It was just future. What did they think the future would look like? It's just that the developers of Fallout 1 decided, oh, the bombs dropped in 2077.
No. I know Jetsons was just futurism at the time. My point is the fact that when looking back and thinking on what would the 50s think, you know, they would have these sort of stylized, it'd be the sleeker, every car would be sleek curves and giant wheel wells and everything. Or if they flew, something like that, it'd be these weird, boxy, like original rocket ship style vehicles.
Yeah. And everything would be chrome and
so that's why it's
weird,
retrofuturism,
like, fin shapes on everything,
rather than just futurism.
Yeah, because they're trying to imagine what somebody in the 50s would think of sci-fi as being. So the robots with the weird antennas sticking up out of nowhere, because robots have antennas to get signals and stuff. It's stuff like that.
Yeah. Whereas our current projections to the futures are just 1984.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I can't wait to be sent to the death camps when they start building them here in Canada.
Well, we'll definitely have to...
Well, don't worry. We'll invite you over here.
Speaking of...
Indiana.
Yeah, I was about to say, we're going to have to salute Gadget soon. Be sure to let us know how the death camps are there.
Yeah, I was about to say, speaking of death camps in Australia, how are you faring, Gadget? Are you at a death camp right now?
Well, I've been stuck inside for nearly 2 years at this point. Only allowed to go out occasionally for walks, but that's mostly because my parents are so paranoid about COVID. Not because of government, but there are very strict government mandates here.
Yep.
And I have heard of the unvaccinated getting taken to camps where they will get vaccinated.
Oh, man, that is fucked.
Yeah, that's completely fucked.
Dude, did you see the video of that lady that got posted? And she's like, "Oh man, I get to go outside today. I've got my green pass." And she leaves and she goes down the elevator and she walks outside and she's literally walking past the barbed wire fences and people like trying to leave messages of hope and like they're like very tearful messages and it's terrible stuff. And she walks past, she goes to the armed guards gate and turns around, comes back up. She's like, "Woo, man, it's so freaking hot out there." And the video ends.
Yeah, it's summer in Australia right now.
That was her experience. Was not actually to leave the camp's walls. She just got to go outside in the yard.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she was in. I'm pretty sure that they put them in a 4-star hotel during their 2-week quarantine, and they're only allowed to go out for short periods.
Yeah,
or at least to the gate and back.
Yeah, and it was like
that's fucked.
People thought, no, that's
Explosion,
satire,
man.
and then no, they realized, no, that's 100% true.
Yeah, we've had an explosion. We've had an explosion in Omicron cases recently over here, and
which, spoiler alert, it's just the fucking flu, guys.
Yeah, I've been sick with it since just before New Year's. It is basically fucking nothing.
Yep. There's only been like 2 recorded cases of people actually dying from it, and one of the cases are, I think they said one of the cases is just a case of somebody dying with it, but it not actually being the cause.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
like dying
it
in a car
somehow
crash is
warrants-
still being recorded.
Yeah, but somehow it warrants all of this bullshit. Yeah, guys, this is why you don't give up your guns to the government, okay? You get shit like this. This is what happens.
I'm being pressured into getting a third booster. Into getting a booster shot.
Mm.
On
But
the
they
4th
don't
of
do
February.
anything.
Yeah, they don't
They-
do anything.
And what was
Yeah.
more terrifying was the Israel study with they had 3 million people, and it turns out that the people that got natural immunity to it actually didn't spread it and were more robust and resilient than people that got the vaccines.
Let's see.
It's almost like our natural defenses for these types of things are.
It's
how
almost
we
as
dealt
if
with these types of things for fucking thousands of years.
it's
Who
almost
would
as
have
if
fucking guessed?
almost as if every fucking year there's a pandemic.
Oh my god, Pagan Coffey's got it!
Yeah.
Oh no, you got the clues.
It's almost like, the fucking scientists who made the fucking vaccine who said that, yeah, relying on your natural immunity is better than getting the vaccine. Wow, it's almost like the scientist was right.
Yeah.
Who would have fucking guessed?
Dude, did you see that panel of them taking Dr. Fauci and his lawyer to task and talking about how insane they are? And how they're like,
What
no,
they do?
we have read every single statement, even though he literally just said before he didn't read the Israel study or anything like that. It was like, oh, dude.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
I saw some pretty terrible pictures of the experiments his organization had done on poor little puppies.
Oh, that
was
shit
horrible.
is fucking enraging.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Well, that's the thing, the Gabo Jones, is the cases are gonna go higher. That's just natural. It's a fucking flu virus. That's what they do. But the deaths, if the deaths aren't going up and it's actually going down, that's just how flu season works.
Yeah, my parents are freaking out that we've got like 30,000 cases in just 2 weeks over here, but in my state. But
And-
at the same time, there's only been 10 deaths, and all of them may not have died exactly from it.
Well, the last numbers I saw, I don't watch the news when I'm at home, but they have the news on TV at work in the break room. The last thing I saw on there before I went off sick was that day's case count. 30,000 cases Canada-wide that day, 30 deaths. Less than fucking 1%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 0.1%, I'm pretty sure. Is it 0.1
And then-
or 0.01?
Well, it was
And then what they,
32,000. So.
What they finally, the CDC also begrudgingly released the data on the natural immunity cases. I think it was natural immunity. Let me check real quick. Yeah, CDC finally quietly begrudgingly releases natural immunity numbers, and now we know why they waited. Because it turns out half the US population is now immune. Oops.
Oops.
Something I have kind of been wary about is just the fact that they've been clamping down on it so hard compared to any other virus I've seen so far. It's not like it's the Spanish flu and SARS and
even better, Spanish flu. Oh God! If you heard the argumentation that was used for the Supreme Court, it was insanity. The left was using some of these arguments. It was like, we have never had a pandemic before in the U.S. It's like, yeah, we do every single year. The flu is a pandemic. Pandemic does not mean deadly supervirus. We've also had a deadly supervirus in the past called the Spanish flu.
Yeah, and this is nothing compared to that.
God, smallpox wasn't even treated like this. This is insane.
Yep. And guess what? The CDC actually says that if you get smallpox or measles, you do not need to get vaccinated because your natural immunity is stronger than any vaccine possibly could be. They have this in their documentation and writing.
It's still good to get vaccinated for other diseases, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yes.
Again,
Yes, there's nothing wrong with vaccines. It's just...
Yeah, here is the point that this was getting shoved down people's throats, even the people that are already naturally immune to COVID.
Yes.
Do you think there's any harm? Do you think there's any harm in getting the booster?
Yes, because the boosters are not well designed. They were rushed through. That's the problem. Again,
Don't
Not all
most vaccines take like
Not all
a
vaccines are
decade of
bad.
testing before they're released?
No, not that much, but it does take time.
More than a
And so what
year.
I'm saying,
Yeah, more than a year.
this
and then
stuff
they
was
just
rushed
rush it
out
out.
very, very fast.
Yes. Which is why it's
So-
insane that they're like, shaming people and going this far over something that's not tested, has openly been by the scientists who
Shown
fucking
to kill
created it.
people.
Yes, it has killed people, and the fucking scientist who made it has said that your natural immunity is better than getting the vaccine, and they fucking suppress them.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's a rushed vaccine. There's nothing wrong with vaccines. It's
Yes.
just obviously people don't want to get a rushed one that has been known to fucking kill people.
It wasn't so much the CDC was lying to us; they were told to suppress the information. It was the fact that there was other government agencies that are currently at the time getting a lot of money from this fear and panic going around.
Yeah,
So,
now we know about
again,
the whole Pfizer thing now.
Use reasonable judgment, guys. If you haven't had COVID, feel free to get the vaccine. It'll be fine. But if you had COVID before and you've built up a natural immunity to it, you're fine. Okay? This panic is insanity.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Knowing the place I live, I'm looking forced into taking the booster.
Like again, for you, unfortunately, if you're going to be forced to do it, you're going to be forced to do it. Here, we're still fighting the thing to be like, no, that's insanity. And again, one of the arguments that the left used in the Supreme Court case was it's just like a pair of gloves. And then the other side, I am shocked the other side didn't immediately say, but you could take off a pair of gloves. They literally said vaccines are the exact same as a pair of gloves. And I'm like, what? No.
No, they should call it a bulletproof vest, and the diseases are like bullets. But then again, you can take off a bulletproof vest as well.
Yeah, again, this is something that will be in your body. You cannot remove the vaccine once you get it. They are not even remotely comparable. That is fucking insanity logic.
Yeah. And it doesn't help that the creators of it have openly said, like, yeah, we need to keep an eye out because this is so untested that people who get the vaccine over the next, 5 to 9 years could potentially develop anything from, they said something along the lines of, herpes all the way to, what was it?
Super Mega Death AIDS?
I don't think it was leukemia, but it was something like leukemia.
Holy Christ.
Yeah.
Serious shit. All the way from herpes to basically cancer. And it was yeah, we need to keep an eye out because we don't really know because this is untested. So we need to, if people start coming in, with conditions popping up after they got the vaccines, we need to know about this and stuff. And I'm just like, how the fuck did you push this out without knowing this shit? Holy fuck.
Yeah. It is actual. Again, and like I said, I'm not going to advocate for vaccine, that nobody should get vaccines ever. Vaccines are a great and beautiful thing. It's just, guys, this is a best judgment situation here. If you feel like that you want to get it, if you want to fully protect yourself, if you're not sure, go ahead. But just know that this is not hard.
Normal.
This is not normal. This isn't the hard science. This was put out there in a panic.
Look
So
how words are
just
being
be
redefined, too. It's not that anti-vax is a specific movement anymore. It's if you distrust this one for any reason, you're suddenly an anti-vax conspiracy theorist weirdo.
Yeah, it's so weird. Even though literally the people who made it...
hold on. We have to address this right now. Coming from someone that believes in death of the author, the creator of mRNA's comments should not be given special credence, though.
So
they absolutely should, because
this
is a science. This is not a written fantasy work. This isn't a piece of fiction.
Death of the author refers to fiction. So if I write a story and I say the meaning of the story is that war is bad, but then the story ends up showing how fun it is blowing people's heads off and glorifies killing enemy troops and why war is so great, that would be death of the author if you were to take the interpretation, oh hey, this game is saying war is good when my intention is war is bad. The fact that this guy is talking about the vaccine he made, that's not death of the author. That is just
that can't be death of the author. That makes no sense. Also, I just looked it up. I was right. It is leukemia. So yeah, anything from herpes all the way to leukemia could pop up into people who got the vaccine within the next 5 to 9 years. They're not sure, but they're saying that is a possibility.
Yeah.
So yeah, fuck that.
I keep getting this guy that I sometimes talk to on a certain server keeps telling me that Robert Malone, who I think the guy you're talking about, is not the inventor of mRNA vaccines. He was one of the early researchers back in the 90s, which he collaborated with 2 other pro-scientists on a proposal in their synthesis in the lab. And his work was later overshadowed by someone called Carico and another person called Rossi. But overall, literally hundreds of scientists worked on them. And he says that a lot of the stuff this guy supposedly said in his Joe Rogan interview was that they're discredited by other scientists. And the only difference is that what he says in this interview is it's not rooted in reality or in consensus with his peers. It's not because he simply knows something everyone doesn't. It's because it's a quack stuff for intention. And then he says, Joe Rogan had him on his show because of course it did, so more people are going to be brain poisoned by his shit.
Well, I know who you're talking about, and he's always wrong about almost everything he talks about, so he's not a good source. But also, he's not the only one. There's multiple scientists who have come out and said, who worked on it, who said that, yeah, this thing is probably, you're better off just relying on your natural immunity than getting booster shots.
Yeah. Again, this is the whole thing if you had it, all right? If you had it.
At Creetosis, any bets how fast you guys will get demonetized just for this segment? Oh no, we have to put up the safety shield. None of us are medical experts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh look, we're safe.
Yeah. Should go without question. We're not medical experts. We're just giving our thoughts on
and
what we
our
have read.
opinions on the current situation going on.
The current situation we've had to deal with for fucking 2 years now. That a lot of people have been locked up for 2 years. A lot of places are in, turning the unvaxxed into fucking second-class citizens. Papers, please. I can't go sit down at a fucking restaurant and eat food.
Dude, that's the most terrifying thing. That's why we're like, dude, just come to a more sanity state. You know, the people that are like, no, fuck that. That's retarded.
I will say the idea of getting leukemia is pretty scary.
Yeah.
My grandfather died of leukemia.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And that's why I'm just like, yeah, I think I'd rather just get COVID and get over it, and rather than get something that's not tested.
My mom also has a form of blood cancer, so and one of the reasons why she's particularly paranoid is because she's been told that if she gets COVID, it will likely kill her. So that's the reason why she's been so paranoid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Anyways, let's get to the...
Hold on. At Creetosis, have you guys ever thought about starting a podcast? Doesn't have to be weekly or anything, but at least it would prevent these kinds of tangents. My dude, what do you think we're doing right now?
What do you think this is? We talk about everything here. We don't care. We love to go on tangents and talk about what we feel.
Fallout does everything to do with modern vaccines, right?
Yes.
Yeah, no, we're not going to be able to, spin it that hard. But, alright.
Wait, maybe the vaccine is the forced evolutionary virus.
Yeah. Oh, God. Fucking Indigo, Meme Knight said that earlier.
Technically it is, because the FEV was originally created to prevent people being affected by biological weapons, such as manufactured diseases.
Well, there you go.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, now it's starting to make sense.
Yeah. God, we literally are living in Fallout. Jesus Christ.
All right.
I mean, I always knew we were, but it's even more evident.
I'm just glad I'll be dead before 2077. I've got 30 years left, so I'm good. Wait,
I want to live.
I've got 35 years.
Singularity. I want to live to the singularity. Damn it. So I want to at least make it that far. All right.
games just as much as I have them with the interplay games. In my personal opinion, I prefer the first-person shooter mechanic, but I also love the style of the game interplay was making. So in general, I think all of them are good games and they have great stories. I nitpick here and there.
Well, we're going to have to strongly disagree with you on the great stories thing.
Yeah,
No, bro,
no.
Fallout 76 was a great story.
Yeah,
Fallout
amazing
3, 4,
story.
and 76 are god-awful stories.
I want to point out, we're 3 minutes into a 9.5-minute video. You're barely out of your intro. You do not have time to make the arguments necessary to defend these points. Not to imply, like, there's any room to, because based on what I know, and I've dived pretty deep into these games, there is not much room to defend them on. They are very lacking.
Yeah, and with this much time, there's just no way you're going to be able to make any kind of substantial argument to change anyone's mind or prove anything.
Yeah, I don't think you realize the difficulty of the task you've taken on, and how you just haven't given yourself enough time to do it.
All right.
In general, I think them are good games and they have great stories. I nitpick here and there, but at the end of the day, they're just video games. Let's start.
Okay, so there's just video games. That's not an argument.
That is not a thing. That is a very dismissive way to look at this. Again, you are spending money for this. If you want your entertainment to have a higher quality, if you want people to actually give a shit that make these things instead of farming it out and then crapping out some garbage that everyone wants to pay for, if you actually want to think beyond, pretty flashing lights, pew, 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 then you need to hold them to a standard. Everything needs to be held to standards.
Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna have to not start a new group, but I'll invite Gadget to the other group with Indigo because he's able to hop on.
Oh, okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, let's go.
Grab the link, Setch.
All right.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Hello.
We're about 3 minutes into the video so far, and you haven't really missed anything.
Yeah, he hasn't started his actual points yet. He's just...
He could watch it at double speed, though, if he wants, just to catch up.
Well, no.
This
Especially with the tangent we just had.
Sorry about that. My headphones just came in first. There you go. Put it back in.
This 3 minutes has all been introduction. So over a third of his video has been introduction.
Yeah, we were just saying he hasn't given himself the time to make the points he wants to, so, or that he's trying to.
Yeah, he's got 6 minutes to make a point that basically everything you said in your video and everything that was said in the other video is wrong.
Yeah, he's also responding to
I'll be right back one second.
Bethesda never understood Fallout as well in his 9.5-minute video.
So he's got 6, because this is basically, from what I got, kind of a preamble, because Yen's and just like, this is just video games, so lol. So he's going to respond to like 2 or 3 videos. My video, I think, was like 30 minutes or something like that. In 6 minutes? That's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
It's going to be very thorough with lots of sourced arguments.
Yeah, that's quite the summary.
Well, the vibe I get from, it's just video games is, you kind of see the shit take a lot, but it's just video games, bro. It's not real, dude. It's like, okay, that doesn't mean we should just accept garbage.
It's still a product that you bought with money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
nah, bro, story in video games is like story in a porno. It's not important, right?
Oh my god.
Sad.
But I was going to do like a Twitter type take. You never seen those tweets where they have claps in between each word? I was going to say, interactive narrative is still important. Sorry for hitting the mic.
That's fine.
Just like, yeah, it's like just video games. It's just such an annoying kind of poo-poo statement because we've seen some incredible games, some touching games. You know, Brothers, Tale of Two, I forget what it's called. Tale of Two Sons, I think it was.
Oh, Plague Tale.
Yeah, Plague Tale. I mean, list goes on. Last of Us, the original, I got me is like within 15 minutes. Like, there's been amazing stories, even just like side plots in various video games. Maybe if you made this argument back in the 70s, where the most advanced game was Space Invaders, you might have a point. But we've gone a long way since Pong. So the idea that interactive entertainment isn't important, or even not even entertainment. Honestly, some video games aren't even really meaning to entertain you. Some video games are meant to have you explore a narrative through an interactive form.
Ooh,
So,
the disappearance of Edith Finch.
yeah, I haven't gotten around to play that, but I played I think a similar game, which was the Ethan something.
The Vanishing of Ethan Carter.
Carter.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah, it was Ethan Carter. Yeah, it reminds me the title structure reminds me a lot. It's probably different, but that game was also like explored a lot of interesting themes, and it wasn't necessarily there to make you laugh or to have frenetic first person gameplay. It was to explore something in an interactive narrative. So, yeah, I the argument that just video games is like, no, that doesn't really hold water anymore. You can do incredible things, and the only difference between a movie or a book or anything else like this now is this is interactive. It's an interactive medium.
It's What Remains of Edith Finch. Whoops.
That's right.
I can't remember if we covered it already, but there was a video posted in the suggestions channel where one of the arguments was literally the narrative in video games is only there to like have an excuse for the gameplay, and the narrative does not actually matter. All that's important is whether the gameplay is good.
Yeah, that's the one we didn't cover that one, but it's one not Last Jedi, but the one before, where I was like, oh shit, today's Monday. Here's a selection of videos. What should we cover? One of them was the one you're referring to. Story and video games don't matter, which we'll probably get around to at some point.
Yeah. But he was literally just saying stuff like the narrative in a video game, it doesn't matter. It can be complete crap, but so long as the gameplay around it is good, that's all that matters. And I'm just like, yeah, nah, Fallout 4 is proof that that's bullshit.
Maybe like The Last of Us Part 2.
I mean,
God.
I wouldn't even venture to say what people can or can't enjoy about a game. There's some people who literally they have options now. I was playing another game. I think it was the Final Fantasy VII remake because I got that for Christmas, and they had an option for people who just want to play it for the story. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. I'm not going to tell you how to enjoy a game, but there's been some games where I couldn't give two craps about the story, but I love the gameplay. And there's some games where I'm like, wow, this game's really rough, but the story is incredible. So I think I see it go either way. And if that's the case where gameplay is king and nothing else matters, tell that to Kojima someday. Because if anything, I'd say his design is the opposite. He comes up with a couple of gameplay mechanics to service his crazy ideas, his crazy story. So,
oh,
yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong.
I already have my nuclear hot take with Kojima that his gameplay is what saves him because his stories are bad.
Yeah, I was going to say it can very much go either way.
I will fully dive on that sword by myself. By the way.
Oh, I'm not going to defend Kojima in front of you at all, but I did like a couple of his games. I played his stuff since the original Metal Gear and the NES. I thought that was solid. I liked Metal Gear Solid was okay. Metal Gear Solid 2 I really liked. I actually surprisingly I thought I was going to hate it. I played 4 but not 3. Didn't bother with his latest because that just seemed like extremely tedious, even though I like some of the ideas in it, but he is a super overindulgent. But yeah, you're right. He does manage to usually have a pretty solid system underneath, despite having like 2-hour cutscenes at times.
Oh god, yeah, the fucking cutscene. Metal Gear Solid 5, I don't remember having cutscenes that often. They were pretty fucking lengthy. But yeah, Metal Gear Solid 4 had literal like film length cutscenes, 2-hour plus cutscenes that were like
holy shit.
The acting in those cutscenes is also pretty awkward at times. Just seeing like the scene where Ren shows up, just how there's like this really awkward pauses between characters talking. It just feels really unnatural.
Yeah, that's a actually something that gaming had to kind of overcome. There was people had a really hard time timing dialogue so that it sounded natural. So you'd have like wait, JC, what are you doing? I'm sorry, I didn't know that's what you wanted me to do, or so. There'd be like a 2 or 3 second gap in between each line because they didn't know how long to kind of set a pause after that voice clip played. And so that's kind of a holdover from that. But I think he's gotten better, obviously. But if you play something like Metal Gear Solid 2 or whatever, that's obviously back in the PS2 days. They didn't quite have that timing down.
One of my favorites for that is when one character is interrupting another, but the timing is so off that, character one is talking, then they get interrupted. And then character two who interrupts them starts talking after, like...
And then we have to do, like... Oh, I thought it was going to be the other way, where my favorites are when the character being interrupted keeps going for, like, another minute because the dialogue was originally in a different language and the timing is different, but they didn't change, like, the pacing of the scene or anything.
Oh, no!
Oh, dude, those are when it's horrifying.
I've seen that in Hollywood movies. If you've ever watched, I don't recommend it, but if you've ever watched The Host, which was the sort of follow-up from the Twilight writer, there's one scene in that where it's a classic mistake. It's where you write somebody that is supposed to be interrupted by somebody else, but they shouldn't be acting as if they're about to be interrupted, right? One guy says, like, you do this or so help me. And then the other guy interrupts. Yeah, and then the other guy interrupts him, and it's really awkward. Obviously, he was directed to be interrupted, but it's not natural at all.
Yeah, that's why... bad. That's very cringy.
Yeah. That's why what should happen is you honestly shouldn't tell them that they're going to be interrupted or anything like that. That does go a long way because that mental block you put up that I'm going to be interrupted, so I need to cut off my thing here so that the other person's audio comes in clean. No, to make it sound more natural, just have it naturally somebody comes in and interrupts. The person who gets interrupted will most often, as is human nature, stop.
Yeah, but that's the kind of thing you would have to get on the first take, because then they know on the second take.
You just proved it with Indigo.
Yeah, you did.
It's actually a really interesting human thing we've been conditioned to do. Like, if you ever have an echo on your audio and you hear yourself, you'll interrupt yourself, and it'll be almost impossible to finish a sentence without sounding like a stumbling moron, basically.
Yeah.
So you mean how I normally talk?
Have you seen the experiments where there's an audio program that will take your audio from your mic and play it back to you, but will slightly distort things and slow things down a little bit and then speed things up and slow things down? And it is the funniest. Oh, it is the funniest thing ever. Because it's like, okay, here's your challenge. Read these 3 paragraphs. And then you start, and they're very simple paragraphs, but by the time it was like, he went to the... Oh! Because the dialogue just fucks you that hard.
Oh, yeah, that's... Ugh.
Yeah, because I don't know about you guys, but I had a pretty hard time. I had a speech impediment when I was younger, and I don't know if you've ever had a stammer. It doesn't really ever go away. You just end up over enunciating really, really carefully to make sure you're understood. Like, apparently, this is news to me. Apparently, James Earl Jones had an extreme speech impediment when he was younger, but that probably helped him because he probably had to overcome that. Probably helped him become a great, clear and emphatic speaker because he had to train himself to speak in a certain way. So it's really interesting how that works.
Yeah.
I know about the feedback thing, though, because every time, well, not every time, but a good amount of time that I try to talk to Gadget when he's doing something, he has it so that my audio comes through like his speakers and then back into me. Like it's just like a loop. So whenever I'm trying to talk, I just hear myself, and I'm just like, as I'm trying to talk, and I'm like, God damn it, Gadget, turn your fucking speaker off. I can't do this. I can't speak.
And it's perfectly fine if it's synced. If it's synced, like it just sounds like an echo or like through your ears. But if there's like a half a second delay, it'll completely mess you up.
Yes, I'll say something, and then it'll just come in like a half second later. And I'm just like, and I can't. And I have to like slow down. I'm like, God, I hate this.
Dude, that's
try the voice changer.
That's what makes that audio program so funny. It's so hilarious to watch people. Kakusha was the guy that showed me it, and he was like, "Okay, here's my challenge, chat. If I can get through these 3 paragraphs, I don't have to drink this awful like hot sauce mix and stuff like that." And so he starts going, and he's like, "Mary had a little lamb whose fleece was." It's like, oh god. And then it's funny because he recorded his headphones too, so he said, "Chat, this is what I was listening to," and his dialogue's like, "Mary had a little lamb," and it's like, oh god.
For some reason, you remind me of. Did you ever see that movie Scrooged with Bill Murray?
I
No,
think
I
I've
have
seen
not.
parts of it.
There's that one guy, not Bill Murray, but the guy he fires in that movie.
Yeah, the guy who tries to kill him near the end.
Yeah, and he's got that kind of. I can't even really do it, but he almost sounds like Yoda a little bit. He's got that kind of weird voice. It kind of sounds like that. He's like slobbery drunk and like wanting to kill him at the end. It's pretty funny, but it just reminded me of that a little bit.
Also,
Dude, it's great. It is definitely a pretty funny party trick thing.
Oh god, it sounds like torture to me, but
it is absolutely torture. For the person that is experiencing it, it is torture. For everyone else watching, it is pure schadenfreude.
I'm sure.
Also, I like how Father Elijah comes to the chat and his first thing to do is to shitpost and troll me. Thank you, Father Elijah.
Yeah.
Why is there a human on this furry podcast?
It's not a furry podcast, guy. I am not.
It's only called Stag.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
we have tangented through the entire forest and made it to Grandma's house. Let us continue the video.
I just wanted to say that it reminded me of did you ever use that AI tool where you could type in a name or a word and it would generate like a face based on your
Yes.
input string? Well,
Yes,
I typed in Indigo Gaming and it created like this hot girl's face with like blue like Dune eyes basically. So I shared that on Twitter. I was like, Indigo Chin.
I typed in Vicious from live action Cowboy Bebop's, but not stupid, and it actually produced like an intimidating looking character. But the best part, I included Netflix and it gave me a black character for Vicious.
Oh no.
That's pretty funny.
But I actually would have liked this fake person to be Vicious in Bebop Flicks because he actually looks like he would play the proper part of Vicious well. That was what was so fucking hilarious about it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, like if I think of any physical characteristics of Vicious, I would think pale skin, white hair. But I think the performance is the key result anyway. So I mean, why not?
Let's
Sure,
see
you can't
Pale
do worse than
black
what they've been.
skin. White
Like
hair.
Jed actually seemed to have some sincerity for his.
Do you guys remember what that AI program was called?
There's a few of them. I have to look for it.
Okay, I found artflow.ai, I believe. Because I found the link
Yeah, that's it.
in our group chat. Or the image. Let me just drop this in here. And post it on screen so people could see
Oh, yeah, I remember you posting that a while back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does actually look like a way better version of Vicious than what we got. That's sad.
That's actually not bad.
It's cool. It's got an intensity to him. He isn't doing like mochi mochi or moshi moshi.
Mochi mochi.
Oh, dude, yeah. So you've seen Cowboy Bebop Netflix now, have you?
I've seen clips. I love Cowboy Bebop too much to bother, but I've seen clips.
Yeah.
No, that's for the best.
Amazing opening scene, the coin kick.
I would like to point out,
And
too...
just space weights.
I would like to point out, too, that my actual prompt was Netflix Cowboy Bebop Vicious, but not retarded, and it wouldn't let me put in retarded, so I had to change to dumb. But yeah, that was actually a good result.
Yeah. That's pretty bad when an
absolutely.
AI could do a better job than fucking paid writers.
Yeah, that honestly looks like it suits the part of a villain far better. Because as soon as I saw what Vicious looked like, I thought it was a bad cosplayer. It looked like a joke.
Well, he is a
Yeah.
joke through the entire show. He's a smiling dipshit.
Oh, this is brutal. Okay,
What?
so I put my name in to see what it would generate.
Rip.
Oh, it's definitely a rip moment for sure.
Oh no.
Yeah, this is absolutely a rip moment.
Oh no.
It generated that fast though? Usually it takes like an hour or 40
It's got
minutes.
down to one minute.
It's
turnaround
1 minute
right
now. Yep.
Yeah, it
Really?
was about an hour when I first
Wow.
joined. Yeah.
Again, the whole point behind these AIs and the reason they open them up is that they train them and they get faster and faster.
True.
It's also the queue is. I remember the first day I joined on it. It was like every other person on my Twitter feed was using ArtFlow, so I think I had really like a ton of hype at the time. It's probably dying down a little bit now.
I'm gonna say don't share this on the fucking stream.
Oh, that bad, eh?
Oh.
Yeah, I even put 7 as the thing.
You
7.
know, I actually think that's a spitting image of you. That looks great.
Oh, dude, that is horrifying. What is funny though is they got the swept-back hair at least, but oh
yeah,
my
it
God.
got the sweatback hair, but that's wow.
Oh yeah,
That looks like a really like fucking.
It looks like it look. Such asked me to not share this on screen, so I won't. But I will describe it. It looks like a combination of Geralt of Rivia and Fat Geralt.
It looks like fucking Conan mixed with Geralt. Like it looks like a Brutal Legends character.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of vicious warlord.
All right, we've gotten really off track. Let's get back to the video.
So, is there anything that I need to know about? Has he really addressed anything from my video yet, or is just
not at
No.
all.
It's
Okay.
just been bit of a rambling intro. Oh, New Vegas was my first Fallout game. I think all the Fallout games are good in their own way.
All the Fallout games have great stories.
Older
which is weird,
fans
like,
think that the games don't have enough choice and aren't dark enough. Newer fans think darkness would put too many people off from playing the series. And then that comment you cut before you came in, it's not that big of a deal, it's just a video game.
Yeah, and he wanted to make a distinction of like, oh, I'm not on either camps, that like I don't favor one or the other, and it's like we don't care which one
Yeah.
you favor. We care about your arguments.
Yeah.
dude. Okay, this is the last one, I swear.
Oh,
but I
God.
had to generate this, and this is fucking amazing. Holy.
Nice.
That's pretty cool.
That
I
is
know-
a really good fucking. That's a really good image.
I know what a lot of people do is they put prompts into here, or they there's another AI program that will mix and match real life faces and kind of generate a face that doesn't exist, and then they'll run that through a sort of art generation program, and they can use that as basically like RPG character portraits and stuff. It's actually a pretty cool little process.
Yeah, I mean, this would be a great thing for like pen and paper roleplay and shit. I'm like, holy
Yeah.
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm disappointed with what I.
Especially if you give it specific instructions, like if you wanted a red-haired, blue-eyed woman that has freckles and she's, I don't know, 37 years old. If you put that in, it'll generate something close to that.
It kind of looks like a goat, man. I could definitely see this guy's spirit animal being a goat.
I guess so.
I'll grab the link for that one to put it on screen. This is the one Gadget got, I suppose, with his name.
Nah, I
get
just
rid
put
of-
in I put an anthropomorphic steampunk goat as the name,
Oh.
and yeah, it gave me a human.
Well, yeah, I think it only does humans. You can't spread your degeneracy to the AI, so.
Oh,
It looks
you
like
you
best
imagine-
believe we
though.
will.
Could you imagine if there was one that could make like your own sonar out of in an AI program like this?
Oh my god, we might actually
And it
get
actually
less.
looks cool.
Yeah, we might get less shitty looking fucking donut steal fucking
characters.
OCs,
Yeah.
with like red and
Yeah.
black or rainbow colored fucking degenerate
And-
shit.
I typed in cute goat and it gave me this. Ugh. That's not cute nor a goat.
I love
is
that
not
super
cute.
chat. $5
yeah.
from Scootmeister. Thank you. No surprise there. AI either turned racist after studying real life examples or criticized the CCP.
They do. If you've ever seen Inner Historian's video about especially when 4chan was like, wait, we could train this AI?
And that was Taylor Nang, wasn't it?
Yes, and it was fucking
And there was
great.
also some Japanese bot as well that loved Hitler, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Eventually,
yeah.
within a day, it was praising Hitler or something. It was crazy. Like,
It was. All right. Okay, here we go.
Yeah,
Back to the video. Let's do this.
His creations feature vastly different approaches to atmosphere, but the in-game soundtrack to Fallout 1 and 2 were ambient,
I don't have a
industrial.
link. Hang
Oh,
on.
dang.
Oh, Satch, I
Oh.
told you to grab the fucking
I
link.
did. I put the link.
Oh, I must have missed it. Sorry about that. Yeah, there we go. Sorry.
Well, we'll still blame Satch for that one.
Wow. Wow, I see how it is. By the way, Indigo, it was weird to hear your voice in the video again. So it's just like
yeah.
oh shit, man, I gotta turn the echo down.
Yeah, we heard.
That's like 4 years ago, at least, or close to 5 years ago. My God, wow, yeah, it's probably sounded a bit different then.
Yeah, we heard your voice from the video. Then you started talking. Actually, I don't have the link. So it's your voice overlaid on top of your voice.
Yeah, it was a bit weird. All right, here we go.
Today they're just video games. Let's start.
Interplays in Bethesda's creations feature vastly different approaches to the soundtrack and audio atmosphere, but the in-game soundtrack to Fallout 1 and 2 were ambient, industrial, and sometimes primal, with metallic sounds like distant screeching metal tubes, as if hearing the final death throes of a metal-laden world. Old Fallout had never made any inclination to nationalism, Americana, or old-timey pride. Contrasted to new Fallout, you'll notice a greater emphasis on the brassy tunes of the mid-20th century music on the radio. Humming to Bob Crosby while firing nukes at super mutants in New Fallout was pretty funny the first time you did it, but it dilutes the game's atmosphere.
Okay, I didn't see much of American Pride in New Vegas, but Fallout 3 and 4 take place in literally two of the most patriotic states in America. It's no wonder why there was a lot of patriotism in 3 and 4. It makes sense that after 200 years, a new civilization...
Okay, so I guess we'll talk about this. They didn't have to set them there. Okay? Again, New Vegas... Well, I mean, you didn't even do the research of who made the original Fallouts, but New Vegas was set on the West Coast as well. And you would still think there would still be some patriotism there, but that wasn't the point of the Fallout series. It wasn't about being patriotic. It was about this new world, these new regimes, these new factions that would rise and fall based off of their own ideology.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to make a real point there. I don't think he's familiar with Washington, D.C. I'd say that Washington, D.C. is probably one of the least patriotic state. Well, it's not a state, but like
District
and D.C. Like,
yeah,
I'd
say D.C. district is pretty sanitized of that. Weirdly, people would assume, especially foreigners, would assume that it's D.C. It's your capital city, so it's going to be like hardcore American Pride. It's like, no, it's all kind of gray and just there. It exists.
Some of the people that are trying to change America the most are in D.C. So I would say they're probably one of the less patriotic. I'd say Texas for sure. Nevada is probably up there. Yeah, I mean, you get the kind of, people who can list, the amendments and the Constitution. Those are probably going to be your more patriot type cities and states. But yeah, I mean, I could see it for New Vegas for sure. Got that kind of cowboy America kind of thing going on, but not so much DC. DC has a lot of iconography, but it's more politician /
yeah.
It's serving that whole political sphere, and it's actually
and that's something I wanted to call out when he said that was, obviously, he's wrong. Like, it's not about the patriotism thing. That's not what the game series is about. but he said that he never saw any of it in New Vegas, and I'm like, Ulysses is literally like, it's a pretty big thing of like he supports the American ideal, not what it became, but the idea of it, and which is what true patriotism is. And then also the NCR are kind of that to a fault, where they want to go back to the pre-war world as it was, which isn't necessarily a good thing. There's an argument to be made that it's better than what is there now, but it's definitely a want to go back to that pre-world era. So I don't know, the whole there's no patriotism thing there. I'm just like, there is. They just didn't focus on it because that's not the focus of Fallout.
Yeah.
Whereas with these newer games, it's like that's all they can talk about. Like that's all they focus on is like the blind patriotism of this bygone country and how like over the top it is, and like how insane people were to like how patriotic they were to the point of being like zealots.
God bless the USA and nowhere else.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I was
that
gonna
shit.
mention Nathan from Megaton. Yeah, this point just feels weird to me overall.
Honestly wasn't even one of my biggest points in my video, but I just noticed especially in 3.
Yeah.
Because I believe I said patriotism or old timey pride. You get a lot more of the old timey pride in New Vegas, and my viewpoint has changed a bit on New Vegas since I did that video. I'm a lot more positive about it now, but my points were that it felt a little bit too nostalgic for essentially a world picking at the scraps of the corpse of America, basically. Like, America's dead. Nobody really cares about it anymore. Whatever the America stood for obviously failed, and people have created a new California, new this and new that. Like, they're not really looking back so much as trying to look forward while using the scraps of the corpse of America to do so. Like building, taking scraps of what used to be and trying to make something new with it. But the sort of I wasn't as good of a writer back in 2017, I admit, but what I was trying to make a point of is that it just the little robots floating around DC, with little like patriotic American flute tunes and things like that. I never even got that the Enclave cared about America. They care about control. So that was my point I tried to make. I probably didn't put it into the perfect words, but hopefully that came through.
They could have always hidden behind the concept of that, just to bring people in that side.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
Yeah, neither did I.
Yeah, I didn't get that either,
Yeah,
honestly.
you cut out again.
Sorry. I was saying that maybe the Enclave perhaps was using that as a front to get people on their side. Like, maybe they weren't really as patriotic as we might think.
Yeah.
Well, which is weird because they wouldn't even need to do that, because this is a long time after the bombs fell. The idea of America is gone, so they would have to reintroduce this idea to then bring people onto their side. Instead, they could have just reintroduced the idea of the fact that, hey, we have functioning technology, flowing waters, a society, everything like that. We have, like, our guys are in power armor and shit like that. A bit of a show of force.
Yeah.
It's interesting because a really good TV show, probably a lot better than whatever this monstrosity they're making now based on Fallout it's going to be. But a really great TV show kind of explores some of these ideas was Jericho. It was from mid-2000s, late 2000s show about...
Is that the one where all the adults died?
No, was that the 111 or 1100 or whatever? I'm not sure. That's a different one, I think. Jericho was set modern day, mid-apocalypse, mid-nuke apocalypse, not post, but mid. So or like shortly after the bombs dropped or whatever happened. All people know is that there was some sort of explosion, radiation is happening, and all the grids, the power grids, the police everything. Everything's down, and people have to basically fend for themselves. And that was a really mature look. I don't want to spoil much because I recommend the show, especially if you're into kind of Fallout style, apocalyptic civilization and stuff like that. But one thing that happened was interesting is after major centers of governance and power plants and system and infrastructure completely failed or destroyed or completely torn apart. You're not getting you're not getting the government to tell you what to do. You're not getting even local governments like mayors and stuff. They're either dead or not in the picture. Smaller alliances of America started forming. Like there was the Allied States of America, and they had their own flag. It was a variation of the American flag with like less stars in a circle or something like that. So there's all these kind of interesting factions started appearing, and with their own essential rules, laws, and constitutions and stuff. So it was a really interesting exploration of how that would form. But I don't think people would. It's hard to say. I mean, also you're looking at Fallout, which is I think the first game is like what 70 years after the bombs dropped. So this is like way after everything happened. I don't think you would see the sort of pride flare up the same way you see it today. That's my opinion.
Yeah. I can agree with that. I think that it being so long, I mean, the length of time is just a huge problem in Bethesda's Fallout games. Like these generators still powering all these buildings for hundreds and hundreds of years. It's just ridiculous.
Well, not just that. The fact that, particularly in Fallout 3 and 4, there's been no rebuilding in all that time. There's barely been anything. People are still nailing strapped together to build their walls and their huts and everything. They haven't attempted to relearn how to run a forge or making new materials. Or just basic
carpentry.
Yeah.
They haven't even attempted Adobe stuff like fucking like they did in the first
Shady Sands in Fallout 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I was going.
That's pretty bad. Like, come on, you haven't even upgraded to mud huts yet. You're still doing scrap fucking shacks and shit. Come on.
Yeah. Man, now I want to play some more Shadowrun games because now I'm just thinking about how interesting Shadowrun's Apocalypse with Magic Reawakening was, and all the shake up throughout the world of like all these different nations forming and city-states forming because magic existed now.
Yeah, that's an interesting. I love that setting because it just kind of thrusts the world the world is our world up into like 50 years ago or whatever, and they just kind of thrust to fantasy right into it and kind of explores what would happen.
Literally on one of the New Year's Eve, suddenly magic came about, and like all the children that were being born now were not normal, and there were people that like were literally exploding with energy and everything like that, and like entire. How do you function when a dude can literally just will a bank vault open like through electrical means and stuff like that, or when you see dragons flying in the fucking sky, and it's like, society collapsed real fast.
Yeah, especially I think was it like the not Tacoma, but because I used to live in Tacoma, so a lot of these Shadowrun locations that are in and around Seattle are really familiar to me, but there was an area, was it Puyallup or whatever, where it became like a wasteland because that was like where the magic hit the most or something.
Yep.
Something like that, I remember.
And then you had, oh god, his name began with a D. He was literally called Big D. He was a dragon that was trying to help people. He was trying to help people understand the world, so he did worm talk and everything like that. He had his own podcast and everything.
Dunkelson.
Yes. And he became president, but he knew that he was not long for this world because, people don't like dragons for a lot of it for very good reasons, by the way. So he knew he was not long for this world, and it was a huge blood magic ritual that literally evaporated him and his entire like convoy.
Never deal with a dragon.
Yeah, this is one of the main rules of the Shadowrun universe: never ever deal with a dragon.
Are they just naturally malevolent?
No, it's that they are thinking in terms where you are literally a speck of dust. So they will never have your best interest in mind, unless you prove yourself to be exceptionally good. That's why you have the people who can literally be the voice of the dragons. But again, that is like winning the lottery 10 times in a row sort of deal. Most of the time, they're like, oh yeah, sure, we'll do this for you and stuff like that, and then you get the thing and you realize that it fucked you over, but by you getting fucked over, it secures them this territory for the next 300 years and stuff like that, because they're thinking in terms of like, well, in the next millennium, I need this, this, and that.
Maybe, so they're kind of like a monkey's paw.
They're like, what?
A monkey's paw?
Kind of. Again, you have to be very careful when dealing with them.
It's just like, it's like the completely different mindset. It's like a human or a mortal dealing with a god.
Yeah.
What could a mortal possibly offer a god? And gods are thinking, a god is thinking in centuries rather than years, you know? So
yeah,
it's a completely different, not necessarily malicious, but a completely different long-term thinking that doesn't necessarily involve you for very long. So
yeah. Like I said, there are exceptions. There are people that will prove themselves to be extremely valuable enough that a dragon will take notice of this fleeting little mayfly. And actually, it's something you can do in the Shadowrun games. One of the Shadowrun games, I should say. Very, very awesome ending if you happen to do very specific key things. You can have one of the big name dragons in the entire setting will sit across from you on a subway train, and he just has that smile when he looks at you, and you just know it's like, oh, okay.
One of my favorite accounts on Twitter is Memos from Loafwear, and he just like posts about things as if Shadowrun's real. It's a pretty cool little what do they call it, a gimmick account or a
roleplay account is what a lot of them do.
Yeah,
pretty funny. I didn't mean to derail it. I just was.
No, it's fine.
It was my fault. I further derailed it, so it doesn't matter.
This stream is nothing but derails. Like, if we were to actually take each stream and cut up between actually focusing on the content we're covering and then have the derailings, I'm pretty sure we'd have more time being derailed than on topic.
Yeah. It's pretty
some accurate. Tangents guaranteed.
Yep. 25 Polish Lodi from Super Jazzy. Thank you. Shadowrun isn't post-apocalypse entirely. There are wastelands like most of Germany, but most of the world just restructured.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have the Berlin Free State, which is where one of the Shadowrun games takes place. Shadowrun Dragonfall, by the way, is a fantastic game.
Seconded, really good game.
Yeah. I obviously got the one ending, but yeah. I will give a brief synopsis without any spoilers, but there is a dragon known as Feuerwing, literal Firewing, who is a nuclear apocalypse level threat, and that sets the basis for your entire adventure in the Berlin Free State. And it is fascinating. It is an amazing romp through the politics of the world and everything like that. It is really fucking good.
Yeah, what's cool about Shadowrun is it's not just one particular setting; it's a world. So you can go to like pretty much unaffected, not obviously affected, but like non-destroyed locations. Like downtown Seattle is bustling cyberpunk metropolis, but you can also go to the more deeply, decrepit locations as well. So you could use completely urban, high-tech Shadowrun game, or you could go something a bit more apocalyptic. So
yeah,
it's a variety there.
And that's why things like the Shadowrun FPS could actually work and be functional. It was goofy that they made it an FPS, but it's not. It doesn't like immediately break the world. It's like two Shadowrun groups fighting each other. Absolutely, that happens all the fucking time.
Oh yeah. I imagined actually a great Shadowrun game could be a first-person kind of looter shooter with RPG build outs and stuff. The whole robotics versus your soul kind of system, where you get too many cybernetic implants, you can't utilize magic as much, vice versa, and kind of have that as like a sort of a co-op slash PvP shooter where you do randomized runs. I'd love a game like that. That could be awesome if done right.
That would be fucking great. Or even like a roguelike where when you die, you pick up as a new member of the Shadowrun team, your particular Shadowrun clan that you've started together. That could be interesting. Like, died on a milk run. Well, all right.
I love the idea of kind of like bite-sized RPGs, like the kind of roguelite sort of genre, because it does two things. A, I'm so busy, I have less and less time, so it kind of gives me a more fulfilling, complete adventure over a few hours rather than, having to play a 50-hour adventure all in one go.
Yeah.
But B, if it makes my decisions ironically more impactful because I can't go back on a save game. If I die, I die.
Yeah.
So it actually makes it almost more intense sometimes because I know that I can't just, save scum and reload and try the other thing. So yeah, I'm a big fan of that, honestly.
Yeah. 25 Polish Zloty from Super Jazzy. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Don't forget the Immortal Elves. Harlequin rules an RPG. Keep rolling till you lose. He has no stats. Yep. I love characters like that, like the Battlestar Galactic, the Babylon 5 pen and paper RPG game. Is like, if you're fighting the Vorlons, you lose. There is nothing you can do. No, game over. You lose. It literally says on the page, like, no, you lose. Nothing you do will work. Not even that. Because they are literally a threat. It's like, these are beings that are so far beyond you and humanity as a whole. These are beings that have ascended to a higher plane of existence. It's like, yeah, you're fighting that. No, you lose.
It's kind of like putting stats on an old one in a Call of Cthulhu game, where you're just like,
yeah,
okay,
I hate that.
how do you quantify the power of Cthulhu? Or,
yeah.
And Cthulhu, honestly, isn't even one of the worst. He's one of the more central and more notable ones, but I forget his name right now. But there's one old one which is literally a galaxy sprawling space cancer that just has no intelligence, no drives, no desires.
Yeah. I think it's Nyarlathotep.
And he literally will just devour the universe, and that's its only goal is to devour the universe. It's like, how do you reason with that, or how do you even fight that?
Is that the one that's asleep? Because I remember there was one that was asleep, and if it woke up, it would destroy the universe.
No, this is the one where...
Azathoth, yeah.
Yeah, okay, it's on Nyarlathotep. Yeah, but there's one that's the great screaming chaos, and they need to constantly keep it... that one of the other gods cursed it by having a flutist of madness constantly like blaring at it so that it wouldn't be able to think properly, so it couldn't destroy the entire universe.
Yeah, there's some crazy shit in those books and the kind of expanded lore, but I just love the idea of like just an endless, just like formless being that just devours the universe, has no intelligence, no reason, just consume. That's all it does. Kind of like MovieBlob in a way. You know?
Yeah. 10 Polish Zloty from Super Jazzy. Thank you very much. Cthulhu isn't an old god, no. He was a high priest. He did it did become one of the... I don't think the old ones. I think he was considered an elder god, and I think there was a distinction between them. Like you had the outer gods, the old ones, and the elder gods. I think those were the distinctions.
High priest of the great old ones. So is he not an old one? I would assume he's an old one because he's a great priest of the great old ones. Yeah. According to Wikipedia, which is the purveyor of truth, he's a great old one.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I finally got around to reading the book. The book's awesome. I probably like Horror of Dunwich a little bit better. I think that kind of has a better build up, but Call of Cthulhu is also awesome, and they're great. If you like Darkest Dungeon and the narrator of that game, Wayne June also narrates a bunch of Cthulhu works as well. So if you love that sort of voiceover that you get in Darkest Dungeon, he's done a lot of the H.P. Lovecraft books as well. So, and they're pretty short. They're like an hour or two each, a lot of them. So it's not like you can kind of get through one like during a long drive if you're like driving across the state or whatever. So I recommend it. They're really, really good.
Sounds like a great time. I love playing June's voice.
Oh, man. I'm just making myself wanting to play Shadowrun again. I want to finish. I've been working on a Shadowrun campaign for a while to do for Pen and Paper. And, God, man, I want to run some people through it at some point. And hopefully, fingers crossed, the story will go the way I want it to. I know it's going to go off the rails because it's players. Obviously, they can pick and choose whatever the fuck they're going to do. But I'm hoping I set this up well enough that it'll get there eventually.
I just remember that story you linked us to, the D&D campaign, I think it was.
Yeah,
Old Man Jenkins or whatever.
Old Man Henderson, and
Henderson.
that was about Call of Cthulhu.
Call of Cthulhu. That was fucking legendary. That was my God.
Old Man Henderson is one of the most legendary Call of Cthulhu memes in existence. Kind of like Eric in the Dread Gazebo is one of the most legendary D&D memes in existence.
Anyway, should we get back to the video?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Civilization would want to at least some hope of what America was. As far as the music, yeah, the ambient music could have taken more inspiration from the old games because personally, I think it fits more with the themes of Fallout. But for the radio, that was completely optional, and for good reason. Something like that would appeal to a wider audience because it takes something as niche as older music and brings it to a world that is trying to survive from a horrible event that completely changed the world for the worst.
Okay, but none of that proves how Fallout is still Fallout. Like, you just can't justify that radios would have music, which makes sense. Not that...
Yeah. And again, people would try to save arts and recreational stuff just for something to do for sanity, but it wouldn't be a priority. So I think after so many years, though, all these like radio dishes and antennas and radio systems would have decayed. The exception being that Fallout actually has a built-in excuse with the vacuum tubes are actually more robust and durable than our current microchip systems. But even so, it's been hundreds of years, and they have not been maintained or looked after, and they have not been kept in good conditions.
Yeah.
And are they using vinyl records? I don't recall at this point in time. Were they using vinyl records still?
No, I believe they're holotapes.
Yeah. Holotapes, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that seems to be the catch-all excuse for...
Which, again, if holotapes actually use the magnetic strip tapes thing, then I'm sorry, those would have decayed long before these games ever took place.
Yeah. Because heat and dust can mess up vinyl records over time, but tapes will eventually just decay. They don't last a whole lot of time now. If there's some sort of... I haven't gotten that deep into the Fallout lore, but if there's some sort of excuse why the holotapes are super long-lasting, long shelf life, maybe, but I was just immediately shocked, like, oh, they've got radios and DJs and things in the Fallout universe. This is odd. This doesn't really feel right.
Yeah.
And just felt very I think I might even mentioned in the video. If I didn't, that's what I meant to mention, is that it just felt very much, oh, well, GTA did it, and people love GTA. That's kind of what a lot of decisions now tend to be kind of based on. Is like, oh, well, X popular game did this, let's add it to our game too. So.
Yeah, that's the thing we were talking about earlier, where Bethesda doesn't want to cater to a niche and just have a stable, source of income that they can keep working to. They want to have the Call of Duty money, the more money than God, so they have to appeal and widen out the net more and more and more, and just
I would just prefer it to make more sense. Like, I don't mind the idea of Three Dog if they fix some of the problems he has, but he can't exist the way he does in Fallout 3. It makes zero sense. He would need to be a character in a fortified town where it would logically make sense that he would be getting news reports from people in the wasteland.
Yeah.
Not
Because we don't hear any other like chatter on the radio systems or anything like that. How is he getting his information?
well, what if they set it up in a way you can find the ham radios all over in Fallout 3. What if you complete a quest and you could turn one of those on and you could hear some Randy reporting to Three Dog, "Hey, this is a situation in this area. This is what the kid from the vault did," or fucking whatever. And then Three Dog, there's a delay on his reporting, because that was a bit of an issue with the game too. You could complete a quest and he would immediately be talking about that quest, but have it so you could find out how he's getting the information if people are radioing in or traveling to talk to him, which we don't see because why would Bethesda put that in the game when they don't bother to explain anything else is required for their world? Yeah.
Like I could totally buy either CB radio or ham radio because that's literally it's basically like one big walkie-talkie system where you don't need the infrastructure, you don't need the towers, you don't need the satellites or anything like that. If the entire infrastructure is down, those will still work. That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
But it just seemed a little bit too organized and advanced in Fallout 3 for me to swallow. Like just how casual it all was. I don't remember really any security. You could walk right into the DJ. Like, I don't know. You think that would be a pretty valuable thing to have, broad communication all across the wasteland. And you think that somebody might want to take that,
Well, what's worse is he's guarded by the Brotherhood. Somehow this location is strategic to them. They don't really say why, except that it's fortified, which, I mean...
It's not, honestly. It really is.
But if we're going to be honest, there's a lot of places that you could consider fortified if fortified is concrete walls.
Has 4 walls.
Yeah. There's plenty of places that fit that description in DC that they aren't holed up in. It's just, we need an excuse for Three Dog to be here, so here's the Brotherhood protecting it because it's important to them. But that makes it worse because why wouldn't the Brotherhood just take the radio equipment for themselves? Wouldn't that be extremely useful to them? Rather than letting some fucking Randy use it?
Yeah. So that they could use it to give reports to their own units and everything instead. Like, be way more valuable in their hands than some news show.
What they should have done is just have GNR be outside of the DC ruins and have a town built up around it, and just that's why Three Dog is there. That he's fine. It makes sense that he's in a town and that they have a radio station. Or, alternatively, have GNR be closer to the outskirts of DC and have a settlement built up there. Not in the middle of infested ruins where he has no supply line and no reason to be there besides, hey, there's working radio equipment.
Yeah, I'm almost thinking like maybe another idea would be if he had taken over a bunker or a vault or something like that. Not necessarily a vault, tech vault, but some sort of protected bunker, and that had some sort of communications equipment, and so people didn't know where he was.
Yeah,
that would actually make more sense. And then maybe one quest is that you could use your ham radio or CB radio or whatever you're using, and use triangulation to find out where he is. You could ping it, wait X number of milliseconds before you get his signal, then move around another mile or two and see how much closer or further away it is, and then maybe through a lot of trial and error you could find out okay, approximately in this little zone has got to be where he is. Then maybe you could find some sort of half covered in dirt trap door and pop it open or something like that. Something like that would be kind of interesting. But I just, as far as I know, his location isn't a secret at all, is it?
No. He even says he's broadcasting from the DC ruins, actually.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
GNR, literally the giant building with the GNR logo on it. Like, it's
so he's not hiding his position at all.
And it would
Yeah.
make sense if he was holed up in a bunker, like Indigo says, like an old military bunker, where it's like, okay, this is where whatever military force is there can radio out, but maybe, who knows, maybe they never made it there. Maybe, whatever. Then Three Dogs stumbled upon it, and he kept it for himself. That's how he does his whole radio thing.
Yeah. And then, who knows, maybe, if they did, well, if Bethesda was smart enough, they might have added this, but like, yeah, if he's in a secret bunker and he doesn't want people to know where he is, that would give you leverage of finding out where your father is, because it's like, yeah, you could tell me where my father went, or I could tell the Wasteland where you fucking operate out of.
Yeah. And wouldn't characters like the Slavers or the people of Tenpenny Tower want to get their hands on Three Dog?
Yeah, who's been talking shit about them and everything like that, and spreading information about, oh, they're over there, stuff like that. So that's making it harder for them to live in either settlement.
Yeah. But then again, we're talking about the developer that forgot to put living plants into their game where people's survival is important. So,
One thing I really, really liked, it was a great kind of eerie addition, was in, I believe, possibly Wasteland 2, but definitely Wasteland 3, where you'd hear like cryptic messages over the radio, like calls for help, and you weren't sure if they were legit distress signals or if they were a trap. And so it's just an interesting way to lure people in to a quest through the game world itself.
Yeah.
And I just remember some of the voice acting in those being extremely eerie and interesting, where you just like hear like a wispy voice over the radio. It's like, we're out of supplies, so and so, and like the back of your mind, you're like, this could totally be a trap, but at the same time, you want to help these people. That was a really interesting aspect, and I could see that working without any sort of radio towers or like I said before, any sort of infrastructure to support it. It's just radio to radio, but.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing too, is Bethesda tries that sort of thing with both Fallout 3 and 4. There's very small radio towers around the Wasteland where you flip a switch and you get a signal and you can listen to messages from people 200 years ago when the bombs dropped or whatever. Like, I remember one of the ones I activated in Fallout 4. You get these, this obvious distress message, someone is screaming, and you have to find where the signal's coming from, and you find it in an overturned train that's surrounded by feral ghouls. And on the inside is the skeleton of someone who obviously died there like 200 years ago, or maybe not quite that long, but it's a small little story, but you don't really get anything from it. It's like, oh hey, there's a little bit of loot here, then you move on. It ends up not being... They don't do much interesting with it, is the problem.
Yeah, because that's literally the same thing that they did in 3, where it's literally you flip a switch, you hear, oh, me and my family we're out of food and water, please come and help us. You get in there and everyone, it's just ghouls as of skeletons. Yeah, it's literally the same thing.
Yeah, because I remember I found one of those and found the source of the signal in Fallout 3, and it was supposed to be a bunker, but really it was... like the underground sewer tile set, it was just made into a circle, so it didn't go anywhere, so it looked kind of like a bunker, but it's obvious that it was just sewer tile set. And yeah, it was just, oh look, the skeleton next to a radio. It's like, okay.
And they literally just copied that over from 3 to 4 and didn't do anything new with it.
Yeah.
Radiation poisoning was an insidious and creeping death, just as it is in real life. Fallout 4 removes radiation as a meter entirely, instead making rad poisoning simply a minus to your maximum hit points. This not only strips any semblance of realism of rad poisoning, but is immediately applied and metered.
Old school fans will hate me for this, but I actually liked the way Fallout 4 handled radiation. I'd say both systems of the rad meter felt pretty scary, because in old Fallout games, it was creeping on you on its own, but with it being part of your health, it was still urgent to take care of, especially if you were in a fight and forgot to heal yourself. Boom. That in one shot.
What?
What
kind of shitty argument is that? That doesn't actually address the point, though.
Yeah.
He likes it because it's the second game he played, I guess. That's fine. I mean, it is nice knowing how much. It is nice knowing how much exactly you've lost. But here's the thing: like one of the most memorable moments in all of gaming for me is when I went down to in Fallout One. What's that hole?
The glow.
The glow. And I had a couple, I think, like rataways and stuff like that. But I was like, it doesn't seem so bad. I go down there and I hang around for quite a while, try to rush through it a little bit, and then I get out, and then I'm headed to like another location. I think the one of the final locations, and I'm like, bam, game over screen. My rotted corpse in the desert. And I'm like, whoa, what the hell happened? I realized I got a lethal dose and nowhere to run to. And I'm like, oh shit. So like that was an absolutely 100% on me error that I made where I went unprotected into the glow and came out without enough resources to survive. And so that was like my entire challenge now was to, okay, what's the nearest settlement where I can barter to get some more right away or something. I forget which one's the resistance and which one's the
Radx is resistance, rad away removes rads.
Yeah.
Right. I didn't have Radx. I only had a couple like right away, but it wasn't enough. I got like a lethal dose. And so I was like, this is the effects of a post-nuclear world. Like you can't just dip into the glow and walk out and expect to be fine. Where if I was playing in Fallout 4, I just like, oh, my red meter is going up. I should probably leave.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have that same gravity. You know what I mean?
Well, first time I played Fallout 1 several years ago, I had a similar thing, but not quite the same. I made it to the glow, and I saw all the corpses around the hole, and I think in the text box in the bottom, it said that you're getting radiation poisoning or something. And I was like, I'm going to reload a save and come back a little bit more prepared.
Well, another thing, too, is honestly, just the Geiger counter sound is very disturbing and unnerving to the vast majority of people.
Yeah.
When you just hear that Geiger counter, that click, click, click at first, and then all of a sudden it does that scratching as if it's literally like tearing at you.
Yeah.
That sound is just like, that's just a great, like, no, you need to get out of here, like right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you ever, there's a couple of videos I can recommend if you haven't seen them, but of real life engineers as they were testing with real radioactive cores or whatever you want to call them. But there's a real life case where this guy accidentally, while a few people are in the room, he accidentally drops it as he was trying to secure a protective shell around a radioactive object.
You're talking about the screwdriver test with the
demon core thing. Yeah, I know what he's talking about.
Yeah, the demon core, and it like flashes.
Yeah,
and
there's
it's
a
like
blue.
the most it's like the most horrifying thing that ever happened to them, right? But here's the thing: they were fine for hours.
Yeah,
and like they didn't realize that they were already dead. That's the really creepy thing that is interesting about radiation is it doesn't affect you immediately.
Yeah.
That creeping sort of insidious death is just really interesting to me, and I think that the original games kind of the insidiousness of it is captured better because you don't immediately see the results like you do in Fallout 4. You start to lose your stats, you start to get like the radiated condition, and eventually you're just a complete mess, and then eventually you just die. But it is regressive. It doesn't happen immediately.
Well, that's why one of my big complaints, the Fallout 3 ending, of like the amount of radiation that room would be pumping out, like everything in there should be glowing, and we would have turned into a liquid puddle by just going in there.
Well, yeah, look how fast.
It does not make any sense.
Look how fast Liam Neeson and the Enclave soldiers fucking die when he blows up the console, which no idea how that released radiation at all, let alone lethal levels, but they just fucking collapse pretty much immediately.
Yeah.
If it killed them that fast, yeah, they should be turned into fucking mush.
And again, with radiation that intensive, that would literally ionize the air. Like, the air itself would be glowing in that room.
And keep in mind what Indigo just said, too. The guys with the Demon Core, there's 2 incidents like that with the screwdriver that killed 2 people. And obviously they were the closest ones to the core in that room to be affected that badly. They were fine for hours afterwards. By the time they died, their bones were turning into gel, basically. They were super fucked.
Yeah.
So yeah, for the radiation to kill people that fast in the game, that's... Oh boy. That's some intense radiation.
So depending, obviously, but depending on how many, I forget the measurement is, but how much radiation you get, 5 to 6 hours after the initial radiation exposure, tremors and convulsions will begin, and eventually coma and death are inevitable within 3 days.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty slow death considering that you're basically dead. When you see that flash, you're dead. So I just find that really a lot more intriguing than, oh, my maximum health is draining down, I better move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's why this bam, got it in one thing is just like, what the fuck? No, that was your argument for that? That is horrible.
Yeah, that was dog shit.
Dude,
tell us what you really think, Pagan.
Nah, that's what I think. It's dog shit. It's fucking awful.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you were in a fight to heal yourself, boom, that in one shot.
Old Fallout's world was persistent and challenged and threatened you, but ultimately bent to your will with enough skill or effort. New Fallout's world revolved around you, welcomed, guided, and worked to bend you to its will. Like you were just a passenger on a tour they had planned out for you.
I see where you're coming from, but with the story being so personal, isn't that the point? I'm sure Fallout is...
Oh, okay. So how is Fallout 1 and 2 not a personal story?
Well, worse than that, we can very easily prove just how much Fallout 3 centers around the player. A good 95% of what Three Dog talks about is what you, the player, are doing at any time.
Yeah. Not anybody else, not... The world feels entirely static, dead, like it's stuck in molasses, until you appear, and suddenly things like spring to motion as if they've just been waiting there.
It's almost kind of a power fantasy.
That's why I fucking hate Fallout 3 and 4 so much. It's like, Fallout shouldn't be a power fantasy. That was the thing that killed Fallout 4 for me, was getting literal power armor and one-on-oneing a Deathclaw. The Deathclaw, to give an actual threat of how the Deathclaw should have gone down, the moment you got that power armor and you were fighting all the raiders and everything like that, then the Deathclaw shows up, your character, not knowing, and you as the player would have said, well, how powerful am I? And you would have shot at the Deathclaw. And the person, Nate, wouldn't know what a Deathclaw is. Like, what the fuck is that? Yeah. So he'd start shooting at it. If the Deathclaw had come up and had done like a little vignette of it slashing, and it literally rips the suit, like a big chunk in the suit, and knocks you out the back of it or something like that, it would have like made immediately clear, yeah, no, this is not something to fuck around with.
One of the coolest things that Arcanum of Magic and Steamwork Obscura did was that you would be able to see regular newspapers lying around that would talk about events happening outside of your influence. It would just be like, this famous person did this thing, this guy invented that, this professor talked about this. Like, all these kind of really cool goings on would be happening over time. I'm thinking it must have been like a timeline or randomly generated or whatever, but probably a timeline.
It was a time.
Yeah, but like, that is so cool. That really makes it feel like your things are going on without you, and it also kind of creates an urgency to your actions. You're like, oh man, the world's kind of going on. Maybe I shouldn't spend 2 months in this cave or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like, such a minor detail, but I wish more games would do that, where the world would move on without you. Not to a point where it would just make you seem trivial, but you would have to fight for relevancy, basically. You'd have to fight to become notorious or famous or well-known or heroic.
Yeah.
It also makes the world feel more alive, and that other
absolutely.
people also have significant stories to tell. Not just
Exactly.
PTRD 41 says, or Big Brain here, don't give you power armor that early. I would agree with that 100%. But if you had to have a hook to suck the player in, and you gave them power armor and gave them that taste of how good it could have been, and then you rip it away from them. It's something that also reinforces how dangerous the world is and doesn't completely emasculate what is supposed to be a key threat in your world.
Yeah.
That would have been nice.
Yeah, that if they had done it that way, it would have been okay. But they fucked it.
Yeah, if you got completely smoked by an enclave or by a band of Deathclaws. I think you even fight Deathclaws in Fallout 4, that first Fallout Armor fight.
Yes, that's what I was talking about, is like it completely emasculates the Deathclaw.
Yeah, it makes the Deathclaws weak. It makes the power armor a very early thing that I think you get to keep it after. You just run out of power cells eventually, which also goes against previous lore. But yeah, there had to be some sort of, maybe make that a mission, but have it sort of end in extreme failure. That way it doesn't completely change the power dynamics for the rest of the game. Because getting a power armor and just obliterating Deathclaws within your first 2 hours, that was not a good call. It reminds me of like if you're trying to pitch a game or do like a vertical slice of the game to get people hyped about it, you do exactly that, but that completely kind of recolors the next 40 hours of gameplay.
It'd be almost like starting a Castlevania game or something like that, where you have all your powers right from the start instead of gradually earning them.
They actually did that. They did that in Castlevania Symphony of the Night. You start with Alucard, who's a badass, and then the Grim Reaper himself strips you of all your abilities and makes you start out basically at like level 1 again. But that also shows you that, oh man, things are different. This guy is gonna, if he can just take away all my powers, I have to really build up again to face him. And it was a bit of a cop out, but I did like that it acknowledged the fact that Alucard had been living for hundreds of years and was already really powerful by the time he entered the castle. But the Grim Reaper happened to be more powerful, so he was able to take his power away. And so you have to build up and then get extra powerful. And eventually, I think you can even get your Alucard weapons and armor back at some point. You can.
Yeah. And if you also get to his bedroom, you can actually find his gear as well.
But
so
that's what the interesting part about that is, though, is that it doesn't devalue those abilities in the process. It makes you want to earn them back because of how useful they are.
Yeah. It was the same thing in Metroid Prime. Remember, in the original Metroid Prime, you have you're not at super full power like you would be at the end of the game, but you're very strong. And then your suit gets damaged and everything. And it's talking about like systems are offline, and obviously the suit needs repairs. It's crackling and everything like that. So it's like, okay, I can put the logic here together. We've literally just barely escaped with our lives, and our suit is critically damaged. So now we're in a weakened state. So we don't have all of the tools we just had.
Yeah, a lot of games like that, like Metroid Fusion does a similar thing where your suit gets infected by the X parasite, and the twist is that to save your life, you have to get out of your suit and escape it. So you lose all of the suit's powers, but the parasite actually ends up filling the suit and becoming basically a Nega Samus or whatever. Like
I think it's literally just called Dark Samus.
Yeah, Dark Samus or whatever. Yeah, it's like an evil entity inside of your suit that has all of your powers. So you have to build up a completely different build to eventually face it. So it's like giving and taking away something valuable or something powerful isn't always a bad idea. It's actually like one of the best ways to hook people into doing something. If you're doing like a D&D campaign or any sort of role-playing campaign, is to once they get something very valuable, have something happen where somebody steals that valuable thing away from them. That'll get them so angry that they'll have to go and chase them down. But it done in a way where it in Fallout 4 just did not really handle it in a way that elevated the experience. It basically just devalued everything.
It also imbalances the combat, because every single combat scenario then has to be built with power armor in mind.
Yeah, because you could potentially have it.
Yeah. So the enemy stats need to be adjusted.
And also, don't hold this as key knowledge, because I do at some point want to do a Shadowrun campaign. But we're going to be starting out the Shadowrun campaign, and people are going to get your ass kicked. If anybody that plays in mine, you're going to get your ass kicked, and then you're going to have to build back up from there.
Sounds like a good hook.
And back to the whole power armor thing, the game it's really weird that sometimes the game considers power armor and other times it doesn't. So for the quest Order Up in Fallout 4, if you approach the drug dealer who's there wants his money, he'll go, whoa, 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 take it easy there, power armor, or something to that effect. If you do last flight of the USS Constitution and side with the Scrappers, and you kill the robots for them, if you're wearing power armor, they won't even, like, think of it. They won't even consider it, because they'll still say, yeah, thank you for helping kill the robots, but we're going to betray you now. And the Scrappers just start firing on you.
Yeah, it's really frustrating when Bethesda's done this a lot, where they don't.
My apologies. I'll be right back.
All right.
Where they don't, the game doesn't recognize your power level. Like, it wouldn't be too hard to assign a point system to all of your equipment, your level, your experience, your stats, your skills, your perks, all that, to kind of estimate your power level.
Yeah.
Power armor included, and say like, okay, well, this particular group is this powerful. If power level 280 or above, then this response instead. Like, yeah, it's another response, but that would be really interesting if you're like, oh, this guy is kind of unfuckwithable. Let's not attack him.
Yeah.
It seems kind of funny when, you could be max level and you're still going to attack lowly bandits and some PGs. That just one-shot them.
It's literally become a meme where it's like you're like the max level Dragonborn in Skyrim, who can literally has the power of dragons and can like melt people with your voice, and then like you attack a guard and it's like, I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you.
Yeah, it's very disappointing. It almost, it seems very antithetical that they make these big, huge worlds. They're supposed to be like living, breathing worlds, but they don't go near the level of depth that they should be for these worlds to be what they intend for them to be. It's like, just some of these things should be very easy for them to do. Just small details, like Gadget was starting to say, and they don't.
It's tough. I mean, I'm no way saying that it's an easy thing to do, but the problem is I think the attitude and the takeaway that their developers tend to do. So like, yeah, voicing, writing, acting out all these scenes and all these responses to every single scenario, that's a lot of work. That's a ton of work, and that gets to be thousands and thousands and thousands of lines of dialogue and everything, right? But the problem that I see a lot is that instead of saying, okay, well, how do we modify this quest to be more reactive to the player's actions? They're like, okay, no, how do we lock it down? How do we lock it down? How do we take away those options so that we don't have to do multiple choices? And I see that happening more and more, and that's the frustrating part. It isn't so the fact that, yeah, I understand it's an incredible amount of work, especially now that we're in the era of 3D mocap graphics, which honestly Bethesda doesn't use much of that with their dialogue and stuff. They just kind of use their basic stare at the camera awkwardly and mouth lip sync.
Yeah.
But compared to Witcher 3, would they actually do like a whole dialogue scripting phase? I've seen it. It's really a lot more complicated. That's why the cutscenes look a lot more fleshed out in that game. There's also obviously a lot more content in the games like Fallout and with what do you call it, Elder Scrolls. So their solution though is like, okay, well, we expect voice acting, we expect some sort of motion, 3D models, stuff like that. A lot more work than something like Fallout 1 and 2, which could get away with just text.
Yeah.
But I just don't like the idea. It's like, okay, well, our solution is to simplify it, cut out options, and streamline it so we don't have to do all those options, instead of saying like, well, what would the player actually do? It's like they narrow your options, they narrow the player agency instead of figuring out ways to expand it.
Yeah. And that's part of something ML said in his shitty little speech that really bugged me. Welcome back. He was talking about this one quest where you do like a drug deal in Fallout 4. And he said, it's really unfortunate, this quest. There's 2 ways to complete it, and half the people who play this game will never see the other half of the quest. Or everyone who plays this game will never see the other half of the quest. And it just really spoke to the mindset he has, and part of the problem we're dealing with these games being so shallow and not having that choice.
Yeah, I've said this several times. I don't remember where exactly, but on different talks and stuff. But modern game design, the basically gatekeeping content to different player choices is the antithesis of modern game design. They hate that. They hate doing that. So the idea, like, okay, we'll build this whole scenario out if they make this choice, and build this whole scenario out in that choice. That's why I can't really replay games anymore, because I know I'm getting the same 95% of the same exact experience, is because they don't give you that other option.
Yeah.
This guy's going to get shot whether you spare him or shoot him yourself. Like, that's the kind of, it's the kind of way that they, you didn't do it, so, oh wow, look how much agency you have, but he dies anyway.
Well, that was the most hated thing I had for Emil, was like, oh, do you kill him? Do you not? These are deep moral choices. Like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
Do I shoot the random bandit or do I not is not a deep moral choice.
Well, Many a True Nerd did the same thing with his Fallout 3 video with Rory in Paradise Falls. Rory is the guy who is locked in the box. He's in there because he's a captured slave, and he's in trouble for trying to escape. So, when you want to rescue the kids, there's a girl there, a girl kid from Lamplight, who she doesn't want to leave without Rory, who's an adult who can't fit out the pipes with the kids who can. So he has to go it the other way. So, you have extremely limited options to deal with to try and save this guy. You can let him run on his own, which he'll almost certainly get killed. You could tell him to follow you, which he'll almost certainly get killed. You can release him from the box, tell him to wait, kill everyone in Paradise Falls, and then tell him to go, which he'll survive. Or you can tell him he's on his own, wait an hour, and he'll just teleport out. And obviously it was supposed to be this big moral conundrum, and Many a True Nerd tries to play it up as one in his video, that is sacrificing someone's life worth it to save a child? But Bethesda never did anything with this character for it to even be worth, like, a question. Like, obviously in the real world, it's a real person, so it's like, yeah, that's a real question you might have to consider. But because this is a game, it's like, okay, what does Rory actually do if you save him? Literally fucking nothing. He runs all the way to Megaton, and even if you've already destroyed Megaton, he'll just teleport in. He'll run into Moriarty's, and he'll just stand there, or sometimes sweep the floor. And if you say anything to him, he'll say, hey, they don't like me talking to customers. Make it quick, and you can't ask him anything. All you have is a goodbye option. They made no scenario for if you had saved him, because they considered him that worthless of a character. Yet they still tried to bait an emotional response by trying to save him. Or making him important to another character to save, which, wouldn't it be an interesting alternate story if this guy adopted the girl Penny and brought her up right instead of her just going back to Lamplight? Make something more significant to the situation that they wrote, rather than, yeah, here's a nameless Randy, and it doesn't matter if he dies or not, because it won't affect literally anything.
Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of, it's not really a fair comparison because it's like the moral choice of the game, but in Wolfenstein: The New Order, you get to save one or the other of your comrades, basically, during a really messed up situation when you're captured by the Nazis, and that person stays with you throughout the entire game, so you really feel the weight of, like, oh man, that person's gone now, I'll never be able to talk to them again. So, like, obviously that was a pretty big deal. That's the kind of built the narrative around that decision in the game, but it wouldn't be unthinkable to have NPCs that have a bit more layers to them that you can eliminate from the the story depending on what you choose in a quest. Like that isn't unthinkable. It kind of goes back to a little bit, actually, kind of back to almost kind of like the same kind of thing we were talking about with MovieBlob, in that, I think Emil doesn't really respect his audience. He thinks that the audience that doesn't care about the story, or is too dumb to really, to really get the meaningful nuances of his narrative, not their narrative, but his narrative. What he feels is right. You should create situations. I'm actually running into this issue a lot. I'm replaying Fable 3 with my wife, and it's actually a dumb fun game where, like, co-op and stuff like that. But one thing that we've both noticed, and it's like a little annoying, is that God, the decisions in that game are so damn black and white. They're like, one of them's like, do you literally turn the orphanage into a brothel, or do you turn it into a school? It's like, let me think about that one.
Yeah, those
Infamous
kinds of
had some
choices.
Infamous had some pretty annoying choices like that too. Like, a bomb's about to go off. Do you let the bomb go off because it'd be funny, or do you disarm it and save people's lives?
Yeah.
Yeah, those...
you had the same thing with Guild Wars 2 did that all the fucking time as well. Of like, oh, do you go after the bad guy, or do you stop the orphanage from burning down with the children still inside it? It's like, what the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, it's like a Anakin Skywalker simulator. Do you murder the younglings, or do you let them live happily?
Save the little sister, or harvest and kill her.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
as much as I love BioShock, the choice is pretty shallow.
It's too binary. Like, there is like a temptation aspect, in that you do get more power, I think, in the early game if you harvest them. But it's like, God, you're literally just draining this child of its power instead of freeing them.
But then,
well, even then, you get
going
the bonus
back
rewards after just 3 of them, and you get 2 in the medical pavilion. So by the time you rescue the first little sister from Fontaine Fisheries, you're already getting ahead of what you would have gotten if you had just harvested.
Yeah, exactly. It's so weird. Like, harvest should have been this would make you the most powerful and get you everything. But no, if you spare them and save them, you will get, like, what is it? Something ridiculous, like 4 or 5 times the amount you would have gotten if you harvested literally every one of them.
Yeah.
Doing the right thing like that is usually much harder in real life. You're not going to always be rewarded for good deeds.
How many people have been fucked over in real life for trying to do the right thing?
Yeah.
Not saying that should necessarily be the case in a video game, but just making a point.
It also seems more deserving of the good ending if you actually have to struggle to get there by making that moral choice and give up something.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like if you're trying to build up your reputation as a kindly, goodly, forgiving, merciful leader, but you know that if you let those guys go and make a good show for the people, they're going to come back and try to kill you in your sleep. Things like that can be interesting conflicts. But I just see that disappear more and more. I mean, I wish I had more examples. I need to replay 3, 4, and New Vegas to give more specific examples. But I remember distinctly, that game got a lot of hate, but I remember distinctly having a ton of options, even in their early quests in, what do you call that? The game that the Obsidian did on their own. It's kind of like the Fallout.
Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds, yeah. I didn't play the whole game, so I can't judge it on the entirety of it, but I remember you have a lot of different, like, multiple ways to screw over multiple people at different stages and stuff. So it's like,
absolutely,
they thought through their quests quite a bit. So
they did.
I quite liked the Outer Worlds. My only complaint was the final boss battle, just on hard, didn't give you enough effort to finish it. So I ended up having to lower the difficulty at the end because I just ran out of ammo, and my last save was like 2 hours back. It was so annoying.
I didn't have to. I guess I just I had the equipment to deal with them with this particular final boss. I don't want to get any spoilers or anything, but yeah.
I'm used to, like. Go ahead, Seth.
One aspect I definitely want to say because a lot of people usually get the usual bad take for Outer Worlds is that it's corporations bad, capitalism bad. It's like not at all. That is not what Outer Worlds is about at the slightest. Like that's a very shallow. Like if that's the literal sheep's path.
Someone who's played the first 20 minutes.
Yes.
It's anarcho-capitalism, isn't it?
What it does is like, and again, it's like, okay, did you ever get to Monarch? And usually the person's answer is no, or I did, but it was clearly the rebels were the correct one. So down with the system. It's like, okay, then you weren't paying attention. You literally did the sheep's path. Like, holy shit.
Yeah,
Because even the first one, town, where it's like, oh, but the cannery and stuff like that, and there's this Garden of Eden and stuff like that. This one I will spoiler minorly, and that is like, the dude who's running the cannery, when you look more into him, he's trying to be reasonable, but he has his quotas, and if he doesn't meet his quotas, they're going to send somebody else out here who's not going to be as kind-hearted to these people, and not going to be as understanding, and not just take people aside and give them a talking to, but actually firing people and everything, versus the lady who left, who is making gardens and everything like that. Oh yeah, we do it by killing people, and then chopping them up and putting them in the fertilizer. It's like,
did she actually kill people to do that? I think she might have done it. I think she might have killed raiders.
Yeah, she does it with raiders, and she steals the bodies from the graveyards.
Oh,
which is
lovely.
why they start putting guards on the graveyards at the corporation town.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting things that I think a lot of games could explore more, and I've seen it done occasionally pretty well, but like there's usually, and it's kind of a stereotype, but there's usually sort of like a corporate order, or like an organized evil versus, or organized cruelty versus a chaotic, rebellion or something like that, right? And sometimes the cruelty of organization outweighs the potential death and destruction that a violent and unorganized rebellion would create.
Yep.
And we've seen this in history, that this happens all the time. I mean, literally the Soviet Union was founded on that.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yeah. Obviously
the
the
Tsars,
Romanovs,
the
Tsars and the Tsars and the Romanovs weren't perfect, but oh my God, whatever they were doing is probably better than what followed. So I like it when you don't just paint it black and white, like, oh, this horrible, oppressive, evil thing, that guy who kills everybody is doing this, that, and the other thing, and the only good option for you is to do the other thing.
Yeah.
You could be tempted, like, oh, this guy is actually, he's pretty sleazy, but he kind of makes things work, and he's willing to give you this thing if you let him kind of continue. It's like, okay, that's not a little tempting. You shouldn't completely, if you have any choice, you shouldn't completely dissuade people from the other choice. There should be some sort of debate or some sort of morality to it.
Yeah. That just reminds me of that funny skit from Oversimplified. Great channel, but again, the emphasis is that it's oversimplified, so you should look more into all the stuff they talk about. And he constantly goes through his video and is like, no, this is oversimplified. Trust me, this is oversimplified. We can go way more in depth in this. But one of the funniest things about Russia, when he's talking about Tsar Nicholas, and he's like, during his ascension to the throne, the rise as Emperor of Russia, he offered the starving peoples of Moscow, he's like, free beer and breads and stuff like that over there. And he's like, yeah, and this glorious moment was met with over 150 people dead. And he's like, what the hell happened? It's like, I was trying to do something good, and it's because they were literally so starving, they stampeded over each other and crushed everybody. And it was just like, oh, God.
Yeah, that's wild. That's like, I see brilliance of peaks of brilliance in the Fable games, actually. Like, as I'm playing Fable 3, like, you can actually make certain decrees that actually affect people. Like, we had a decree. It was like, okay, alcohol's expensive. It makes a bunch of drunk people, but people love it. And so you could either keep the alcohol policy as restricted, You can ban it entirely, or you can make it completely free without restriction. There's a monetary loss if you ban it, or not a monetary gain, I think, if you ban it or tax it or whatever,
I'll be right back.
and a loss if you make it completely unlimited for everybody, right? But if you completely deregulate alcohol, everybody in town is drunk
Yeah.
for like the rest of the game. Doesn't affect the game that much, unfortunately, because a lot of the options in that game are shallow. But things like that is
Oh,
like, that's interesting, you know?
oh, it gets so much worse too. If you actually get all the money to fight the war with the big bad, one, you don't realize the fact that, like, yeah, we still have about 6 months left until the big bad shows up, and then all of a sudden it time jumps on you out of nowhere. There's no warning that,
That's
hey,
right.
this is your last decision or anything like that. It just time jumps to the big bad invades, and then when you get all this money, and if you actually have it to beat the threshold, you go and you fight. You're watching people screaming and dying, and the city's burning and everything like that, and people are putting up a fight and everything. And then you go and you beat the big bad, and you look over like your city that's burning and all the corpses and everything like that, and then it brings up congratulations, casualties 0. Wait, what?
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
It's like, oh god, it was so horrible. It's like, oh, so all those people I saw literally getting died and shanked and sliced to bits, stuff like that, they didn't die. Casualties 0 because I had enough money.
Well, remember, only a couple thousand people died in Man of Steel when all of Metropolis was fucking leveled.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
And no, Fable 3, not Fable 2, Demo Man Chaos.
Fable 2 is simple but okay. Fable 3 has better co-op, but I appreciate the direction it goes, but yeah, it's just way too simplistic and doesn't. It reacts weirdly to some things a lot and not enough to others. So it's like
Yeah.
again, I mean, Peter Molyneux made an RPG, but he doesn't like RPGs, so that's the core problem with the games.
It's just so fucking weird. It's like, dude. Yeah. Especially when you're promising, like, you can plant an acorn and then watch that acorn grow in real time. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
I read up on why that whole thing. Why like I know very much why Peter Molyneux is Peter Molyneux. One of his longtime employees slash collaborators, a programmer, well, I forget his name, Glenn Corpus, kind of spilled the beans on it. Basically, and this was happening as early as Populous 2 back in, like, I want to say 1991. He would have a lot of concepts, and back in his day when he was programming and working with all of his designers and graphic artists and programmers and things like that, he would actually make pretty good games. I still think he's made some fantastic games, but what would happen is he would get on the hype cycle because he was like one part executive hype machine, one part game creator, right? So when he put on his hype man hat, he would go out and talk with publicists and game journalists and things like that, and they would say, like, oh wow, this is an interesting game, so and so, can I do blah? And he's like, yep, you can, in fact. And then he would like elaborate on it, like as if he was brainstorming, and then he'd go back to his office and say, like, hey guys, can we do this?
Yeah, exactly. Which is
So
not the way you develop.
No, not at all. You don't promise features before you've even researched
that. That was the same thing that happened to Sean Murray. Was but again, his was he was just awkward, so and he didn't want to disappoint the person he was talking to.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily think that Peter Molyneux was doing it maliciously. I'm sure if he had a choice, he would have absolutely put that into his game. But I think he promised things because he loved the idea so much before he fully researched it or implemented it. And then when push came to shove, we got to deliver this game for EA. You can't actually build cities in this game. No, they're just individual buildings. Oops.
Yeah.
You know.
I guess backtracking slightly, didn't Imperial Guards also shoot protesters without the Tsar's orders? That was much later. That was the march where the priest he got a bunch of people together. No, not Rasputin. This was I want to say this was after Rasputin incident.
Okay.
But this was another priest who was just coming. He's like, hey, all of our people are starving and stuff like that. Here's a list of demands that we want to give to our father, the Tsar, because again, in Russia, the Tsar was considered your father. He was the father figure of the nation. So, hey, here's our demands here's our peaceful like things that we would love, and we would just love if the Tsar would meet with us and everything. And the Imperial Guard, without like with hearing that this was supposed to be peaceful, the Imperial Guard immediately opened fire on these people
That's
and
sad.
massacred them. Yeah.
Jesus
Father
Christ.
Georgi Gapon.
Yep.
Georgie. Yeah, that one.
And yeah, that was not a good look for the Tsar, who had no idea this was happening. He came back and realized it was happening, and he's like, yeah, and we shot them because they had a list of demands. And he was like, the fuck? What? After we have just lost a war against Japan and everything, and Rasputin is now dead? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
more I
it's wild.
learn about them, the more it seems like they got dealt a really shit hand.
Well, it didn't help that he was a very weak man, too. So, he was
Yeah.
very easy to, oh, well, he won't do anything sort of deal. It was like, oh, man.
Yeah.
And he wasn't a good military leader, either. He tried to be. He tried, and he did genuinely care for his troops, but he was not a good military leader. So, when World War I came around, and after they had just gotten their ass kicked by Japan and everything like that, World War I comes around, they go to fight in World War I, and he's trying, but they are just not, his particular units under his command were just not having a good day.
Yeah, so much just frustration when you read about, because Russian history is incredibly interesting. They have so much going on at the turn of the century, before and after, and there was like the Cossacks were basically almost legendary for decades and decades and decades. Nobody could beat them. So many interesting aspects of that history, but just cascading in just a series of very poor decisions and very corrupt leaders
on multiple fronts, because
yeah.
again, the whole Lenin would not have been put back into Russia if fucking Woodrow Wilson hadn't been constantly dousing calls to go to war in America, because, oh no, we need to be holier than thou than those dirty Europeans, because Woodrow Wilson was a racist piece of shit. Like, genuinely, he was the one that helped bring the Ku Klux Klan back to life, and
my God.
he rewrote the history books to have Southern sympathies, and that he was one of the historians that had coined the phrase the War of Northern Aggression. So you can thank Woodrow Wilson for a lot of bullshit. It is genuinely decided that the world would have been a better place if Woodrow Wilson had not been president. If Taft and Theodore Roosevelt had not fought each other and split the Republican vote, because Woodrow Wilson won with like a pitiful 43% of the vote. So he wasn't even the majority. The vast majority was Republican.
Of course, it's a fucking Democrat that ruined everything.
Well, and people forget that it was the Democrats that made the Confederacy to begin with.
Yeah, I was talking about this stuff on my stream when I was doing the Fallout stream a few days ago. Yeah, I was like, everyone likes to forget this shit.
Yeah.
They just completely ignore it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how can we have such a history with the Democrats doing such horrible shit, but then they could just come out and be like, oh yeah, but no, we're the progressive ones. We're the ones that aren't racist. And it's like, bullshit. You've never been the party of that. You've always been this way.
Yeah, you just changed your target this time. It's like, god damn it. It's the same thing over again.
STAG 26, Woodrow Wilson. I don't think we'll be covering historical figures in too much detail.
No, I just enjoy I just enjoy like going through history. History is fascinating. I highly recommend everybody should get into history. It is a great subject.
Sorry, go ahead.
If anyone in chat wants to start getting into history and hasn't yet, I recommend the first step you take is to go over to Count Dacula's channel and watch his Absolute Mad Lad series. You'll learn about Vlad the Impaler and Rasputin and Mr. Crowley and other people.
Yeah. And how fucking based the Transylvanian nobility is. Like, holy shit. Yeah, dude, it is. His series is really fucking good. But if you want an actual like deep dive into history, World War I, World War II, Time Ghost with Indy Nidell, he actually has a series where he will go week by week. So what he did was January 1st, he later said, okay, so the week of January 1st to January 7th, this happened. And then when it came to January 7th, he goes, all right, from January 7th to January 14th, this happened. So he would actually go in real time, like this week during World War I, this week during World War II, and then he would emphasize what year of the wars. Great series, because there was always stuff to talk about every single week. Because it was a world war, and things were happening everywhere. It's just a very, very good series. Didn't Rasputin bang his wife? There's no evidence that he did, but there's a lot of evidence he slept around with a lot of nobility. Like, a lot of nobility, because dude was apparently hung like a horse would be an understatement. He was hung like an elephant. In fact, he is so well known for being hung that they actually cut off his penis and preserved it.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that in Dank's video.
Yep, that is the only thing of Rasputin that exists to the modern day is his penis.
That's wild. Yeah, the most interesting thing about history is that, and I had this issue when I was growing up too, where you thought that, oh, everything that's happened in the last 20 years is so new and different, it can't be comparable to anything in the past. That can't be further from the truth. So many things that we're going through right now have happened several times before.
Yeah.
Very, very similar situations. Like even with all the weird, the fact that we're way more international than we've ever been before, and technology and stuff doesn't change the fact that human problems and human conflicts recur a lot.
Yep.
So it's very interesting when you hear about these situations where, like, you might think that, oh my God, this particular year in recent history is so different from anything that's ever happened in the past. It's like, actually, a Roman diplomat was discussing this exact same problem 2,000 years ago, and we're like, oh Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
I hate reruns.
Yeah. All right, let's grab this super chat real quick, and then we can. Like, we have steered into the woods again. It's where this podcast lives. We live in the woods.
Well, that's what happens when everyone on the show has their hand on the wheel. It's like, oh, I'm going left now. I'm going right.
$5 super chat from Scoopmeister. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shouldn't I stay out of solidarity? Or we say out of respect for the people? Since when have czars ever cared about the people? Oversimplified. Yeah. And again, his father, his father always called him like a little girl and a weak girly man. Nicholas, you're the weak girly man. You're such a girl.
Oh.
And
I probably didn't do much for his confidence.
No, and when finally he asked his father, he's like, Father, can you teach me how to be a leader, how to be a ruler, how to be a man? His father began training him, and then, as Oversimplified puts it, wait, what's this? Oh no, I contracted tuberculosis.
Oh.
And he falls over and dies. And it's like, oh, okay. So now you have someone who has no idea how to actually be a leader, is now in charge of the entire country. Maybe. And his son, as Oversimplified puts it, and his son was only slightly inbred.
Oh.
So he had hemophilia. But he would bleed severely and everything like that. And it was Rasputin that actually cured him of it. But really, what most people think is Rasputin just took away the medication that the doctor kept giving him because the aspirin was actually making it worse.
Surprised they didn't just try bleeding or whatever,
Yeah, bleeding to stop the bleeding.
But yeah, the Count Dankula video on Rasputin is fascinating. I listened to that at work a couple months ago.
Dude, we have to, if we can't after the stream, we have to watch the oversimplified one on Rasputin because it is hilarious. The assassination plot is great. Or they literally poisoned. They threw a party for him. They poisoned all of the food at the party, and Rasputin ate most of the food there, and he was just fine.
And drank the wine, which was also super fucking poisoned.
To an absurd degree. It would have killed hundreds of animals. It was incredibly poisonous. And he was still alive and fine. And so then they shot him multiple times, and he went down. And I thought, oh, this is fine. And then they started taking him away, and then all of a sudden he sprang back up and ran away from them while he was butt naked through the streets, and they were chasing after him. And then they started stabbing him, and he passed out again, and they started to go cut his throat, and he's jumped back up again.
Yeah, the guy was unkillable. It's no wonder he's a legend, because he's supernaturally unkillable. It was very strange. Yeah, I remember reading about that.
What Oversimplified did was he literally picked up in this video, he picks up the table and eats all the food. He's like, dude, he has just ate enough poison to kill off entire cities. What do we do? Well, I've got this gun. And then he shoots him. And then Rasputin's laying on the ground. He's like, whew, thank God that's over with. And then all of a sudden Rasputin stands up and starts flying through the air and going and then he starts shooting the gun wildly at this monster flying through the air. And then they get to the point where they're finally got him wrapped in a rug, and they're at the river, and they're like, my God, man, is he dead yet? And then the rug starts moving, and they're like, just throw it in the river. Just throw it in the river right now.
Do you think Rasputin knew they poisoned the food? He was suspicious, but they apparently eventually convinced him to eat it.
Yeah.
And that's part of why he might have survived the poisoning, because the effectiveness of the poison might have dissipated the longer it was on the food, if that makes any sense. I forget what kind of poison they used, but Dank explained in his video, they had an hour to get him to eat the food and drink the poison wine, and maybe they waited too long.
It had basically dissolved and broken down into stuff that was less poisonous.
Yeah.
Or he spent many months building up an immunity to iocane powder. One of the two.
Well, they don't know if that's another theory, is maybe because of all of his partying and everything like that, and his hedonistic sex cult that he was a part of too, that he might have just his body might have been naturally immunized to some of these poisons.
Oh my God.
It reminds me, one of the freakiest things I've read was Typhoid Mary. Did you ever read that story, Typhoid Mary?
I have not.
Yeah, there was this woman, not famous or well known at all at the time, but she happened to be a cook, and she worked at various places, but it was a mystery because every place she'd work at there was a typhoid outbreak, and people would get really, really sick and die, right?
Yeah.
And she would eventually lose her job or whatever. Not necessarily people knew it was her or anything like that. They just happened to happen. It happened a few different times, several different houses and manors and things like that. And eventually she became infamous in that wherever she worked, people would just die around her from typhoid. And the messed up thing is that typhoid is generally transmitted through feces. That's how the easiest way to contract it is by touching feces, right? Nobody knows what she exactly was doing, but it was found out that she had an extremely high concentration of typhoid in her system, but she seemed completely healthy. She wasn't showing any symptoms at all, but everywhere around her, people would die of this horrible, horrible disease that tons of people died of typhoid all the time. So eventually I believe they exiled her to an island to keep her away from everybody because they just couldn't stop her from trying to integrate into society and inadvertently killing people. It was the craziest story, but yeah, she was a plague carrier, but without the symptoms to back it up. It's so weird.
Yep. That's what happens when you're into solo fisting and not hygienic.
I just can only imagine like what kind of. I guess she just didn't wash her hands after doing her business or whatever, and just got it all over the food.
Well, that was
That's
the
Yeah.
problem back in that era, because you had the same thing with like the reason so many plagues started in like London, because how many animals are around and people literally just shitting in the Thames and everything, and like it was a pure infestation. They didn't have like proper sanitation and soaps and everything like that. That's why if you ever want to go back in time, everybody pick 1920 as the furthest time back, because that's the invention of modern medicines. You don't want to go much further back than that.
Yeah, I couldn't go back any earlier than say, yeah, penicillin, air conditioning, and electricity. Those are like the minimums. Indoor plumbing. Yeah.
what you want to do is travel so far back in time you loop back to the future instead, so you wind up in the year like 200 quadrillion.
Oh
Or,
god.
like, or ancient Babylon, which was like, some high tech alien paradise or something.
Anyways, there's a video that we were covering.
yeah.
I don't
Oh,
even
God,
know
what
how long
happened?
that
Hold on a
tangent was. That was a good, like, 20 minutes at least.
Oh god, no, I did something horrible. Hold on.
What'd you do? You left the watch to get... You fucked up, Seth. You ruined everything.
No, like everything crashed. Like my Google Chrome reset itself to stock. What the hell happened?
What?
I literally only have Gmail, YouTube, and Maps in the corner now. What the hell happened?
Did you create a new account or something?
Oh god, it's his person 2. What? How did that happen?
Well,
Yeah,
you heard it here
created a new
first,
account.
folks. Seth is officially a second-class citizen.
Ah, boomer, come on.
Yeah, I fucking boomered it hardcore. Alright, hold on, let's no.
As long as these technical difficulties aren't as bad as last week's, everything should be fine.
Well, last week's was just a fucking fluke. The socket it was in got loose, so it dropped the plug out. It's like, what the fuck? How does that happen?
Yeah, we had that, and then there was Kree's fucking like inexplicable, just dying internet multiple times. I don't know what the hell that was about.
That was very annoying. Seth is officially an Enwa.
Yeah, apparently. Well, I just
Which is
gotta
kind of
get
crazy
rid of
that
my
Kree
password.
has so many internet issues, because I literally used to have such terrible internet. I couldn't do anything. Like, I literally had never played a multiplayer game until just a year or two ago, because I did not have the internet to be able to do it.
Damn.
Yeah.
At Creetosis, did you ever finish your Dark Souls playthrough? Not yet. I want to get in some offline practice before I stream again. I haven't forgotten about Dark Souls. We will be doing more Dark Souls.
God, yeah, the Dark Souls script, by the way, for me, is already, it's already over 10 pages long, and I've only started the first section. I'm like, oh god! It's gonna be a big one!
At Creetosis, I want to go back at the height of the witch hunts to get burnt so I can finally be called a hot man. Well,
Wow.
that's one aspiration to have, Mihawk. I feel like wishing you luck would actually be wishing you ill, so I'm gonna wish you bad luck in that endeavor so you don't get burned. I don't want you to be burned.
It's got to be interesting, just with modern conveniences and luxuries. I bet the average person now probably looks really good compared to previous societies, because they already have pock marks and
Yeah.
dirt in their skin and sunburn and flaky, not properly taken care of, everything hard work, soot and everything like that. It probably looked fairly decent compared to the people of the time.
Not just that, also the fact that they don't shower or bathe every day.
Yeah.
Where? Oh god, I gotta find it now. Oh my god, the new YouTube layout. God, I need dark mode back on. Ugh, this is hard.
Did you delete your old account, or can you switch back
No,
to it?
I'm back to the other account, but it literally it's white mode and everything. It's horrible. My eyes.
No, yeah, going to YouTube without being logged in, it's like an alternate dimension. You see like just all these terrible, awful channels like Sniper Wolf covering TikTok videos, and you're like, what the hell is this? Give me back. I want to go back.
It's so weird when you
Yeah.
go into like, God forbid you're not somehow logged in for once and you go on, you just get inundated with the weirdest fucking shit.
Well, it's worse than that. If you click trending on Twitter or YouTube, it's like dropping into a fucking horror dimension. It's like,
Oh yeah.
what is all this ceaseless fucking garbage on my screen? I die a little inside every time I accidentally click trending. Because, man, what fucking unfiltered garbage.
Yeah,
Trending is the trending tab is awful.
It's either just like super mainstream TV, or you get just parasitic content.
Yeah.
I mean, you could argue this is like, pivoting off of some other content, but this is just like, I'm going to watch the top 10 TikToks of this week and occasionally smirk. It's like, okay, yeah, that's not real content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the difference with what we're doing, is we're providing a lot of commentary that people might find interesting.
There we go. I'm back. Ugh.
And
God,
honestly,
I'm back at everything again. Good God, that was awful.
Well, we've only got a couple minutes left of this video, so we're good.
just power through it.
Yeah. Well, we'll try, but I doubt it. There we go.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes, and he hasn't really made any solid points yet. Well,
God, I need
hasn't
the
really,
Nick
he hasn't.
Reicada. I need the Nick Reicada. Nick Reicada has that save now. I doubt it.
Supposed to feel like an open world RPG, but isn't that element still there? If the main story is more of a personal story, and if you just want to complete the main story, then yes, you do actually need to know where you go next. All the Fallout.
So,
oh my God.
You were told where to go next by people, but then you also had to use your brain, and sometimes you didn't. You literally didn't have to follow just a quest marker to everything. Just so fucking annoying. Like, oh hey, can't get down in the vault. You need some rope. Well, by logical deduction, why don't you go see if a nearby merchant has rope?
And the best part
does
is
it need
it doesn't
to tell you? No.
The best part is it doesn't even need to be a merchant, because you can barter with pretty much any NPC in the game that will talk to you.
Yeah.
The little barter button is there because, hey, this person might have something I want, I might have something they want, which, to be fair, you could sell pretty much anything to them, rather than them requiring specific items, but you get the point.
Yeah.
This person might be willing to trade their valuable for something in return.
Yeah, I like the fact that it was a lot more prominent in the first two games too, where barter was more of a universal thing.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, I think they have it in a couple, and a lot of people can do it. But I always remember gravitating more towards shopkeepers in 3, New Vegas, and 4 specifically, because there wasn't a whole lot to barter outside of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's always just an interesting thing, because it's like you have like a living inventory where you're keeping scrap or things you're not necessarily interested in keeping, but you know that they have some value, for the hope that you run into a random, caravan on the road, and it's like, oh, I wonder what they have. Oh, interesting, they have some 10mm bullets and an interesting knife. Let me see if they want some of these rad roach tails or rad scorpion tails I have, things like that. Like, just an interesting kind of, it's a way of thematically kind of creating the world where it hasn't rebuilt its economy, so it's back down to barter. Because I feel like a lot of the later games, I mean, you eventually do obviously build up coins when you can get them. You'll build up your coins, but quite often in the original games there wasn't a whole lot of currency, either bottle caps, or I think in 2 there's like a sort of coin currency.
Yeah.
not a whole lot there. It's pretty finite actually. So building up your collection of those takes a while because those are very valuable because they're very light. You know, you don't have to carry tons and tons of other barter materials. So I don't know. It's yeah, I just like the idea that it doesn't necessarily spoon feed you. Like it's almost more like an investigation game, especially like the first one where you're trying to figure out the water chip because you have very few leads.
Yeah.
Same with the Gek in the second, but you know, it isn't somebody doesn't outright state you need to go to blah because that's the way you're supposed to go. It's kind of your job to figure out where you need to go rather than the games in a way, you know what I mean? It's kind of hard to put into words.
Creetosis. Commentary, yes. Relevant commentary, only when the video's on and a few seconds after until you see a butterfly start talking about the history of New Mexico.
Pretty accurate.
I mean, discussion just evolves like that, though. That's what happens. You start talking about, oh yeah, this guy's argument is fucking garbage, and somehow that turns into talking about Rasputin's dick. It happens.
Yeah.
Fallout game TLJs gave you that choice and freedom to kill, loot, and pretty much do whatever you want, except for the new Fallout games where you can't kill children. If anything, there's two solutions to that. There are mods to bring that back, or just don't kill kids, you sick bastard.
Again, entirely missing the point of why people were annoyed at Little Lamplight. Because fuck Little Lamplight entirely.
Well, it's not just Little Lamplight. He's diving into the whole you could kill everyone in the originals and you can't here. It extends beyond just children. So first of all, it's a video game. If you want to kill kids, it doesn't make you a sick fuck. Number two, installing a mod is not a solution. Installing a mod is fixing a problem that shouldn't be there in the first place, especially in regards to Little Lamplight. That should have been designed... If you needed a ton of people there, have them be adults. That way you could have your violent options instead of just nothing because there's kids and you can't shoot kids. But more importantly, it's still the essential NPC issue. Now, this was less of an issue in Fallout 3. You could kill everyone in Megaton and Tenpenny Tower and Paradise Falls and Big Town. And I think most characters at Canterbury Commons, the issue came in with the Brotherhood particularly and Rivet City. You couldn't kill Harkness because he was part of a quest where I guess they didn't want you to kill him. You couldn't kill Dr. Lee because she's part of the main story and her gaggle of chuckle fucks. You couldn't kill half of the Brotherhood for some reason. I understand Lyons and Rothschild and Sarah Lyons, but there was a bunch of other characters that couldn't be killed there for some reason as well. Yeah. It's an issue. It's not as much of an issue as Oblivion or Skyrim, but it's absolutely an issue. Fallout 4 is where they take it to Skyrim-like territory where, well, you can't kill the Doctor in Diamond City because, I don't know, I guess it would be a bad thing if the player didn't have a Doctor. A lot of characters you just couldn't kill for no reason. Which was a surprise that you could wipe the railroad out when you first meet them. But even then, I think there's a point where they do get their essential status, so, you know. Also, another thing, it's super silly, I don't know why they did it. I find it annoying. There's certain characters that you couldn't shoot into, like, meat chunks. So, like, I just used the railroad, for example, right? All of the important railroad characters, fucking Desdemona, the doctor guy, the annoying guy with the news kid cap, the wacky black scientist man, you could kill them, but you can't turn their body into meat chunks. And it just seems weird that they give the special protection to these characters. You can't give Kellogg... I know you could blow his head up, because I've done it for the video. to make a joke that, man, I sure hope the necessary mechanical components in his head didn't get damaged when I popped his head like a melon. But you can't even do that to Desdemona and her crew of fucking retards.
I keep on thinking back. I think I've mentioned this on this podcast before, but I keep on thinking back to that Jesse Cox skit where it's like he goes and kills this person. It's like, and the game designer comes back. He's like, "Wait, that was a quest giver. You can't kill him. He's a quest giver." It's just like trying to protect your little quests because the player killed things. Like, you can perhaps like leave a note on the body or something that kind of suggests that this person was a bit more important than you might have assumed, but just because you have a quest line that happens to involve these people, either you're making it way too easy for them to be shot on sight and not realizing that they could be reasoned with, or maybe they should be able to be killed. Maybe that quest line should be more optional. Like, it's just this is an odd, it's very protective of your plot line, and again, it reminds me of the sort of dungeon master that will be like, well, how about I do this particular campaign this way? It's like, oh, you can't because there's guards and they'll kill you. It's like, oh, well, how about I ask them a question? It's like, well, how about you just do it the way that you're supposed to? It's just railroading the character for no reason. And I never advocated for killing children in Fallout because it's fun. I advocate for having a choice in a post-apocalyptic game without police or laws or rules. You shouldn't be limited by sentimental morality in a destroyed world. That was my point. And it was absolutely their choice in Bethesda Game Studios to make a roadblock with literal immortals.
Yeah.
I don't care if they were kids. I don't care if they were ghouls. I don't care if they were super mutants. They're immortals, and you couldn't do anything but. I think it was either like a really, really tough speech check, or you do their quest, or that's it, basically.
Yeah, there's a perk as well. If you had the Child at Heart perk, that's an auto entry, but that perk was barely even worth. I don't think I've ever taken it because it just wasn't worth it. How many kids are in all of Fallout 3 that you deal with that it would be necessary? Like, 3 or 4 that you actually need to interact with, and that's Lamplight and maybe... See, here's the thing. Even if you take the perk, you don't need to do the Paradise Falls quest, so having Child at Heart wouldn't even be necessary for dealing with that segment of the game, because you would already have used it to get into Lamplight. So, like, what other places in the game can you use it on? I guess Brian Wilkes and those might have a check. And that's probably it. So a pretty worthless perk overall. But yeah, as you were saying, having a town full of immortals there inherently limits your choice. You can't intimidate them. You can't threaten them. You absolutely can't fucking shoot them.
No. You can't even raise your gun or any weapon for that matter. It's like one of the few moments of the game where you just can't even raise your arm.
Yeah,
so
if you enter with your gun drawn, it'll be away when you load into the cell. At least until you do get the door open, then they allow you to draw your weapon. But to me, that kind of shows how shoddy that section of the game is. That they can't even let you have your weapon out for fear of soft locking your game if you shoot the immortal kid and he runs away and you can't ever talk to him again.
Yeah, and also just the attitude. The attitude is like this little uppity guy. I think the line is like, it's seared into my brain. It's like, don't
take another step or I'll blow your fucking head off, Mungo.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh, that's a great first impression. That absolutely makes me want to help these children.
Yeah, so my immediate, for anybody who says that to me in Fallout, my immediate thing is like, no, I'm gonna pull open VATS and blow your fucking head off. That's my response. So like, if they absolutely had to have children, which is not at all a necessity, that was their choice. But if they had to have children, make it so if you shoot at them, they go, oh crap, he means business, and they scatter.
Yeah.
You know, that'd be enough. I'd be like,
And
okay, well, I don't need to pursue you, but you learned your lesson, basically.
and design an alternate way to get through there, or an alternate path or something. That's one of the things that frustrated me so much about Miniature Nerd's video. What, you expect the town to let them in if you kill their leader? No, I expect Bethesda to come up with an alternate way to get me through there for this plot critical quest, because that's what game design fucking is. Especially in a game about choice. You're taking my choice away, people are demanding it back, and then you just assume that... God, that video is so terrible.
Yeah, and just like you think that there's absolutely no way to get through that shanty wall. There's absolutely some way to get through there. It's not exactly, pure titanium, liquid poured or anything. It's you could bomb it, you could I don't know, crowbar it. Tons of options to get through there.
Yeah. What's even more pathetic is the wall on the other side. It's literally like wooden slats nailed together. That, yeah, it's like almost like those wooden strips with nails in them that hold carpets down. There's like really thin pieces of wood. They're really small. That shit is nailed together as their wall to keep the fucking super mutants out of the other side of Lamplight.
Yeah.
It is beyond pathetic.
No, I just didn't like anything about that segment, and I just felt like my agency and options given to me were completely stripped.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Like, yeah. So again, I get it's an easy I guess what would you call that, straw man, or what kind of, like, a personal attack, I guess. Way to get out of that argument is just like, oh, you're a sick fuck because you want to kill kids. That's not all what I was arguing.
Yeah, it's probably a combination of a straw man and a ad hominem. It's straw manning is a point you didn't make, which, yeah, that's pretty much what Miniature Nerd did. And the ad hominem part would be, oh, you're a sick fuck for wanting to kill kids, which is what this guy just did. So
yeah, very odd. Whatever.
Yeah.
You roam all over the planet and you meet a lot of strange people, but nowhere in that voyage do you meet comical throwbacks to the old world.
Gizmo? He's like a typical mafia boss, straight out of a bad 50s detective flick.
All right, here's the deal. Junktown, it ain't what it used to be.
Okay, so again, you spent 3 minutes on your introduction. You have very little time. You do not need to do this. You just need to just this right here. All you had to say. Please don't tell me you're going to go through the entire fucking speech.
I'm hoping he cuts it off very soon, but...
Yeah.
A Lincoln is
Oh, thank God he does right off the bat. Okay, good.
better than a Cadillac. You say it. Forget about it.
I want to contrast two examples that revolve around the use of sports equipment in the post-apocalypse.
Buy a swatter, the game changer.
He sounds like a baseball player. He's dressed like a baseball player. He's obsessed with his misunderstood version of baseball that he thinks people played before the war. He makes and sells baseball bats. He's goofy and absurd. How can this guy ever sell enough baseball bats to feed himself? Contrast that with the way the Legion uses old world sports equipment in Fallout New Vegas. You can find Legion soldiers running around in football gear, but they're not treated like joke characters. They don't see themselves as football players. They don't talk in football idioms or act like a football team. They don't know about old world football, and they don't care what the gear was originally used.
Sorry, I was trying to pause it there. This is a video he's covering, right? This doesn't sound like the original video guy, right?
Yeah, I think this is the video he's covering.
So this is
the Seamus Young video, I think.
Seamus Young, okay.
Yeah.
Let me make sure though. Hold on.
He really needs to keep that caption up, because I was like, okay, I'm kind of agreeing with this. Are you trying to show how bad this is? I don't know. Some of the points are wrong, but I kind of get what he's going at, where the Fallout 4 characters kind of seem like caricatures, where they just seem like little snapshots of the past rather than people who could actually exist and survive in the wasteland. But
yeah, because that's the thing with Gizmos. It makes sense that a mobster-like character, even if he is a bit of a stereotype, it makes sense that he would exist post-apocalypse. What we see from Mo,
Yeah, this
I
is
think
the
his name is.
Seamus Young video.
Okay. What we see of this Mo guy in Fallout 4, the baseball guy, yeah, he is just a caricature cartoon character. I don't know why he's comparing it to the Legion. Like, of course, they wear old-timey gear too, but, like, the situations revolving around them are completely different.
Yeah, Seamus Young is his point is I don't think Seamus Young even brought up Gizmo. No, he didn't. He didn't bring that up. That was
that
the
was
other
this guy's
guy.
counterpoint.
Yeah.
So he kind of jumped ahead and he like took one line, I think, from Seamus talking about how the characters didn't used to be kind of abstract kind of mockeries of past times or whatever, or past sort of characters. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but and then they cut forward to comparing it to Gizmo from Fallout 1, who could afford to dress fairly nicely with pre-war clothes and be a fat, corrupt bureaucrat because he literally was the crime lord of the town. He had everybody in his pocket.
And he was literally making shit tons of money by shooting porn flicks and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, also, things like crime bosses could exist in almost any time. It's not like as if, he doesn't fit into the world at all. His place is questioned. He's the leader of the town. He's a crime leader. Crime is always going to exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the point that I think Seamus was making about the baseball guy, it's like, how could that person survive a week?
Who are buying all of these baseball bats? What equipment is he using? He has to spend his time making these things, which take a lot of time and effort. And then he's got to sell them. Who is buying these baseball bats so that he gets enough money to get food? Money I'm using interchangeably with caps.
Yeah. I have a better example. How the fuck is the Nuka-Cola bitch surviving in this world of Fallout 3?
Well, if we just keep it with this, but absolutely, yeah. Stuff like that doesn't make any fucking sense.
But also, more importantly, Gizmo is actually well written. Like, there's actually a moral choice to be made with him that you could actually argue that siding with him is the better option.
Yeah.
Again, yeah, the sort of cruel but functional order versus chaos or whatever. Like, obviously I think Killian is the good choice, but isn't there some sort of like weird twist in that things don't go so well if you pick Killian? I think there was something like that, wasn't there?
Originally the endings were supposed to be reversed, where if Gizmo ran the town would actually prosper because it was in his own personal benefit for the town to continue prospering from the gambling and everything. Whereas if you had sided with Killian, even though he's obviously the good guy in this situation, he wants to take down a horrible person, his strict frontier justice ended up strangling the town essentially and killing it off.
Right.
But people didn't like that, so they swapped them to what you would normally expect is the town didn't do so well under Gizmo, but it did survive under Killian, and with his unique brand of frontier justice or something to that effect.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the original ending kind of sounds more realistic. Like, I could see a sleazy, like, that's basically how Las Vegas came to be. Crime lords basically created Las Vegas initially, but they were good for business. They were sleazy as hell. I forget the exact story, but there was a lot of crime that involved the formation of Las Vegas. I remember that much. But I could see somebody like Killian being good for business, somebody like Gizmo being good for business, and somebody like Killian being too stuffy and restrictive, where people just want more like lax free trade. Maybe sell a little jet here, something there. I could see that kind of work playing out that way.
Yeah.
But I could also see how people feel kind of betrayed if they chose the good path and got punished for it.
No, actually, Killian, his original one, yeah, is that it doesn't do anything. But both of Gizmo's are the town prospers and gets bigger and bigger.
Oh.
The only one is Gizmo. If you don't reroute power for them, so they can't build the casinos and everything like that, Gizmo will choke to death on an iguana on a stick.
I love the iguana on a stick side quest. That's so messed up.
But yeah, he will. Otherwise, he'll keep the he will keep the town growing bigger and larger. He turns it into a boom town because he doesn't want to hurt his income, his revenue. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's so much more interesting than, oh, guy sells baseball bats and is goofy, and there's no more to it than that. It's like,
well, that's the entire depth of a lot of Bethesda's characters. Unfortunately, is oh hey look, goofy character says weird things. That's the entirety of the Nuka-Cola bitch in Fallout 3. She's a dumb moron who lives in her moron shack with a bunch of collectible bullshit that does nothing to help her survive in the day-to-day. And she does nothing for herself to survive in the day-to-day.
Honestly, like, him bashing on Gizmo kind of like raises my temperature here, because, like, if I had to teach somebody, like, if I had to tell somebody how to make a good RPG, I would literally point them to Junktown. Yeah. Junktown is such a fantastic microcosm of role playing. Just everybody kind of knows everybody else. Your actions affect other NPCs. You've got sort of like good options, bad options, secrets right under your feet. Lots of little, Easter eggs and interesting characters, but it's such a condensed, small, little, tightly built city. That's why it was such a great starting off point. I remember my very first exposure to Fallout was the Fallout 1 demo, which was a sort of trimmed down version of Junktown. And I couldn't put it down. It was the most fascinating thing I'd ever played before. It was just so engaging, and you could replay it and try out different things, like, oh, I'm gonna side with Gizmo, or I'm gonna do the sting and catch Gizmo on tape or whatever. Like,
yeah.
It's a great example of game design, just that how tight and how everything kind of connects to everyone else. Each NPC doesn't seem detached from each other. They're all kind of connected in some way.
Yeah.
I feel like Bethesda's writers and quest designers should be locked in a room with that demo for like a day. And just take lessons from it.
Yeah, it's simple, but it works. It's just really well thought out. Not overdone. You don't need this huge sprawling thing that goes over half the world map.
Yeah.
Most of these people don't really leave the town anyway. There's a little small community that's all tied together, and and just that was an interesting moral choice. You could get rich and get some advantages if you sided with Gizmo, or you could do the right thing and get a better reputation in the wasteland if you sided with Killian.
So let's see where he's going with this point about the Legion wearing football gear.
Yeah, let's
because I don't think this is going to go well.
Ball idioms or act like a football team. They don't know about old world football, and they don't care what the gear was originally used for. They just found some sports equipment and realized it would make for good armor. The humor comes from the absurdity of seeing these harmless and mundane objects adopted unironically by an army of vicious murderers and slave masters. Again, that fits with the theme that the old world died and Mad Max rose out of the ashes.
What about the guards 10 feet away from Mr. Biaswada, or Diamond City as a whole? The guards are literally wearing baseball gear to keep the city safe from raiders, super mutants, and all the other horrors of the wasteland. Diamond City was one.
How does that nullify the issue with the baseball bat idiot?
Yeah, that you are missing the point. It's not the guards. The guards in Diamond City wearing baseball gear as armor makes sense. It's Diamond City.
I will say, points to Bethesda on that one. That's actually a detail I wouldn't expect from them at this point, and they pulled it off. So good job, Bethesda.
Yeah.
But pointing out that, hey, this thing makes sense over here doesn't change the fact that this thing over there doesn't make sense.
Oh, hey, you know what? It's classic whataboutism.
Yeah.
He even said, what about? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Do you have whataboutism in the...
I do.
Okay, good.
Yep, whataboutism.
So a bunch of people watching potentially just got whataboutism on their cards.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we need to say there. That's just classic whataboutism.
Yeah, I don't think Seamus was saying that the Diamond City security guys sucked. I think if presented with them, he probably would have said, "Yeah, that's what I'm talking about."
Yeah, he's very specifically pointed out. Yeah, he was very specific. He pointed out the baseball bat salesman, not the security.
I mean, I'll probably say that the baseball or the Diamond City security look a little bit more like Raiders than they would, quote unquote, security. But
yeah,
I don't know. That's my.
I think it would have been more interesting if to add to the whole idea of the absurdity in this situation if they had the umpire stripes and everything like that, while they had like the umpires protective vest and face mask and stuff.
I mean, a lot of this stuff is kind of traced back to the sort of absurdity / creativity seen in the Warriors back in the 70s. Like that movie had different factions. Like you had the baseball crew. You've got every single gang had their own style.
Yeah.
Vivid style, which I think a lot of games kind of borrow inspiration from. But yeah,
and there's go ahead.
No, I was just saying it's fine to throw some style in, but just try to kind of think through what you're doing. Like, how is it kind of, even if you don't necessarily put it all into the game code or the dialogue, kind of think of like, how did this person arrive to this point and how does he survive? How does he make a living? What does he do? Does he actually, just grow plants on the back and that's what he lives on? And he's just kind of deluded himself to think he's selling baseball bats, or what is he actually doing?
Now that could be interesting. Like, he's deluded himself that people are interested in this idea, but when pushed on it, he's like, if you ask him like, do you have many customers? Like, no. And he's like, well, how do you get any food? And then he has to like begrudgingly admits that like he's growing like corn or something out back, and he's got vegetables and stuff that he keeps and things like that to try to sustain himself.
Yeah.
That could, again, there are interesting things you could build off of this. Like, turn the fact that he's a caricature into a story point.
Yeah, there's lots of things you can do that.
Mutants, the other horrors of the wasteland. Diamond City was once a baseball stadium. Now it's a city trying to thrive and survive and is away from the rest of the danger of the Commonwealth. I don't know, something about that just screams the old world died to me.
It's tragic, but this seems to happen a lot. One writer comes along and builds a fascinating and complex world, and then the property gets handed off to a new writer that only has the most superficial understanding of the source material. The new writer can't come up with new stuff that fits with the old, so the franchise spirals into incoherent.
Just because Bethesda didn't want to make the pressure.
Did that cut out for anyone there?
No.
Because I heard incoherent, then it kind of jumped.
He has been jumping through the videos he's covered. He jumped through my video several times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he didn't cut out for there. No, that was his editing. This guy's editing did that.
Okay, because then this guy's editing is pretty bad. Let's see this.
The most super understanding of the source material. The new writer can't come up with new stuff that fits with the old, so the franchise spirals into incoherency or self-reference.
Just because Bethesda didn't want to make...
Okay, so that did skip for me there.
No.
Yeah, it's just bad editing. He didn't give enough breathing room in between that video and his.
Well, it actually did jump, but I lost a couple words there, but...
Oh. Okay.
I agree with what that guy just said, whoever that is.
Seamus Young, yeah.
Well, is that still part of Seamus's video, or is that someone else's?
Yep, nope, that is Seamus. That is Seamus's video.
Okay. Well, let's see what he has to say then.
Make Depression Simulator. Their writing is bad.
Dutch.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's incredibly disingenuous. Like, holy shit. Just because they didn't make it all depressing and dark doesn't mean their writing is bad. No, their writing is shit, dude. It's just dog shit.
Okay, so let's take an alternate scenario where Fallout 3 and 4 are super, super, super grimdark, and, like, everything is terrible and horrible and super fucking depressing. There's no feel-good moments at all. You open Kid in a Fridge's fridge, and a skeleton pops out, and just everything is terrible. Okay. That doesn't change the quality of the writing, though, because you could write that all to be really, really good, or you could still have the same level of writing quality as we have now. Like, it being grim or not does not make it good or bad.
Yeah. Alright, so here we go.
They just have a story they want to tell in the world of Fallout. Mechanics were changed. If anything, the argument could be made that it's a bit more realistic. But the new Fallout games...
It's a bit more realistic.
No.
No, Fallout 3 and 4 are not a bit more realistic. They are the opposite.
Fallout 3 especially... Guys, I have to stress again. There is no living plant life in Fallout 3 outside of Oasis.
Yeah.
People try to defend the grass that it's not dead, it's in, like, low nutrient mode or whatever, where it can't get much from the ground. And, like, if the grass had truly died, it would have withered up and blown away years ago. You know what else would have blown away years ago? The fucking dead trees that are in the ground. Bethesda doesn't know what the fuck they're doing.
That house he's got on the screen right now is cleaner than my house.
Yeah.
No, the thing that really kind of blew me away was intact outdoor beds, grill equipment, lounge chairs and stuff, like still in place 200 years after the bombs dropped.
Yep.
Well, I was shocked. Obviously, you could argue that Fallout and stuff would the radioactive fallout would affect this in some way, but one time I let my backyard grow in and just kind of let it go for a couple of years, probably about say 20, somewhere between 20 and 30 months, and then I had to move out from the rental, and I'm like, oh man, I guess I should probably get a weed whacker in here to kind of clean it out. So I hired somebody, and he cut it all down, but it was like he made a stack taller than my car of just like underbrush and weeds and sticks and whole trees. Like, we're talking like 4 to 5 foot trees that grow in my backyard just from a couple of years. 200 years would make this area unrecognizable.
Yeah.
It's just it's insane how like the white paint is barely cracked. White paint in the sun, that would crack quite a bit in 200 years.
Yeah. Basically, this stuff should have been stripped down to the wood paneling itself, and that wood paneling should be rotted and decayed at the minimum. Like, the house itself should be on the ground, honestly.
And that's the thing, too, is I'm not even asking for realism in that regard, because you kind of do have to stretch physics at some point to keep, like, oh, here's this ancient factory that's still standing, and just to keep some level of color in the world. I can give a pass to some of that. My issue is more with the things that are a bit more important to life existing. Like, the fact that there's no living plant life in Fallout 3, that is a major issue. I can tolerate ruins of houses standing for 200 years. I can let that go, because fucking whatever. When life itself cannot exist in this world due to the poor world design, that becomes a very major issue.
Yep.
I agreed.
I guess the part I take issue with this is the fact that he said it's more realistic. That's his argument, that it is more realistic. And it's like,
no way in hell is it more realistic.
Yeah, in fact, these are more farcical, more of a fairy tale land than Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas, where this stuff was thought through.
Well,
honestly, go ahead.
I was going to mention the whole radiation and electronics thing, so that's not something I actually knew before I started covering Fallout on YouTube. I didn't know radiation is, like, super fucking kills electronics, but
yes,
it does. So why is it perfectly fine for Nick Valentine, the fucking robot, to go into the glowing sea, and power armor apparently protects you from radiation, but it also didn't protect the Enclave troops? Those Enclave troops in Fallout 3 fell faster than fucking Liam Neeson and Colonel Autumn did.
Yeah, the people in fully sealed power armor
that's supposed to protect
faster
them.
Yep, than the people that were in their bare clothing.
I guess a simple vault suit protects from radiation better than fucking power armor.
Yeah.
It's insanity.
Yeah, some of the most interesting pictures I've ever seen come from abandoned places in real life.
Yes.
This is a great Twitter account, and you can tell these places were probably abandoned maybe 10, 20, 30, maybe 50 years ago, but they already look way more decrepit than anything in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a recommendation for everyone in chat, but you in particular, Indigo. There's a channel I follow called The Proper People. They do explorations of all sorts of abandoned places, hospitals, sanitariums, mental asylums, old electrical power plants, factories, houses, doctors' offices, fucking everything. And it is fascinating. Like, some of the places they have the history on, that, like, okay, so this place was built in 1970s and uses this architecture type, which you don't really see anymore. Or this is sanitarium where people with tuberculosis were taken to, and many people died here. And it's just so much. It's really fascinating. It's the exact same thing you're talking about for that Twitter account. It's just in videos where these people are going through these places, and it is strangely fascinating to watch. I love their videos.
It's like a apocalypse porn. I think there's a couple channels and creators that cover abandoned theme parks.
Oh,
like
nice. Yeah, they've done theme parks and Proper People too.
Defunct Land is one of the big ones.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
Or malls, abandoned malls that have just been kind of like decrepit or whatever. It's super interesting, and you get like the games that nail it a lot better are probably like Metro or Stalker.
Stalker, absolutely. Urban Decay and Stalker is
Yeah, I'm really hoping the new Stalker is good because it'd be great to have a really thoroughly engaging, immersive post-apocalyptic game again. But yeah, no, there's a certain sort of grime that kind of gets under your skin. There's a certain sort of decay. Like you can kind of tell when something has not been seen for a long time. And some games get it, some games don't.
Yeah. Honestly, if I were to ever make a post-apocalypse game or a Silent Hill type game, half of my research for building the world would be looking at pictures and videos of all these abandoned places to really get the feeling down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or if I was working on like a show or something, like obviously I'm not in the position to work on any such things, but if I were, that would be my go-to for research.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that stuff is fucking fascinating. And you mentioned the malls. Some of the ones the Proper People have done have been mostly shut down malls where it's like, okay, the big box store, one of the anchor stores, is pretty much all that's left, and it's sealed off from the rest of the mall. So it's still like partly active, but most of it is sealed off. Oh, that's very interesting stuff.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and also kind of has the sort of fascinating juxtaposition of the height of civilization with just nature taking it back, and it really kind of makes you unsettled. And no, it's a great. It got a lot of like meta sort of commentary as well. It's like the fall of civilization and whatever. But yeah, no, some of these photos just absolutely gorgeous decay. All I can say.
Yeah, and it seems almost like a weird thing to say. Like, how can these places that are literally rotting away be gorgeous? But it does have that weird charm and quality to it that, like, obviously you wouldn't want to be there unless you were doing the exploration yourself. But there is an odd kind of like feeling to that sort of stuff. And someone mentioned in chat, check out Bright Sun Films. He explores and does history on abandoned locations. Yeah, Bright Sun does good videos too.
Urbex Hill's a pretty good one too.
Good stuff.
Mechanics were changed. anything, the argument could be made that it's a bit more realistic. But the new Fallout games are still very sad and have the same theme that all the previous Fallout.
War never changes.
New Vegas has multiple endings, and all of them end in a dark way. I haven't played 3 till the end, but Fallout 4...
All of them end in a dark way? No, not really. There's a lot of hopeful endings in New Vegas.
Yeah, especially if you end with positive karma.
Yeah.
Also, I want to share this picture and to go post it in chat because it kind of highlights what we were talking about there. So, also, it has the same theme throughout. War never changes. That seems like a really basic, not understanding. It seems like the Bethesda fan understanding of war never changes, which is, man, isn't this a deep and profound line?
Yeah, that's the one that annoys me.
They say at the beginning. They say at the beginning of the game, but it doesn't mean that they follow through with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They use it as a series tagline rather than any kind of like philosophical meaning or anything. Yeah, this picture is. You can see where the elevator used to be too. The whole shaft there. This looks like a mall. Did the ceiling collapse in the middle, or was that supposed to be open? Was this like an outdoor sort of mall?
As far as I know, it was an outdoor mall, and this was shut down because it violated building regulations or something in Bangkok, and so they just left it to abandon. They just left it rot away.
Wow. Still, though, strangely fascinating stuff. I love
even
it.
Like that. Yeah, even the stuff that's like mostly intact, just like super interesting. Just seeing how life kind of responds to completely fabricated concrete structure that's been abandoned. Just like things growing, panels falling apart in sort of random places. Like it doesn't all happen at the same time. It's a slow degradation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's amazing seeing that kind of that stuff just kind of happening over time. And these locations are still, a lot of them are still around because it's just so expensive to tear it down, you know, until some big investor wants to use that land for something else. It'll just stay there probably for years and years and years.
Yep.
Yeah. Just showing a couple more pictures here that Indigo posted in chat. This one's obviously in a mall somewhere. It's a bit fascinating with the plants they have in malls, too, because sometimes you see these people walk in doing their exploration. It's like, oh, either the plants are surviving because there's a hole in the roof letting water in. There's one proper people did a couple months ago where there's actually a motel and the pool area had holes in the roof so the plants that were beside the pool were alive and actually thriving. Then they went into the restaurant and the plants in there were dying. Not dying, they were already dead because hardly any sunlight and no water. Or some places will have the fake plants. Like the one here, obviously they had real plants that died off because, well, who's going to take care of the plants in the mall that's closed? Yeah, I really love this stuff. It is fucking fascinating. Oh, that was a lot bigger image than I anticipated.
And I'll actually give credit. I think that Last of Us does a pretty good job of recreating that feeling in a lot of their environments. I haven't played much of 2, but they do that kind of pretty well. The sort of regrowth of nature over decrepit, abandoned areas.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, one of the best pinnacles for that is definitely Pripyat. If you can gain access into the exclusion zone, you can just go to Pripyat and just.
Oh yeah, there's
that is like the.
Yeah, there's videos of people who have gone in there to explore, and people have been let through on guided tours and stuff, and yeah, that fuck. It's interesting to see some of the before and after pictures too.
Yep.
God, that's like another world. So strange.
Yeah. The first pick mall was flooded or just shiny. That was flooded. That was open air. Man, I can't believe Joel did all this. Yes, every
Yeah.
death after the first game is entirely Joel's fault.
Yep.
Alright, we're almost done here. Let's wrap this shit up.
Yeah, let's do it.
But Fallout 4 really ends where you find out your son is pretty much a terrible person, and he has cancer, and inevitably just dies, and you can't do anything to save him. And every faction has their flaws, so you can't help but feel a sense of, I shouldn't have done that, no matter who you side with. Both developers...
What?
Okay.
What are
So
you
what are-
referring to exactly?
I missed that part completely. Is he
He said-
arguing?
He said that every single faction has its flaws, so you feel like no matter what faction you pick, you feel like you shouldn't have done that. It's like, what are the flaws of the Minutemen?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
about to say that. They're perfect.
Yeah, they're just good guys who want to do good things. The Railroad does kill off the Brotherhood, but they do that as retaliation because the Brotherhood attacks them. So, as much as I hate the Railroad, is it that big of a deal that they wipe out the Brotherhood who tried to wipe them out? I don't know, they seem pretty justified in that regard to me.
Yeah.
One of the only times I'll ever say that about the fucking Railroad, trust me. The Institute try to portray themselves as good guys and everyone else is the problem, so if you fall for their shit, I don't know why you necessarily have the feeling that, oh, did I do the wrong thing here? And mostly the Brotherhood is the aggressor, so you could... That's the one that makes the most sense to me with the whole, oh man, I probably shouldn't have done that, but I had no choice because this is what the faction I sided with decided to do.
Yeah, I was actually trying to look at TV tropes to figure out what they call the kind of thing I don't like when I in settings like the Minutemen, where it's just like, these are the obvious, perfect good guys that you should side with.
Yeah, I hate that so much. Man, that last picture you just posted is fucking fantastic.
Isn't that gorgeous?
Yeah. In a weird, creepy, sad way. It's like...
Yep.
After starting watching these abandoned exploration videos, it's hard for me to not think, you know, the place I work at now one day might be shut down and could fall into decay like any of these other places. And I'm don't get me wrong, I fucking hate the place I work at, but there is a bit of sadness knowing that even though this place is kind of shitty, people make their livelihoods here, and it's gonna be... There could be a day eventually where they close up shop and these people have to go find new jobs, do something else in life. Maybe even never see their coworkers again who they might genuinely like. You know, who knows?
Yeah.
Same with, you know, you're living somewhere. Who knows what the place I'm living in right now will be like in 20 years? Will it be abandoned? Will it just be torn down when, I guess the building is too old? What happens? It's hard not to think about stuff like that with these images.
Yeah, it's
and
like
videos.
even the places that you've had good and bad experiences in, they maybe kind of fall apart and go into decay, get torn down, replaced with something else. Like nothing is permanent, and that's kind of the interesting idea that sort of apocalyptic settings remind you about, is that nothing lasts forever. Everything fades. Time is inevitable.
Yeah. My favorite musician actually wrote a song, A Place Where We Used to Live. Really good song on the Ragpicker's Dream album. But one of the lines in it, used to be a little school where I learned to write my name. Time could be a little cruel. Time has no shame. And man, that line has always stuck out to me. Good shit.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Oh man, and then there's also the that Forever at the End of Time album.
Oh yeah, the Everywhere at the End of Time.
Oh yeah, Everywhere at the End of Time.
Yeah, that man, that shit is depressing.
Yeah, it is.
God, TV Tropes is made by crazy people.
It is. That's one of the many reasons why I hate TV Tropes.
It's insane how much research and detail they have in here. They have a entire page based on Fallout 4, and 4 separate breakout pages for all the tropes, and these things are like 20 pages long each.
Here's the problem though with TV Tropes is that they are very, very left leaning. So like, for example, you can't put Mary Sue on Star Wars.
On Rey Skywalker specifically.
Mary Sue's not on Star Wars.
Yeah, you can't. You're not allowed to have it on Rey Palpatine / Skywalker.
Yes, Rey Palpatine. My bad.
You will be called all kinds of horrifying slurs and shit if you do try to do it, and they will constantly revert your changes until they eventually just ban you.
Well, there's also your other issue, which I think was bigger, where one video said something wrong about, I think it was Yakuza or something.
It was Yakuza 4, yeah.
And until someone else did a video completely debunking the original claim, they would not accept any change to the original trope that they had put on there.
Yeah, which is fucking infuriating. I hate that shit. TV Tropes it looks like on paper that it's well researched, but my god, you need a dump truck or at least a train load of salt, because you can't take anything you see there as being even remotely researched at all.
So it's a wealth of information, but yeah, I just searched that, and yeah, nothing there. Like I couldn't think of a more perfect example of that trope than Rey from the Star Wars movies.
Yeah. And I like, they'll go into, if you like even try to mention anything about current events or like equate current events or anything like that, or even have a mention like this mirrors something that has just happened recently, dude, you will get fucking shredded by the mods and admins there.
Yeah, that just seems like a personal vendetta. That's really dumb.
Yeah, and it really is, which is sad because it used to be such an interesting site to go to. There's a reason of the whole, like, you would lose hours just browsing TV Tropes.
Yeah, I mean, I can still use a lot of the information here, like just things I didn't remember or forgot about. But yeah, some of the things that I was searching for Minutemen through its vast many pages of Fallout 4.
Yeah.
And some of the things are kind of good points, like no matter how high up in the Minutemen you become, they'll never like show you any respect. They still order you around.
Yep.
Even though you're literally the leader of the Minutemen, which is kind of dumb.
Which, yeah, to be fair, it was stupid that they made you the leader to begin with. Oh, hey, you just showed up. Would you like to be leader? Okay.
Yeah, the reasoning is so pathetic. Well, I'm no leader, so you might as well be. I won't do literally anything to help you find your kidnapped child unless you accept a leadership role in this faction you might not even care about at all.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, thank you, Preston, you wonderful human being. I'm so glad you care about my child. That you'll force me into a position I might not want, and actually don't want, in order to do literally anything to save him. Your entire job is helping people, and someone who needs help, you will not help unless they help everyone else for you.
Yep.
Yeah, I can go on and on about how that they kind of fumble that whole, mother-child, father-child aspect of the game. It's like, oh my god, this is an urgency, and hey, do you want to rebuild our settlements for the next several months? I know your baby is missing.
Yeah.
Very odd.
Alright, we've got a minute left.
Do it.
Little more, I'm going to wind it back a bit, because I don't remember the last thing he said.
Yeah.
Oh, right, the stupid factions all have good and bad. Yeah. Alright, let's finish this.
Help but feel a sense of, I shouldn't have done that, no matter who you side with. Both developers, Bethesda and the now extinct Interplay, did wonderful jobs of creating and building upon
Interplay,
the world
we're
of
not
Fallout.
the developers of Fallout 1 and 2. Stop it.
Actually, it's complicated. Interplay was.
We talked about because Black Isle, which is originally Dragonplay, was a division of Interplay. So there were people that were from Interplay that did work with the people of Black Isle, but Black Isle were actually the developers.
I thought Black Isle was specifically Fallout 2, and Tim Kaine was officially part of Interplay for Fallout 1.
Yeah, well,
yeah, I don't know about the team names or whatever, but basically Interplay was Fallout, and then when they started kind of getting more and more into their kind of Baldur's Gate, Fallout era RPGs, they created Black Isle Studios, which was Fallout 2. Tim Kaine and Jason Anderson and Boyarsky were involved in the beginning parts of Fallout 2, but not to the end. But technically, I don't think Black Isle Studios as a division existed when Fallout 1 was made. So it's
they did, but they weren't Black Isle Studios. It was Dragonplay. That's what they were called when Fallout 1 was first started. And then when they started taking over, once this started getting steam, and they thought, hey, we can actually do this, then it got renamed to Black Isle Studios.
Creetosis, how can't you just beat the shit out of those people who want favors from you for a Punisher-like playthrough? Man, I should be able to play as Judge fucking Dredd or Ned Flanders if that's my decision to do so.
That'd be great.
And also, I mean, technically, if you want to get technical, Interplay never died. Neither did Black Isle Studios. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance released in May 2021. As long as whomever, I don't know if it's Titan Software or whatever owns who the hell owns Interplay at this point, still around. So not a big point. They haven't made anything that relevant for a while, but yeah.
Judge Flanders, oh no. That's not what I meant. I meant either Judge Dredd or Ned Flanders, because that's like the range of, like, if you could play those two characters, you could play pretty much anything in between. So, I didn't mean to combinate them. I didn't mean to combine them. Although, Judge Flanders would probably be an interesting playthrough, not gonna lie.
I am the law, Dockly.
God, I'll tell you what, though, that, what was that fucking... My brain is trying to remember that awful...
Chat is going... I'm sorry, he said. Chat is going off. Creetosis, I'm gonna diddly deal with you, punk. I diddly ho neighborino. I'm the darn diddly law. How diddly do you please?
Oh god, that's great.
Yep.
I don't care how fucking garbage Simpsons has got. They need to do that joke now. They need a Halloween episode based on Judge Dredd where Ned Flanders is a judge. Holy shit, that would be fucking amazing.
I'd be down for that. Building a character like that in the Fallout games and installing a mod that has a language processor, so all dialogue options are like transformed into Ned Flanders speech. Be pretty great.
Sorry, what were you saying, Seth? You were trying to remember something?
Yeah, the Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance game that came out in 2021, which was an absolute fucking travesty.
I'm pretty sure Angry Joe gave it like a 2 out of 10, if I remember correctly.
I mean, it
awful.
Is pretty fucking awful, yeah.
Guess it didn't have enough dragons for him.
Well, in this, it's just not a good game. It was not well designed at all. It was like a looter shooter, but in Dungeons and Dragons form, which is in and of itself could work, but it was just balanced to be an action RPG, and the combat was just horrible. Like, holy fuck.
I specifically remember a clip of them fighting the final boss, and the boss just kept falling down over and over again and never got a chance to attack.
Yeah.
The AI was absolutely brain dead.
Yeah. All right.
I
Yeah,
saw
we're almost
clips of,
done.
like people shooting at from enemies from afar, and they just didn't ever activate. Just let them like chip away at them from a distance with a bow and arrow. Pretty bad.
All right. Nice.
Oh, we did it twice.
Yep.
And while I can see and understand the criticisms fans of the original games that people have, I for one actually love the current stage of Fallout. I've yet to play 76, so I can't form an opinion on it. From what I hear, it's pretty bad. But Fallout 4 was a step in the right direction in my eyes. Plus, there's a ton of mods that bring mechanics from older Fallout games.
Okay, so you've got 40 seconds left to explain how Fallout 4 was a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
God,
and you haven't explained how Fallout is still Fallout. Like,
yeah.
we're still waiting for this. You got no time left.
What the fuck were the points he made? It was, he talked about the patriotism thing, which
It didn't make any sense.
Yeah.
He talked about the not being able to kill children, so just don't kill children, you fucking sicko.
Or install a mod, which that doesn't address the point at all.
And now here he's talking about, like, you can just put mods, use mods to get all the old stuff back. It's like, that's not the fucking point.
Yeah, if anything, that hurts his argument. That's like, okay, so they did change it. It isn't
So
Fallout.
it isn't Fallout anymore. You have to mod it to make it Fallout again.
So you just proved that you were wrong.
Yeah, he barely makes any points. He just plucked looks like he plucked like 4 to 5 arguments that he thought he had a good response to from 2 different videos, which I make lots of claims in my video. I haven't watched all of Seamus's video, but I'd like to actually watch it now because looks pretty good.
Oh yeah, his video is good. Highly recommend.
But yeah, I mean, he's almost like a very poor Mythbusters, I guess. Just like, well, actually, blah, got him. Just doesn't.
Yeah,
really
the
make
whole
a huge
radiation
point.
thing, which his argument there boiled down to, well, I like it more.
Yeah, well, I like it more.
Oh god.
Which doesn't actually counter the argument made that, yeah, radiation in the original games and even 3 and 4 was a background. 3 in New Vegas was a background threat, whereas in 4 is like super highlighted, at present at all times, which is a very valid point.
It's also a little, I gotta say, it's a little questionable because, I mean, I appreciate him putting the sources in his document, and I've used plenty of footage. Either my footage wasn't recorded, I don't have the right exact scene, but somebody else had various aspects, so I pull footage from other videos as well with credit. But I have a strong suspicion he's not played the original games.
He said he didn't. He said he just looked up footage of them.
So he has no idea what he's talking about then.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect to be taken seriously if I didn't play the games that I compared. Like when the only games for example, the Elder Scrolls series I didn't play were the ones that I could not play because they were exclusive ROMs to ancient Nokia phones. But I played all the games I covered in that series. Same with Fallout. I played Fallout 1, Fallout 2, Fallout Tactics. I've even played the Fallout Brotherhood of Steel game that nobody likes to remember. Played Fallout 3, Fallout.
Oh, did you play the other
4.
Fallout? I forget. I think it was also Brotherhood of Steel or something like that.
Oh,
but
Tactics?
It was the console. No, it was the console game where it was
the
the third person over the shoulder shooter or something like that.
Yeah, that's the one everyone hates.
Yeah, that's Brotherhood of Steel, which actually it's dumb fun, but it's actually kind of fun as long as you just don't expect to be anything like Fallout. But yeah, no, it's just like you found a clip. Would you search characters Fallout 1 and you found, oh, this guy's got a funny suit. Oh, he looks just like a gangster. Lol. You said that characters in the Fallout games shouldn't reflect past times. Got him. I mean, that's literally the thought process, I guess.
Yeah, it was just a very bad argumentation all the way around.
Yeah, it really didn't feel like he addressed the meat of the issue of a lot of because I know that there was definitely way more substantial arguments in these videos that he's just not covering.
Yeah, because I know Seth said he didn't see Indigo's video, but you have, right, Pagan?
Yes, I have seen all of Indigo's video. I thought it was really good. And there's definitely way better arguments in there that talk about, like, why Fallout is no longer Fallout, and he's just completely overlooking them in favor of these smaller, more less substantive like points that he feels that he has good arguments for, which he doesn't, but he feels he does, and he's just completely ignoring the meat of the issue.
Like, I'll put it this way. I've gotten a lot better at expressing my arguments and sourcing and being, better in editing and argumentation stuff since 2017.
Yeah.
I could make a better dress down and take down in my video than he did. Like, I could make better arguments against my own video today. Way better arguments.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't expect this guy's done like a couple scripted videos, if this is scripted, and a bunch of podcasts or whatever. I don't expect him to be like, the big cheese of YouTube. It just the points were barely there. That was the main problem. They didn't really have any narrative or points. You just said like, oh, I disagree, or you want to kill children, you sicko. Got him.
Yeah. And he did one that was super rapid fire, but I can't even remember it because his point was so vapid. It just went by so fast. And he's like, he's dead in one. And then he's like, what? And then he just moved on to the next point. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
And he didn't really, his sources were so long, like his source clips and cutaways were so long that he barely had enough time to actually argue them. Like, probably the clips of my video and the other guy's video, probably about 50% of the video.
Yeah.
Or close
to.
And
that's kind of the thing we mean when we say, like, oh, your video is 10 minutes long. You have not given yourself enough time to make the points you want to. This is exactly the kind of stuff we're referring to is, if you want to make a point of substance, it's just kind of a fact that you need the time to do it. Like, if you were addressing one point from one video, 10 minutes would probably be enough depending on what the point is. You might need a bit longer if it's something that you can go far more in depth in, but like, I hate to do this, but there's a reason my response to Miniature Nerds Fallout 3 video is over 8 hours long. I didn't arbitrarily decide to make it that long. That's what it turned out to be, because I countered most of the arguments in his video. That's just the way it is.
You don't have to be that lengthy, but like, just mathematically speaking, Seamus's video is 20 minutes. My video was 30 minutes. This guy's video was what?
9:33.
And there's like a big preamble that didn't really go anywhere.
Yeah, for 3 minutes. For 3 minutes.
Yeah, 3 minutes was just an intro where he did not make any points whatsoever.
So how are you going to address 50 minutes of argumentation in 6?
Well, that's the thing too, is you don't necessarily need to respond to the whole video, but when the entire point of your video is Fallout isn't Fallout anymore and his is to counter it, Fallout is Fallout actually, then that kind of implies there's more than, oh yeah, I disagree with him about the radiation thing, I prefer it this way. Or, patriotism is fine because these areas would have patriotic stuff in them because reasons. It's just not a very compelling argument.
Yeah, and credit to Seamus. The guy replied to Seamus's video and posted his comment saying, I made sort of a response video, here it is, and Seamus pinned it. So he didn't have to do that. He also did his video as Creative Commons attribution, so you can freely clip and use his video without any sort of entanglements or potential claims or whatever. So
yeah,
Seamus seems on the up and up. I haven't watched this whole video, but it seems comparable to my arguments. He made some other specific ones which seem, at least from these clips, seem pretty good. Like, if anything, the clips that he was arguing against seem more reasonable than his ones.
Yeah, I absolutely highly recommend his video. Like I said, he explains a lot of the problem with the whole retrofuturism thing. That the short version that I can remember is, it's with Fallout 4, it's like people in 2015 trying to imagine what people in 1997 tried to imagine people in 1950 imagine the future would be like, you know? So there's several layers of stuff there that and he does a good job of explaining why Bethesda never understood Fallout.
Yeah, it's intentionally and unintentionally dated, but it is. They did a pretty good job in the original games. I mean, I think the music was definitely had some industrial influence, which was pretty hot in the '90s. I think there's a little bit of like rock, a little bit here and there, some of the stuff that Mark Morgan did, but for the most part, it seems like, Mad Max meets 1940s, 1950s.
Yeah.
But with robots and stuff. Like it had a very interesting mix. And then one of the things that I find the most that the newer games kind of miss is just the very, very thin line of how the humor works in the game.
Yeah.
Like the world itself was serious, but there was an underlying, like, this is also crazy and silly as well. Like there's definitely some memes, especially in Fallout 2 for sure. Like a lot of self-referential stuff and
yeah. I've said
whatever.
before many times Fallout 2 is my favorite, but its weakest aspect is absolutely, oh, here's the Monty Python bridge encounter like a dozen times in your first playthrough ever of the game, or here's the Star Trek reference and the Doctor Who reference and the other Monty Python reference, It got a little overbearing, and I think that is a large contributor to at least some of the problem with modern Fallout, where Bethesda seems to think, well, it's Fallout, so that means it's wacky, and that's a big issue for me.
Yeah.
I think it was Tim Kaine that made the rule, and for the most part, it was followed in the original Fallout, and I think it was followed in the Outer Worlds as well. In that, basically, if you do a reference, it has to be subtle enough that if you don't get the reference, it completely goes over your head.
Yeah.
Like it shouldn't be so on the nose that you're distracted and kind of alienated by it.
Yeah.
I couldn't play it from the perspective of somebody who wasn't familiar with Portal, but it reminds me of this really, really irritating mission in Cyberpunk 2077 where you're basically trying to track down a bunch of self-aware automated limos, and they have various different personalities, and they're all basically gone haywire, and you have to track them down and convince them to come back. And one of them is just literally an on-the-nose ripoff of I guess it's not really even doing the voice, but it's basically Portal, and he's like, cake is a lie, blah blah blah, and it's just like, oh god.
See, that sounds like the most obnoxious fucking 13-year-old memer way to do the cake is a lie thing, because the way it was done in Portal was it was just written on the wall. It was one of many messages from a crazy guy who was locked in the facility with a fucking crazy robot that was torturing him, basically.
Yeah.
So, or maybe not torturing, tormenting might be the right word, but you get what I mean. And it's something that's actually part of the story is you're promised cake at the end of the experiments, and what do you get at the end of the experiments? Your platform is lowered into a fiery pit to kill you, which you get to the end of the game and you do see that the cake is real in the basically end cutscene.
Yeah, so that and that's within the game itself, but I just found this one super distracting.
Oh,
but,
yeah.
But I also, in the same game, actually saw a reference that I thought was kind of neat, but most people probably wouldn't even notice. One of the VR dealers, brain dance dealers or whatever you talk to, his name just happens to be Lenny Nero. Just some random name, but I immediately got that because I know Lenny Nero is the main character of the movie Strange Days from 1995, who was a VR dealer. So I was like, that's a kind of neat little reference, and if you didn't pick up on it, wouldn't be distracting at all, because it doesn't come up at all. So things like that you can do, but honestly, like, the Monty Python thing, I loved it when I was a teenager playing the games. But now I look back and I'm like, oh, that's cringe.
Yeah.
Probably shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I very much agree with that rule. That was a good rule. Your references shouldn't take the player out of the experience, basically.
Yeah.
All right, let's wrap this up.
Yeah.
I doubt he's going to have another point to make in the next 40 seconds, so we should be in the clear.
I mean, we'll find out, man.
Feel a lot more like Fallout. It's no secret that this is one of my all-time favorite franchises. The lore, stories, setting, everything about it is just awesome, and it pains me to see so many people bickering about it. At the end of the day, it's a story of a world torn apart by war and destruction, which is a constant theme that was present in the very first game to the most recent. Hey guys, thanks for...
Okay.
Damn, we were so close to... It's still Fallout because it's nuclear Fallout. It's
Very
so close.
Still extremely reductive, though, because it was literally just war, guys. War is still a thing within the themes of all of the games, so it's exactly the same.
Yeah,
they say war at the beginning. It's got to be the same, right?
Well, what you don't realize is the Fallout fandom is so loyal to the series that they create war among themselves just to stay on theme.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that video is terrible.
Yeah, and that fucking reductive point at the end is just like, it's literally the equivalent of, oh, the game starts, you get the cutscene, war never changes, and then you are put into a PUBG match, and it's, but no, guys, it's totally Fallout. It's exactly the same because the intro, war, guys, PUBG is totally Fallout.
Oh yeah,
I've always been kind of confused by the phrase "war never changes" because wars throughout history. I mean, war is like one of those things that changes almost every era.
It's referencing like the more consistent aspect of war: people dying, people losing loved ones in war. The reasons for war.
The full quote, if I could paraphrase: war never changes. The end of the world happened exactly as we predicted. Too many humans, not enough resources to go around. That's the original line from the original game. I remember this from heart.
Yeah.
So that the motivation for war never changes. The wars themselves. I think the following line after that actually is, or no, actually no, that was the version in Fallout 2 says this. It's like, war never changes. The end of the world, so and so. The details are trivial and pointless. The details are trivial and pointless.
Yeah.
So like, yes, we used nukes this time. We used bombers, whatever. It all resulted in the same effect. We killed each other over finite resources. So that was the message, I think, of the war never changes.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't even know if that's necessarily the theme of the series. It's just the sort of intro tagline, I guess.
Well, it's more the theme of 1, 2, and New Vegas, more so than it would be for 3 and 4. 3, 4, and 76 especially are more the reductive war never changes. Boom, bang, boom, bam, guns. And it's what annoys me so much. That's why I've come to hate the phrase war never changes. But that's why I liked Ulysses' quote in New Vegas. It said war never changes, men do through the roads they walk, and this road has reached its end.
Yeah, I mean, themes and stuff, you can kind of see, people can see crazy themes and all sorts of things. I like to reference, I wonder if it's still in the Wikipedia, but there's a citation from a real professor in Wikipedia that says that the entire theme of Ghost in the Shell has to do with the period system of female reproductive system, which is insane to me.
What?
But,
No. What? No.
Yeah.
Which
What?
What part of her being a lesbian sex doll in cyberspace is the female reproductive system?
Yeah.
What?
And again, like, I thought that was so crazy that I'm like, what? And
or how about the laughing man? What's the laughing man in terms of this? Like, what the?
Yeah, that's just insane.
Yeah, it looks like they might have scrubbed that from the wiki, but I remember when I was researching it last year, I was like, what the hell? But yeah, so people can say all sorts of weird themes. There is sort of like an evolution of themes, I noticed. Like the first Fallout game was freaking bleak. You don't even know what kind of world is outside your vault. For all you know, the world is dead. And it's not until you start seeing the scraps of humanity that you actually see that there are people surviving. They're hanging on, but like pretty much surviving. And your entire purpose is to keep your vault up to a point where they can survive, they can live, they can stay alive. Like with the water chip and later the super mutant threat. That's just basically the very basic. You can survive the nuclear fallout. The second game is more about rebuilding, I'd say. People have gone past the survival part. You see cities kind of spread out, new factions, and then you see the remnants of the government that are trying to kind of take control over their former territory. And so you kind of see that kind of rebuilding theme. I have not spent hours and hours rethinking the themes. It doesn't really matter. I like the games as they are, but you can kind of glean different sort of ideas from each game, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, sadly, the phrase has been dumbed down and made literal.
Yeah, it's been watered down and overused, which is typical
whereas
of
the original was, the original had much more depth to it of like, war never changes. The way it is fought, like, I can't remember the exact quote, but there was something,
pretty much,
I don't even know what it's from, but it was like war doesn't change. The way men fight it do, but not like the outcomes and what it like ultimately causes doesn't change. But yeah, it's been dumbed down and made too literal.
Yeah, or transformed into something else. I mean, the real big handover was obviously when Interplay essentially died in all but name. And they eventually kind of begrudgingly handed it over to Bethesda after Bethesda paid a bunch of money for licensing and all that kind of stuff. And then they kind of did what they want with it, and they kind of made it into their own thing. They embraced the sort of nostalgic 1940s, 1950s. They had a bigger budget. They had more access to licensed music. They actually got the song that I think they wanted to license for the original Fallout, but for some reason they couldn't, which is the Setting the World on Fire. I believe that they wanted that one specific song about the ink spots, but they couldn't get it for whatever reason.
Yeah, they did.
So
I remember reading up on that they did want it for the original, then Bethesda got it for Fallout 3.
Yeah, so like I was very hopeful for Bethesda's Fallout because I thought that they were meet the newer tech, the newer engine. Just swap some things around. You can turn Oblivion into Fallout, no problem. But yeah, I do kind of agree. Maybe I'll do something a bit more nuanced down the road about Fallout, but yeah, just the fundamental kind of misunderstanding. It's very hard to put into words, but the kind of fundamental misunderstanding of what made Fallout so interesting, and especially as they stepped more toward Fallout 4, it got a lot more, like Jimmy Neutron, fun adventure through the wastes, like happy-go-lucky, just like very
especially
weird.
Nuka World and all that stuff like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Nuka Roll was what finally like broke the camel's back for me, and was what made me finally like give up on Fallout 4 entirely.
I really, really fucking hate that they had the option, or they knew they were doing a theme park themed DLC. So it's like, man, you have so many options. You could do like a corrupt version of Disneyland, or Warner Brothers characters like fucking Mickey Mouse is Disney. Bugs Bunny and all that, or a corruption of the Muppets, or fucking anything. What'd they go with? A theme park based on a fucking pop brand. Of course. Because everything has
just
to be
so they could
fucking
bring back
Nuka-Cola.
the fucking Nuka bitch and have some raiders.
Yeah.
So they can finally say, see guys, you can be the bad guy. This game it doesn't railroad you into being one character all the time.
Thank you for adding in DLC what should have been in the base game. I appreciate it, Bethesda.
Yep.
So stupid. I could not fucking stand that DLC when I got it. And I was still in like the like, oh no, the game's not actually bad though. Like I'm not enjoying it as much as New Vegas, but it's not actually bad. Then I played that, and then I was just like, I paid $20 for this DLC, and if you're a good character, which they railroad you into being, you get less than 30 minutes of content because there is nothing for you to do, because it forces you to kill all of the fucking raiders, and then there's nothing to do after that. I was so fucking pissed. I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
It pained me to buy all those DLCs for Fallout 4 because I really, really wanted to play Fallout Frost, which is a great mod, by the way. It's freaking brutal. But it required all the DLCs. I'm like, I don't want to buy Nuka-Cola, but I have to. So I got a discount, but I was like, I had to buy all those mods just to play that one mod. But yeah, no, it's amazing. Like, cause yeah, the gameplay itself, especially with like a mod that can kind of remove elements you don't like, the gameplay itself is solid. I mean, the actual core combat, moving around and stuff, it feels a lot more polished than Fallout 3. It just everything about it, just the characters, the quests, the tone, way too much like lighthearted humor. Like part of some of my favorite moments in the original Fallout games, just like the reactions that people had when you did horrible things. Like you'd shoot because they had the ability to shoot people in the groin. Sometimes you'd get fantastic reactions from people when you shot them in the groin. Like I'd shoot one person in the groin, it's like you'd be like, "Ugh, getting your jellies." It's just like that sort of reaction is just hilarious to me because like you don't expect it, but you know, all yeah, just very darkly aware of itself, but still the universe kind of takes itself fairly seriously for the most part, outside of the really weird kind of self-referential stuff where, you know, Monty Python and whatever.
Yeah.
I once heard that someone actually got a divorce with their wife, or their wife divorced them because they played too much Fallout 4.
I'm sure.
Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that.
Imagine letting your relationship fucking die because you're playing a shitty fucking game.
Oh, I've heard people miss the birth of their child. And oh my God, there's some amazing statistics. Here you go. Here's one of them.
Oh boy.
Oh man, I just remembered. One of the things that pissed me off.
What the fuck?
Oh God, hold on.
Fortnite addiction contributed to 5% of all UK divorces of this year. Which, I don't know which year that was in, but...
I'm not surprised, to be honest.
Man, fuck Fortnite. Fuck Epic Games Studio.
Yeah.
Fuck Epic Games Store. $2 from Scootmeister, thank you. Nuka World lets you make Preston mad. Shortly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
so
one of the things I remembered about Nuka World that pissed me off so much was you were not allowed to criticize it for any reason. Like, you already couldn't do that with the base game because fucking, you know, the goddamn crazy people who would just get mad at you for even implying that the game was bad. But on top of that, it got so much worse because if you criticized it, they would constantly bring up the reference of the guy who he was man, I'm trying to remember exactly what it was. He died, and it was like, I don't know if it was a Make-A-Wish thing or something, but like they put him in the game as a character because he apparently had fond memories of with his dad playing Fallout 4, and I guess his dad died and then he died, so they put him in the game. I don't remember if it was a Make-A-Wish thing or if it was just like a tribute or something, but they put him in there, and it was like, oh, well, this is the best DLC ever. It doesn't matter that it does everything else wrong. It has this one reference in it. So if you dislike it, you're just a bad person. You hate these type of people. like you're just a piece of shit. Like you're absolutely just evil if you disagree and say you don't like this DLC in any way.
Yeah. Do you hate children? Do you want to stomp on their dreams? You monster.
I know that there's a similar thing with Skyrim where there's a character in a town that's based on a real person who was a fan of the series before he died. And it's like, I'm surprised that doesn't get brought up more in defense of Skyrim, like you said for Nuka World. But I will give Bethesda credit there. That's actually a nice thing they do, even if their games end up being garbage. It's nice when companies try to respect the fans like that, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's just annoying that it got turned into like a weapon.
Yeah.
Where it's like, yeah, no, you can't criticize this thing or else you're just a terrible person.
Also, I want to read a few comments in chat here. Where did that one go? This was from earlier. I've been meaning to read it for like several minutes, but I just didn't want to interrupt the conversation. Can you guys cover the Destructoid article where it said that Legend of Zelda is sexist due to Link not going through the menstrual cycle and saying that he's gay? Motherfucker, what?
Yeah, well.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't read that. And yeah, I'm just gonna pretend I never read that. A corrupt version of Disneyland? Isn't Disneyland already horrible enough that employees started calling it Mauschwitz until management forbade it, so they started calling it Dachau instead? I think I've heard that story. Okay, you have to understand what I mean when I say a corrupt version of Disneyland. I mean worse. I mean like Mickey Mouse combined with Five Nights at Freddy's level of like, oh my god, this place is terrible.
Oh, imagine if, in the Fallout universe, if they had animatronics, but it had got like corrupted with like the security program thing, so now the animatronics actually go around killing people to get them off the property because they don't have like lasers because they're animatronics. Why would they have the lasers? Anything, but now because they're supposed to act as security, you're not supposed to be here, and they just grab people and like break their necks and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's going back to the whole tribute thing, there's this really odd thing that I don't know how to put into words exactly, but there's a sort of, like you said, it's like they use the fact that they're making a tribute to somebody as a shield of criticism, or that you must love this edition because, oh my god, this person died and we're remembering them through this tribute. Like I remember right after Robin Williams died through suicide, I believe.
That's
World of Warcraft was like, oh, he played Warcraft, let's put him in the game, and they did this whole tribute I put in the chat, where they said they're going to put him in the game, and like that's neat, but then there was like this whole petition. It's like, oh, he named his daughter Zelda like the game. He should go into the Breath of the Wild game and all these other things, and they did a petition and stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, cool, yeah, he was a great performer, very troubled man, personally, obviously took his own life. Very sad, but should we really just go out and put him into everything he was anything a part of because he happened to die? Like, I don't get that. I don't get that sort of.
It's grave standing.
Imagine
so
if he liked Fortnite.
I think it's nice that Blizzard put in that little tribute to him. I've seen it in game. It's a nice little reference, but demanding that everything have a tribute to him is a little crazy. Like, I like Robin Williams. It's very unfortunate that he died, especially the way he did. Just if a developer wants to put in their tribute to someone, they should do it on their own and not be coerced or petitioned to do it. Because it's a lot less sincere if, like, oh, people want us to do this, so we're going to do this thing to win, I don't know, good boy points with them. Rather than...
Or literally just be like, well, we just want to stop getting flooded with, demands to do it, so we'll cave and we'll just do it. Like,
yeah.
That could just be as well, that could also just be what they're doing. So it really does come off as very insincere and pointless.
It's just I mean, I'm both very hopeful and very like sincere, but also extremely cynical at times. And I see the breadcrumbs of something not so sincere here, because I see the tweet Robin Williams at Robin Williams, meaning everybody can see this tweet.
Yeah.
Thank you for giving us so much, and we'll see you in our game. Hey, by the way, World of Warcraft is $14.99. They don't say that, but it's like, come check out our tribute to Robin Williams in our game. You know, there's a certain sort of cynicality to that, I think. Like, as much as it was probably a heartfelt tribute to the guy, things like that just kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. And
Yeah.
again, you know, if there is anything that has anything to do with somebody who's died or somebody who's gone through tragedy, whatever, that absolutely becomes the bulletproof shield of that thing. Like there was, for example, I don't remember anything particularly controversial about this, but there was a game, for example, came out several years ago, and it was literally, I think, a mother and a father's pet project to make this game after their child died of cancer. And
Oh,
so,
it
like,
was That Dragon Cancer.
yeah, and of course it won awards and stuff like that. I never played it. It seemed excruciatingly depressing, but I'm sure it probably had some very touching themes to it. But like, oh my God, could you imagine if you ripped into that game for whatever reason?
Yep.
Yeah.
You would be absolutely destroyed. So it's kind of sad. I mean, obviously things are going to be touchy, things are going to be personal, but I'm of the mind that if you put anything out there, you're kind of
opening yourself up to criticism. It's scrutiny. Yeah.
And it's just this weird world where anything that you do publicly can kind of lead to a career. Like I remember this one guy, he did an announcement on his YouTube channel about how his father died, and he talked about some other things, and he the second half of his video was like update to his channel, and the video was monetized, and I'm like, did you just do a monetized video about your dad dying? I was just I was like, I don't think he meant it in disrespect, but I'm like, that's weird. That's very weird. I can't get my head around that. So yeah, just tributes in general, that they stir a lot of things in me, and not all good things. So
yeah, understandable, especially with how disingenuous people can be.
Yeah, nothing can beat a good old J Station though, who instead of admitting that he broke up with his girlfriend, feigned her death and then did a Ouija board episode,
God.
summoning her ghosts.
I've learned a bit about those channels. I didn't know they existed. I shouldn't be surprised if they do exist, but man, those people are some of the scummiest fucks on YouTube.
Oh, absolutely.
Combat Wombat did a video talking about one of them. I forget which one, but this guy debunked another, like, I'm talking to the dead person's video and showing, like, okay, the audio this guy's using is obviously fake, and here's why, and he goes through the details, and it's apparently a pretty good deconstruction of why this guy's talking to the dead video is garbage. But then the guy who debunked it does the exact same shit, and he's far more scummy about it from what I've seen. Like, the whole Gabby Petito thing that happened last year. He was all over that, talking to a spirit about Gabby. She's still out there. She might still be alive, and just...
Oh, God.
And, like, the day they found her body, he did a video talking to her. It's just like, you fucking absolute scumbag piece of shit.
Yeah, that's disgusting. What the fuck?
It is. Holy fuck.
I forget his name, but yeah, there's a certain line. Like I don't really know what the entire deal was with World of Warcraft. I think it was probably mostly sincere. Probably helped him get a few more subs too, but whatever. But there's some channels that are absolutely 100% inhuman in terms of what they'll do. Like there's this one guy, I forget his name. He would throw together the quickest basically documentaries about celebrities who died. He would knock them out in like about 4 hours.
What the fuck?
His channel, his series was Before They Were Gone or whatever. I forget his name, but he's a fairly big creator. But he would, like, as soon as a celebrity dies, he would knock together an ad-filled documentary about their whole life, from the perspective of how, oh my God, this treasured person, so and so, and everything like that. But they were chasing those searches. They were chasing those views. Oh my God, X so and so died. Like I just a couple days ago, somebody really. Oh yeah, what's his name?
Sidney Portier.
Yeah, Sidney Portier and
Portier?
freaking family, the Full House guy.
Oh, Bob Saget.
Yeah, Bob Saget died. Yeah, but I'm sure that guy, if he's still in business, probably knocked out something for both of them because people are searching those names.
Oh God, that is fucking disgusting.
I don't even want to search his. I feel dirty for searching his channel name.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. Yeah, that's. Anyway, not the greatest way to end off on that video, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a funny way we can end it. Hopefully that guy you're talking about will be around long enough to do a video on Boogie when someone pops
no.
in the stream chat says, "Hey, Boogie died and it's for real."
Oh God.
Actually, I was wondering, have you guys seen the latest Internet Historian Incognito mode?
No.
Nope.
Near the end of it, he does this hilarious creepypasta that he makes up about Fallout 4, and it's hysterical.
I haven't seen that. I'm not sure if I've seen that.
It was very recent.
All right.
The curse of 3
yeah.
has been appeased, back to slumber once more. Yeah, all within like 2 weeks. Betty White, Sidney Poitier, and Bob Saget.
I just found out. Yep, they're 3 hours ago. They posted Bob Saget. Yep. So he's on his game. He changed his channel. It was Michael McCrudden. Then he changed it to before they were famous. But yeah, it's the same guy. Scumbag.
Yeah. Like, at least wait for the body to fucking cool before you do that shit. Like,
yeah.
You could probably make genuinely great videos about people who have recently passed on if you put, like, a couple weeks of effort into it. Doing it like, oh shit, this person just died 5 minutes ago? Man, I've got to get on making this fucking video! That just shows... I really don't like that.
It shows you have no passion, no personal connection, absolutely nothing is driving you but those clicks, those views, that ad revenue.
But what's sickening about it is that it turns people's deaths into a commodity.
Yeah, absolutely. And you want to get it out first. You want to be that first result on Google or on YouTube when people search that name. So it's luckily it doesn't seem to be working as well. This video came out 3 hours ago and he's gotten like maybe a couple thousand views. So he used to get a lot of views. So maybe his channel's dying. Maybe people have wised up to him. But yeah.
Oh God, what the fuck, Hot Pants? God, when Boogie inevitably dies alone in his room and sits there for 2 weeks, how big do you suppose the corpse will bloat up to? Will you even be able to tell the difference? Holy shit, you're fucking merciless.
Damn. Savage, absolutely savage.
Holy shit. I remember liking Boogie back in like 2017. What happened to him lately?
Oh, it's been a long time. He's an interesting person, let's put it that way.
It's got to be weird being Boogie because he got famous for a character, and after he kind of outgrew that character, he probably didn't really want to bring him back. It's got to be kind of weird to evolve his like basically parody of the Angry Gamer into a more conversational him channel. So that's probably kind of where it started. But I mean, I think there must have been some sort of evil spirit in those teeth he got, because after his teeth, it all went downhill, I think.
Like the video where he flipped the table during a magic game, well, Francis, his character did. That was always amusing to me.
It's like the Halloween Simpsons episode where Homer gets a hair transplant from Snake, who got electrocuted to death. and he wanted to take vengeance on everyone who had reported his last crime and ended up getting him killed. So the hair possessed Homer to start killing people. Boogie's teeth possessed him to be even more of a fucking loser.
Damn, yeah.
Poor Boogie.
Yeah, I don't know. It's got to be weird, and I know that a lot of people kind of tried to dodge their former personas, except for AVGN. AVGN completely still leans into it. I mean, he's definitely developed a brand outside of the character, but I mean, he's still been going on how many 15 plus years. I mean,
Yeah,
credit to him.
I think the key is to not be embarrassed by the obvious like fake persona you put on for the videos before, because that almost seems to be kind of what happened with like Nostalgia Critic and some of the others who were really big and then tried to move outside that bubble then failed. It's because they didn't just try to they didn't try to do other things alone. They tried to kill what they already had and then move on. And that just seems like a very bad plan.
I think Matt has been pretty consistent as well.
I get that with like Angry Joe. I think Angry Joe would like to just drop his whole angry persona, but he can't because that's literally his brand.
Yeah.
So...
Well,
it comes off especially weird when he's like, man, this game is so great, it's awesome, Skyrim is perfect, it's 10 out of 10, Fallout 4 is a great game, Dune is a great movie, it's like, angry review, and he's doing nothing but, like, praising these things out the ass. Yeah. And it's not to say that Dune doesn't deserve the praise, they were actually pretty off base with their criticisms of Dune in that video. But what I'm getting at is, when your brand is, this is my angry review of this game or movie, then it's nothing but like sucking the game's dick. That comes across as really weird.
Yeah, and it's almost transparent how he like tries to find something that mildly annoys him. So he's like, but I love this game except for the effing so and so, so and so, and so and so. But otherwise, it's a masterpiece of game design. It's just like, okay, you got your angry qualifier in there. Great, good job. Proud of you.
Yeah, he did that with the Halo review recently, where he praised the main campaign transactions.
I have no idea what the fuck you just said, but I agree.
Yeah, you cut out like completely.
My God, the fucking Australian internet is the worst.
I don't know if it was the internet. It sounded like you rolled your chair several feet away from the microphone, so
I've talked to him. Yeah, I've talked to him about this before when we talk. It does it all the time. It sounds
maybe
like
it's the noise. Maybe it's the noise suppression.
Maybe
it might be. It literally sounds like you're pushing away from your desk and you're like rolling away as you're talking, and you just like fade off into the void.
It's correctly detecting the things Gadget is saying as worthless noise and thus blocking it off.
You monster! I can't believe you'd say that to me. I am very hurt.
Get fucked!
Yeah,
I will never emotionally recover from this.
It actually sounded exactly like compression, but in reverse. So whenever it detected volume, it would suppress it and make it quieter. Like it would do the opposite of compression. Very strange.
Oh dear.
So I don't know what's going on there, but want to try again?
Yeah, sure. I mentioned that with the Halo review that Angry Joe did, he gave a lot of praise to the story and the main campaign, just some repetition. But he went on a very long rant about the microtransactions in the multiplayer because it's free to play and has the whole system where it's very grindy to unlock any kind of cosmetics. And also all of the colors that you can unlock is for specific armor sets. Like if you unlock the color blue, it's only for like say that one specific set rather than blue being able to be applied across all your armor sets, for example. And he got very frustrated with that.
I mean, that's entirely valid. That's shitty as fuck.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. He had every reason to complain about that.
And that's valid, but yeah, I do notice that pattern. I'm like, okay, you got to have something angry. It's an angry review. Got to get extra angry about something. What is it?
Well, I think Officer Hot Pants said it pretty well in chat. Joe needs to review things he doesn't like. The issue he had the last time I watched him which was admittedly a long time ago, was that he didn't want to spend time on things he hated or he hates, which would be fine, except they're supposed to be angry reviews. Yeah.
And that's where he gets like, yeah, that's his brand.
Yeah,
that's his entire
that's why you
brand.
shouldn't really brand yourself as like, I'm the happy gamer, or I'm the angry gamer, or I'm this very specific thing, because if you can't keep up with the whole my brand is anger thing, then yeah, it leads into issues like that.
Yeah,
Did you know that he actually made his own board game based on Street Fighter?
I did not.
Yeah, it actually was successfully funded and had some really nice pre-painted models included. It was pretty decent as far as fighting game board games go.
Yeah, I've played a couple. They're very weird, like a turn-based fighting game. It's very odd, but it'd be interesting. He probably worked with some people that had some experience in it, but kudos to him creating stuff. I always respect people that kind of put creative, create something, put it back into the industry instead of just criticizing everything.
Yeah, I've been developing my own game for years now as well, and it's an extremely difficult process.
Oh yeah, freaking playtesting, playtest. That's the most annoying thing, especially if you don't have patient friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you got to keep, especially if you keep coming up with slight variations on rules that you want to test out, and the friend's like, "Oh, do I have to really play the same scenario again just to test out this new rule?" That kind of thing.
It requires a lot of outgoing persuasion as well, because you're generally want to get, after the 5th or 10th playtest, people aren't going to like it anymore. So you're going to have to get new blood in and try things out. And that's where I kind of failed, because I was working on a couple concepts, and yeah, no, it's rough, man. Best luck to you. Couple games.
I can't wait for Gadget to finally finish his game and get it published and everything. Like after all this time he's been working on it, and then GW just fucking like cease and desist him.
Nah, my game has nothing to do with Games Workshop though.
Yeah, I know, but like,
yeah, but you're Australian. They'll find a way to fuck you over.
Oh yeah, they hate Australians.
There's also all of the like Warhammer like looking stuff in it, where it's like, yeah, that's clearly like a direct reference to Warhammer.
Like
and they're gonna.
Oh, you mean some of the. You mean the armor and stuff? To some.
Yeah, like the armor, the weapons, the vehicles, all that stuff. Like they're gonna look at that and they're gonna be like, yeah, no, that's literally just. That's just literally our stuff, and we're just gonna fucking sue you.
Right. Maybe, although I will say that a lot of it is also kind of inspired machine as well. And that game is more steampunk as opposed to sci-fi.
Well, that's what Warhammer Fantasy was. It was more steampunk, honestly.
Yeah, I'm really not happy with how they've handled Sigmar's new rule set. Like that whole double tone shit. Yeah, do you know about the double tone shit? It's disgusting.
Yes, I've seen the infinity turns, by the way.
Yeah, essentially, guys, you can essentially take 2 turns in a row, and if you roll right in the initiative phase of a turn, so you go second in one round, then you go first in the next, and the best armies in the game are always those that can abuse mass shooting, because imagine sitting there for 30 minutes while your opponent shoots and kills off all your stuff, and they win the roll-off, and they get to do it again. And so you're sitting there for like an hour as they kill your shit off, and you can't do anything during that time. It happened to me once in a tournament, and I was like, nah, fuck this, I'm sticking with 40k.
Yeah.
Even though 40k has its own problems. In fact, I'm painting 1,000 suns from me.
Anyways, we're finished with the 2 videos today. We should probably start wrapping this up.
Yeah, it is.
I feel like I'm kind of kicking Gadget and Indigo off. That's not the intent at all. So.
Oh no, that's cool. I might. Hey, India. Actually, you seem really cool. Would you mind if I added you and we could chat about game design and stuff?
Sure. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I was working on a tabletop RPG for a bit, and I was working on a board game idea for a bit. I've got an idea for a card game and a few video games, but I'm just like, ain't nobody got time for that right now. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'd love to hear about them.
I've been working on a pen and paper RPG for a long time.
Indigo, be
That's what my
prepared to deal with Australian autism.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that the-
absolutely.
Is that the best kind of autism or the worst?
It's a kind.
It is a type and flavor.
Oh, I guess it depends if you like a pile of shit or a piece of vomit. Actually, no, I got that wrong. Sorry.
It's
You know.
if you're referencing the South Park episode, it's a giant douche and a turd sandwich.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, actually, no, it was AVGN did that. So I think he was referring to the difference between two different parts of a game.
One word
Yeah,
from
for one,
Officer
I
Hot
paid
Pants in chat. Autism.
Yeah, there you go.
That's very true.
Anyways, do you guys have
I just saw
anything?
the stuff Setch posted in the fucking.
Uh-oh.
I just saw the stuff
Oh.
that Setch posted in our group chat.
All right. Is there anything you guys
Oh,
want
yeah,
to end out on? Indigo should plug his channel, of course. As should Pagan and such, naturally. But yeah, anything you guys want to close out on?
I feel like I've completed one full episode of this podcast now because I did the first video of one and then the second video of another. So I've now done a complete episode. I feel like I've graduated. I should get a little Xbox like brink, achievement.
Achievement unlocked. You suffered.
Anyway, I know just pretty much the same as last time. Working on a new video about Quintet. It's a SNES RPG studio from Japan in the 90s. Did lots of games like Illusion of Gaia, Terranigma, Grand Stream Saga, ActRaiser, etc. I released my long-awaited part 3 of Cyberpunk retrospective documentary a couple months ago, I think, November, which is my biggest, longest, most work-intensive project yet. Over 2 hours, probably 2 hours, 15 minutes of packing Cyberpunk movies, books, games, TV shows, anime, etc. If that interests you, I've got about 4.5 hours of that series done. And yeah, I'm just going to be kind of taking a break from that series and doing some other, hopefully smaller videos. This next video is already looking to be a pretty big chunker, but I'm looking forward to covering games again because I've actually kind of stepped away from that for a bit. So yeah, that's pretty much for me. I did a podcast with G-Man Lives for about 3 hours talking about the Matrix series and Dark City, which was a lot of fun. So let's check that out as well. Otherwise, yeah, probably be a little ways before I post again because my I still have a full-time job and my videos take a long time to make. So, but I've got a big back catalog, so go ahead and enjoy those.
Yeah.
Sounds like a fun time.
Gadget,
Pagan.
do you have anything you want to say before we move on to Pagan and such?
No, but it was really nice to be here. It was really nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to talk to you too.
I was tempted to remove him from group as a joke for a second, but I didn't.
You monster! I can't believe you do this.
And just to me, it say, "Damn that Australian internet." Anyways,
yeah.
Pagan, you've started streaming again, haven't you?
Yes, I recently did another Fallout stream. It went really well, so feel free to come and watch those again. I will try to get back on that very soon again. So yeah, be sure to keep an eye out for that. I will post links to whenever I do them. I post them in the Discord, in the videos and updates section. So yeah, did one recently, and we'll be doing them again soon.
oh, I did remember one thing I did the other day. I'm sorry to jump in again, but I did
That's
put
fine.
together. I think I might be able to post it in the channel for people. Basically, it's a letterboxed list of 100 Cyberpunk movies, ranked, rated, and with little mini reviews of each of them. It took me actually quite a few hours to go through the whole list, but that's roughly your kind of crash course into Cyberpunk. If you really want to get into Cyberpunk movies, you can start at the top, watch the must-watches, and kind of get down toward the middle, and then the bottom, if you want to really watch all of them, and even the really cringy ones, you can. But it's a nice like crash course, and I have little mini reviews. So if one catches your interest, go ahead and check that out. It's completely free. Just thought I'd kind of throw that out there because a couple of people asked me like, "What would you recommend watching?" And it's like, "Oh, maybe I should make a list." So.
Ooh. Did you actually for Snowpiercer? I would definitely say you should do an alternate version that's the full cut of it, not the one that Harvey Weinstein butchered.
I saw one version. I'll need to watch if there's an extended version. I'll need to watch that.
There is. There's the full version. They had to rename it the director's cut in the U.S. because Harvey Weinstein saw it and he immediately said, "Americans are too stupid. This is dumb." And he made him change a bunch of things. So they butchered Snowpiercer like hardcore.
Wow, I see women aren't the only thing he's ever raped.
Yes, he is actually. This is actually one of the things that made a lot of people hate him so much because Snowpiercer was considered so good in off in Asia and everything. He was considered like amazing.
Yeah, it's honestly one of the. It's on the nose, but it's one of the best just class struggle movies. You really just get the sense of. It's an obvious parallel, but it really addresses the haves and the have-nots and all the complications between them. Like even the people upstairs, you know, they have their own motivations, they have their own reasons for doing things. It's just a really interesting little microcosm of society, that movie.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very, very good movie, honestly. Like I said, I highly recommend getting the full version of it too.
I'll have to rewatch a couple of these too. I've seen all of them, just some of them are a little bit more fuzzy, but I tried to give them a fair shake.
Yeah.
And I guess the last one to show their stuff is Setch.
Yep. For myself, still working on the Dark Souls video. Like I said, I'm not even into the first section. I am literally talking about character creator and the opening cutscene to Dark Souls, and we're already 10 pages deep. And I've only started on the character creator. I've got most of the opening cutscene done already, but I've just started on the character creator, explaining all the equipment that it's got, that you get, if it has any significance to the world and story and everything like that, to kind of show, like, because there are differences. Every piece of equipment in Dark Souls has its own descriptor and everything like that. So, for a very minor example, the warrior is basically a bog standard person that could come from any land. So there's nothing tying you down, and it's kind of the pick that most new players will get, either that or the knight. But when you go into the knight, it talks about Astora and stuff like that on its armors. Or if you go to the pyromancer, it talks about the Great Swamp and everything. So that's all happening. And yeah, like I said, already 10 pages in, and it's just the very first topic, basically. I had an introduction in this first topic, and there are 33 topics. So this is going to be a chunky fucking video and chunky script.
Yeah, I don't have the balls to do a Dark Souls video. That community is scrutinizing, to say the least.
Yeah. And then over on Twitch, I stream over on Twitch every weekday at 10 Eastern Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Tomorrow we will be doing Space Station 13 because, you know, I love Space Station 13. I want to get back into it.
Oh.
So it is my favorite game. It is if I had to pick a game to be on a desert island with, it would be Space Station 13. With the caveat that I'm allowed an internet connection, I'm just not allowed any other games. Because Space Station 13 can literally be anything from Aliens franchise to Dead Space to Star Trek. Everything is in Space Station 13. The autism in that game is peak. Wow. It is a chef's kiss. Yeah, it is a very, very intricate, complex game. It is literally, if we would describe Skyrim as wide as an ocean, as deep as a puddle, Space Force 13 is as wide as a planet, as deep as the never-ending abyss. They are insanely complex, which is what makes it so fun. And yeah, as the joke meme review of it was Seth Zentak was Space Force 13. It's a 10 out of 10, a great game. Don't play it. It will consume your life. It is actually the reason that Dean Hall had to delay DayZ for so long, because he got so fucking addicted to Space Station 13. He couldn't stop playing it.
Wow.
So, yeah. Yeah,
Anyways.
it is an experience for sure.
Anyways, yeah, I think that'll wrap it up for today. Thank you for coming out, everyone. Had a lot of, we'll call it fun. We did deal with a Bob video and a pretty bad Fallout video, but let's just say fun for the sake of argument.
Yeah.
And have a good night, everyone.
Yeah, good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night. Good night.